Section 1 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill, Preface to the first edition. This book makes no pretense of giving to the world a new theory of the intellectual operations. Its claim to attention, if it possess any, is grounded on the fact that it is an attempt not to supersede, but to embody and systematize the best ideas which have been either promulgated on its subject by speculative writers or conformed to by accurate thinkers in their scientific inquiries. To cement together the detached fragments of a subject never yet treated as a whole, to harmonize the true portions of discordant theories by supplying the links of thought necessary to connect them, and by disentangling them from the errors with which they are always more or less interwoven, must necessarily require a considerable amount of original speculation. To other originality than this, the present work lays no claim. In the existing state of the cultivation of the sciences, there would be a very strong presumption against anyone who should imagine that he had effected a revolution in the theory of the investigation of truth, or added any fundamentally new process to the practice of it. The improvement which remains to be effected in the methods of philosophizing, and the author believes that they have much need of improvement, can only consist in performing more systematically and accurately operations with which, at least in their elementary form, the human intellect, in some one or other of its employments, is already familiar. In the portion of the work which treats of ratiocination, the author has not deemed it necessary to enter into technical details which may be obtained in so perfect a shape from the existing treatises on what is termed the logic of the schools. In the contempt entertained by many modern philosophers for the syllogistic art, it will be seen that he by no means participates, though the scientific theory on which its defence is usually rested appears to him erroneous, and the view which he has suggested of the nature and functions of the syllogism may, perhaps, afford the means of conciliating the principles of the art with as much as is well grounded in the doctrines and objections of its assailants. The same abstinence from details could not be observed in the first book on names and propositions, because many useful principles and distinctions which were contained in the old logic have been gradually omitted from the writings of its later teachers, and it appeared desirable both to revive these and to reform and rationalize the philosophical foundation on which they stood. The earlier chapters of this preliminary book will consequently appear to some readers needlessly elementary and scholastic, but those who know in what darkness the nature of our knowledge and of the processes by which it is obtained is often involved by a confused apprehension of the import of the different classes of words and assertions, will not regard these discussions as either frivolous or irrelevant to the topics considered in the later books. On the subject of induction, the task to be performed was that of generalizing the modes of investigating truth and estimating evidence, by which so many important and recondite laws of nature have, in the various sciences, been aggregated to the stock of human knowledge. That this is not a task free from difficulty may be presumed from the fact that even at a very recent period, eminent writers, among whom it is sufficient to name Archbishop Whately and the author of a celebrated article on Bacon in the Edinburgh Review, have not scrupled to pronounce it impossible. Footnote. In the later editions of Archbishop Whately's Logic, he states his meaning to be, not that rules for the ascertainment of truths by inductive investigation cannot be laid down, or that they may not be of eminent service, but must always be comparatively vague and general and incapable of being built up into a regular demonstrative theory like that of the Syllogism. Book 4, Chapter 4, Section 3. And he observes that to devise a system for this purpose, capable of being brought into a scientific form, would be an achievement which he must be more sanguine than scientific who expects. Book 4, Chapter 2, Section 4. To effect this, however, being the express object of the portion of the present work which treats of induction, the words in the text are no overstatement of the difference of opinion between Archbishop Whately and me on the subject. End footnote. The author has endeavoured to combat their theory in the manner in which Diogenes confuted the sceptical reasonings against the possibility of motion, remembering that Diogenes' argument would have been equally conclusive, though his individual perambulations might not have extended beyond the circuit of his own tub. Whatever may be the value of what the author has succeeded in effecting on this branch of his subject, it is a duty to acknowledge that for much of it he has been indebted to several important treatises, partly historical and partly philosophical, on the generalities and processes of physical science, which have been published within the last few years. To these treatises and to their authors he has endeavoured to do justice in the body of the work, but as with one of these writers, Dr. Whewell, he has occasion frequently to express difference of opinion. It is more particularly incumbent on him in this place to declare that without the aid derived from the facts and ideas contained in that gentleman's History of the Inductive Sciences, the corresponding portion of this work would probably not have been written. The concluding book is an attempt to contribute towards the solution of a question which the decay of old opinions and the agitation that disturbs European society to its inmost depths render as important in the present day to the practical interests of human life as it must at all times be to the completeness of our speculative knowledge, namely, whether moral and social phenomena are really exceptions to the general certainty and uniformity of the course of nature, and how far the methods by which so many of the laws of the physical world have been numbered among truths irrevocably acquired and universally assented to, can be made instrumental to the formation of a similar body of received doctrine in moral and political science. End of section 1. Section 2 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill, Preface to the 3rd and 4th editions. Several criticisms of a more or less controversial character on this work have appeared since the publication of the 2nd edition, and Dr. Whewell has lately published a reply to those parts of it in which some of his opinions were controverted. Footnote. Now forming a chapter in his volume on The Philosophy of Discovery. End footnote. I have carefully reconsidered all the points on which my conclusions have been assailed, but I have not to announce a change of opinion on any matter of importance. Such minor oversights as have been detected, either by myself or by my critics, I have in general silently corrected, but it is not to be inferred that I agree with the objections which have been made to a passage, in every instance in which I have altered or cancelled it. I have often done so merely that it might not remain a stumbling block when the amount of discussion necessary to place the matter in its true light would have exceeded what was suitable to the occasion. To several of the arguments which have been urged against me, I have thought it useful to reply with some degree of minuteness, not from any taste for controversy, but because the opportunity was favourable for placing my own conclusions and the grounds of them more clearly and completely before the reader. Truth on these subjects is militant and can only establish itself by means of conflict. The most opposite opinions can make a plausible show of evidence, while each has the statement of its own case, and it is only possible to ascertain which of them is in the right after hearing and comparing what each can say against the other, and what the other can urge in its defence. Even the criticisms from which I most dissent have been of great service to me, by showing in what places the exposition most needed to be improved or the argument strengthened, and I should have been well pleased if the book had undergone a much greater amount of attack, as in that case I should probably have been enabled to improve it still more than I believe I have now done. In the subsequent editions, the attempt to improve the work by additions and corrections suggested by criticism or by thought has been continued. The additions and corrections in the present, 8th edition, which are not very considerable, are chiefly such as have been suggested by Professor Bain's Logic, a book of great merit and value. Mr. Bain's view of the science is essentially the same with that taken in the present treatise, the differences of opinion being few and unimportant compared with the agreements, and he has not only enriched the exposition by many applications and illustrative details, but has appended to it a minute and very valuable discussion of the logical principles specially applicable to each of the sciences, a task for which the encyclopedical character of his knowledge peculiarly qualified him. I have in several instances made use of his exposition to improve my own, by adopting and occasionally by controverting matter contained in his treatise. The longest of the editions belongs to the chapter on causation, and is a discussion of the question how far, if at all, the ordinary mode of stating the law of cause and effect requires modification to adapt it to the new doctrine of the conservation of force, a point still more fully and elaborately treated in Mr. Bain's work. End of section 2. Section 3 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. Introduction. Part 1. There is a great diversity among authors in the modes in which they have adopted of defining logic, as in their treatment of the details of it. This is what might naturally be expected on any subject on which writers have availed themselves of the same language as a means of delivering different ideas. Ethics and jurisprudence are liable to the remark in common with logic, almost every writer having taken a different view of some of the particulars which these branches of knowledge are usually understood to include. Each has so framed his definition as to indicate beforehand his own peculiar tenets, and sometimes, to beg the question, in their favour. The diversity is not so much an evil to be complained of as an inevitable and in some degree a proper result of the imperfect state of those sciences. It is not to be expected that there should be agreement about the definition of anything until there is agreement about the thing itself. To define is to select from among all the properties of a thing those which shall be understood to be designated and declared by its name, and the properties must be well known to us before we can be competent to determine which of them are fittest to be chosen for this purpose. Accordingly, in the case of so complex an aggregation of particulars as are comprehended in anything which can be called a science, the definition we set out with is seldom that which a more extensive knowledge of the subject shows to be the most appropriate. Until we know the particulars themselves, we cannot fix upon the most correct and compact mode of circumscribing them by a general description. It was not until after an extensive and accurate acquaintance with the details of chemical phenomena that it was found possible to frame a rational definition of chemistry and the definition of the science of life, and organization is still a matter of dispute. So long as the sciences are imperfect, the definitions must partake of their imperfection, and if the former are progressive, the latter ought to be so too. As much, therefore, as is to be expected from a definition placed at the commencement of a subject is that it should define the scope of our inquiries, and the definition which I am about to offer of the science of logic pretends to nothing more than to be a statement of the question which I have put to myself, and which this book is an attempt to resolve. The reader is at liberty to object to it as a definition of logic, but it is at all events a correct definition of the subject of this volume. Part 2. Logic has often been called the art of reasoning. A writer, Archbishop Whately, who has done more than any other person to restore this study to the rank from which it had fallen in the estimation of the cultivated class in our own country, has adopted the above definition with an amendment. He has defined logic to be the science as well as the art of reasoning, meaning by the former term the analysis of the mental process which takes place whenever we reason, and by the latter the rules grounded on that analysis for conducting the process correctly. There can be no doubt as to the propriety of the emendation. A right understanding of the mental process itself, of the conditions it depends on, and the steps of which it consists, is the only basis on which a system of rules fitted for the direction of the process can possibly be founded. Art necessarily presupposes knowledge. Art, in any but its infant state, presupposes scientific knowledge, and if every art does not bear the name of a science, it is only because several sciences are often necessary to form the groundwork of a single art. So complicated are the conditions which govern our practical agency that to enable one thing to be done, it is often requisite to know the nature and property of many things. Logic, then, comprises the science of reasoning as well as an art founded on that science. But the word reasoning, again, like most other scientific terms in popular use, abounds in ambiguities. In one of its acceptations it means syllogizing, or the mode of inference which may be called, with sufficient accuracy for the present purpose, concluding from generals to particulars. In another of its senses, to reason is simply to infer any assertion from assertions already admitted, and in this sense induction is as much entitled to be called reasoning as the demonstrations of geometry. Writers on logic have generally preferred the former acceptance of the term. The latter and more extensive signification is that in which I mean to use it. I do this by virtue of the right I claim for every author to give whatever provisional definition he pleases of his own subject, but sufficient reasons will, I believe, unfold themselves as we advance, why this should be not only the provisional but the final definition. It involves, at all events, no arbitrary change in the meaning of the word, for, with the general usage of the English language, the wider signification, I believe, accords better than the more restricted one. Part 3. But reasoning, even in the widest sense of which the word is susceptible, does not seem to comprehend all that is included, either in the best or even in the most current conception of the scope and province of our science. The employment of the word logic to denote the theory of argumentation is derived from the Aristotelian, or as they are commonly termed, the scholastic logicians. Yet even with them in their systematic treatises, argumentation was the subject only of the third part. The two former treated of terms and of propositions, under one or the other of which heads were also included, definition and division. By some, indeed, these previous topics were professedly introduced only on account of their connection with reasoning, and as a preparation for the doctrine and rules of the Syllogism. Yet they were treated with greater minuteness and dwelt on at greater length than was required for that purpose alone. More recent writers on logic have generally understood the term as it was employed by the able author of the Port Royal Logic, that is, as equivalent to the art of thinking. Nor is this acceptation confined to books and scientific inquiries. Even in ordinary conversation, the ideas connected with the word logic include at least precision of language and accuracy of classification, and we perhaps oftener hear persons speak of a logical arrangement, or of expressions logically defined, than of conclusions logically deduced from premises. Again, a man is often called a great logician, or a man of powerful logic, not for the accuracy of his deductions, but for the extent of his command over premises, because the general propositions required for explaining a difficulty or refuting a sophism copiously and promptly occur to him, because, in short, his knowledge, besides being ample, is well under his command for argumentative use. Whether, therefore, we conform to the practice of those who have made the subject their particular study, or to that of popular writers and common discourse, the province of logic will include several operations of the intellect not usually considered to fall within the meaning of the terms reasoning and argumentation. These various operations might be brought within the compass of the science, and the additional advantage be obtained of a very simple definition, if, by an extension of the term, sanctioned by high authorities, we were to define logic as the science which treats of the operations of the human understanding in the pursuit of truth. For to this ultimate end, naming, classification, definition, and all other operations over which logic has ever claimed jurisdiction are essentially subsidiary. They may all be regarded as contrivances for enabling a person to know the truths which are needful to him, and to know them at the precise moment at which they are needful. Other purposes, indeed, are also served by these operations, for instance, that of imparting our knowledge to others, but viewed with regard to this purpose, they have never been considered as within the province of the logician. The sole object of logic is the guidance of one's thoughts. The communication of those thoughts to others falls under the consideration of rhetoric, in the larger sense in which that art was conceived by the ancients, or of the still more extensive art of education. Logic takes cognizance of our intellectual operations only as they conduce to our own knowledge and to our command over that knowledge for our own uses. If there were but one rational being in the universe, that being might be a perfect logician, and the science and art of logic would be the same for that one person as for the whole human race. Part 4. But if the definition which we formerly examined included too little, that which is now suggested has the opposite fault of including too much. Truths are known to us in two ways. Some are known directly and of themselves, some through the medium of other truths. The former are the subject of intuition or consciousness, the latter of inference. Footnote. I use these terms indiscriminately because for the purpose in view there is no need for making any distinction between them, but metaphysicians usually restrict the name intuition to the direct knowledge we are supposed to have of things external to our minds, and consciousness to our knowledge of our own mental phenomena. End footnote. The truths known by intuition are the original premises from which all others are inferred. Our assent to the conclusion being grounded on the truth of the premises, we never could arrive at any knowledge by reasoning unless something could be known antecedently to all reasoning. Examples of truths known to us by immediate consciousness are our own bodily sensations and mental feelings. I know directly and of my own knowledge that I was vexed yesterday, or that I am hungry today. Examples of truths which we know only by way of inference are occurrences which took place while we were absent, the events recorded in history, or the theorems of mathematics. The two former we infer from the testimony adduced or from the traces of those past occurrences which still exist. The latter from the premises laid down in books of geometry under the title of definitions and axioms. Whatever we are capable of knowing must belong to the one class or to the other, must be in the number of the primitive data or of the conclusions which can be drawn from these. With the original data or ultimate premises of our knowledge, with their number or nature, the mode in which they are obtained, or the tests by which they may be distinguished, logic, in a direct way at least, has, in the sense in which I conceive the science, nothing to do. These questions are partly not a subject of science at all, partly that of a very different science. Whatever is known to us by consciousness is known beyond possibility of question. What one sees or feels, whether bodily or mentally, one cannot but be sure that one sees or feels. No science is required for the purpose of establishing such truths. No rules of art can render our knowledge of them more certain than it is in itself. There is no logic for this portion of our knowledge. But we may fancy that we see or feel what we in reality infer. A truth or supposed truth, which is really the result of a very rapid inference, may seem to be apprehended intuitively. It has long been agreed by thinkers of the most opposite schools that this mistake is actually made in so familiar an instance as that of the eyesight. There is nothing of which we appear to ourselves to be more directly conscious than the distance of an object from us. Yet it has long been ascertained that what is perceived by the eye is at most nothing more than a variously coloured surface, that when we fancy we see distance, all we really see is certain variations of apparent size and degrees of faintness of colour, that our estimate of the object's distance from us is the result partly of a rapid inference from the muscular sensations accompanying the adjustment of the focal distance of the eye to objects unequally remote from us, and partly of a comparison, made with such rapidity that we are unconscious of making it, between the size and colour of the object as they appear at the time, and the size and colour of the same or similar objects as they appeared when close at hand, or when their degree of remoteness was known by other evidence. The perception of distance by the eye, which seems so like intuition, is thus in reality an inference grounded on experience, an inference too which we learn to make, and which we make with more and more correctness as our experience increases, though in familiar cases it takes place so rapidly as to appear exactly on a par with those perceptions of sight which are really intuitive, our perception of colour. Footnote. This important theory has of late been called in question by a writer of deserved reputation, Mr. Samuel Bailey, but I do not conceive that the grounds on which it has been admitted as an established doctrine for a century past have been at all shaken by that gentleman's objections. I have elsewhere said what appeared to me necessary in reply to his arguments. See the Westminster Review for October 1842, reprinted in Dissertations and Discussions, Volume 2. End footnote. Of the science, therefore, which expounds the operations of the human understanding in the pursuit of truth, one essential part is the inquiry. What are the facts which are the objects of intuition or consciousness, and what are those which we merely infer? But this inquiry has never been considered a portion of logic. Its place is in another and a perfectly distinct department of science, to which the name metaphysics more particularly belongs, that portion of mental philosophy which attempts to determine what part of the furniture of the mind belongs to it originally, and what part is constructed out of materials furnished to it from without. To this science appertain the great and much debated questions of the existence of matter, the existence of spirit, and of a distinction between it and matter, the reality of time and space, as things without the mind and distinguishable from the objects which are said to exist in them. For in the present state of the discussion on these topics, it is almost universally allowed that the existence of matter or of spirit, of space or of time, is, in its nature, unsusceptible of being proved, and that if anything is known of them, it must be by immediate intuition. To the same science belong the inquiries into the nature of conception, perception, memory, and belief, all of which are operations of the understanding in the pursuit of truth, but with which, as phenomena of the mind, or with the possibility which may or may not exist of analysing any of them into simpler phenomena, the logician as such has no concern. To this science must also be referred the following and all analogous questions. To what extent our intellectual faculties and our emotions are innate? To what extent the result of association? Whether God and duty are realities, the existence of which is manifest to us a priori by the constitution of our rational faculty, or whether our ideas of them are acquired notions, the origin of which we are able to trace and explain, and the reality of the objects themselves a question not of consciousness or intuition, but of evidence and reasoning. The province of logic must be restricted to that portion of our knowledge which consists of inferences from truths previously known, whether those antecedent data be general propositions or particular observations and perceptions. Logic is not the science of belief, but the science of proof or evidence. Insofar as belief professes to be founded on proof, the office of logic is to supply a test for ascertaining whether or not the belief is well grounded. With the claims which any proposition has to belief on the evidence of consciousness, that is, without evidence in the proper sense of the word, logic has nothing to do. Part 5. By far the greatest portion of our knowledge, whether of general truths or of particular facts, being avowedly matter of inference, nearly the whole, not only of science, but of human conduct, is amenable to the authority of logic. To draw inferences has been said to be the great business of life. Everyone has daily, hourly, and momentary need of ascertaining facts which he has not directly observed, not from any general purpose of adding to his stock of knowledge, but because the facts themselves are of importance to his interests or to his occupations. The business of the magistrate, of the military commander, of the navigator, of the physician, of the agriculturist, is merely to judge of evidence and to act accordingly. They all have to ascertain certain facts in order that they may afterward apply certain rules, either devised by themselves or prescribed for their guidance by others. And as they do this well or ill, so they discharge, well or ill, the duties of their several callings. It is the only occupation in which the mind never ceases to be engaged, and is the subject not of logic, but of knowledge in general. Logic, however, is not the same thing with knowledge, though the field of logic is coextensive with the field of knowledge. Logic is the common judge and arbiter of all particular investigations. It does not undertake to find evidence, but to determine whether it has been found. Logic neither observes nor invents, nor discovers, but judges. It is no part of the business of logic to inform the surgeon what appearances are found to accompany a violent death. This he must learn from his own experience and observations, or from that of others, his predecessors in his peculiar pursuit. But logic sits in judgment on the sufficiency of that observation and experience to justify his rules, and on the sufficiency of his rules to justify his conduct. It does not give him proofs, but teaches him what makes them proofs, and how he is to judge of them. It does not teach that any particular fact proves any other, but points out to what conditions all facts must conform in order that they may prove other facts. To decide whether any given fact fulfills these conditions, or whether facts can be found which fulfill them in a given case, belongs exclusively to the particular art or science, or to our knowledge of the particular subject. It is in this sense that logic is, what it was so expressively called by the schoolmen and by Bacon, ars artium, the science of science itself. All science consists of data and conclusions from those data, of proofs and what they prove. Now logic points out what relations must subsist between data and whatever can be concluded from them, between proof and everything which it can prove. If there be any such indispensable relations, and if these can be precisely determined, every particular branch of science, as well as every individual in the guidance of his conduct, is bound to conform to those relations, under the penalty of making false inferences, of drawing conclusions which are not grounded in the realities of things. Whatever has at any time been concluded justly, whatever knowledge has been acquired otherwise than by immediate intuition, depended on the observance of the laws which it is the province of logic to investigate. If the conclusions are just, and the knowledge real, those laws, whether known or not, have been observed. Part 6. We need not, therefore, seek any further for a solution of the question so often agitated respecting the utility of logic. If a science of logic exists, or is capable of existing, it must be useful. If there be rules to which every mind consciously or unconsciously conforms in every instance in which it infers rightly, there seems little necessity for discussing whether a person is more likely to observe those rules when he knows the rules than when he is unacquainted with them. A science may undoubtedly be brought to a certain, not inconsiderable stage of advancement without the application of any other logic to it than what all persons who are said to have a sound understanding acquire empirically in the course of their studies. Mankind judged of evidence, and often correctly, before logic was a science, or they never could have made it one, and they executed great mechanical works before they understood the laws of mechanics. But there are limits both to what mechanicians can do without principles of mechanics, and to what thinkers can do without principles of logic. A few individuals, by extraordinary genius, or by the accidental acquisition of a good set of intellectual habits, may work without principles in the same way, or nearly the same way, in which they would have worked if they had been in possession of principles. But the bulk of mankind require either to understand the theory of what they are doing, or to have rules laid down for them by those who have understood the theory. In the progress of science from its easiest to its more difficult problems, each great step in advance has usually had either as its precursor or as its accompaniment and necessary condition a corresponding improvement in the notions and principles of logic received among the most advanced thinkers. And if several of the more difficult sciences are still in so defective a state, if not only so little is proved, but disputation has not terminated, even about the little which seem to be so, the reason perhaps is that men's logical notions have not yet acquired the degree of extension or of accuracy requisite for the estimation of the evidence proper to those particular departments of knowledge. Part 7. Logic, then, is the science of the operations of the understanding which are subservient to the estimation of evidence, both the process itself of advancing from known truths to unknown, and all other intellectual operations in so far as auxiliary to this. It includes, therefore, the operation of naming, for language is an instrument of thought, as well as a means of communicating our thoughts. It includes also definition and classification. For the use of these operations, putting all other minds than one's own out of consideration, is to serve not only for keeping our evidences and the conclusions from them permanent and readily accessible in the memory, but for so marshalling the facts which we may at any time be engaged in investigating, as to enable us to perceive more clearly what evidence there is, and to judge with fewer chances of error whether it be sufficient. These, therefore, are operations specially instrumental to the estimation of evidence, and, as such, are within the province of logic. There are other more elementary processes concerned in all thinking, such as conception, memory, and the like. But of these it is not necessary that logic should take any particular cognizance, since they have no special connection with the problem of evidence. Further than that, like all other problems addressed to the understanding, it presupposes them. Our object, then, will be to attempt a correct analysis of the intellectual process called reasoning or inference, and of such other mental operations as are intended to facilitate this, as well as, on the foundation of this analysis and pari passu with it, to bring together or frame a set of rules or canons for testing the sufficiency of any given evidence to prove any given proposition. With respect to the first part of this undertaking, I do not attempt to decompose the mental operations in question into their ultimate elements. It is enough if the analysis as far as it goes is correct, and if it goes far enough for the practical purposes of logic considered as an art. The separation of a complicated phenomenon into its component parts is not like a connected and interdependent chain of proof. If one link of an argument breaks, the whole drops to the ground. But one step toward an analysis holds good and has an independent value, though we should never be able to make a second. The results which have been obtained by analytical chemistry are not the less valuable, though it should be discovered that all which we now call simple substances are really compounds. All other things are, at any rate, compounded of those elements. Whether the elements themselves admit of decomposition is an important inquiry, but does not affect the certainty of the science up to that point. I shall accordingly attempt to analyze the process of inference and the processes subordinate to inference, so far only as may be requisite for ascertaining the difference between a correct and an incorrect performance of those processes. The reason for thus limiting our design is evident. It has been said by objectors to logic that we do not learn to use our muscles by studying their anatomy. The fact is not quite fairly stated, for if the action of any of our muscles were vitiated by local weakness or other physical defect, a knowledge of their anatomy might be very necessary for effecting a cure. But we should be justly liable to the criticism involved in this objection were we, in a treatise on logic, to carry the analysis of the reasoning process beyond the point at which any inaccuracy which may have crept into it must become visible. In learning bodily exercises, to carry on the same illustration, we do and must analyze the bodily motions so far as is necessary for distinguishing those which ought to be performed from those which ought not. To a similar extent, and no further, it is necessary that the logician should analyze the mental processes with which logic is concerned. Logic has no interest in carrying the analysis beyond the point at which it becomes apparent whether the operations have in any individual case been rightly or wrongly performed. In the same manner as the science of music teaches us to discriminate between musical notes and to know the combinations of which they are susceptible, but not what number of vibrations in a second correspond to each, which, though useful to be known, is useful for totally different purposes. The extension of logic as a science is determined by its necessities as an art. Whatever it does not need for its practical ends, it leaves to the larger science, which may be said to correspond not to any particular art, but to art in general. The science which deals with the constitution of the human faculties, and to which, in the part of our mental nature which concerns logic, as well as in all other parts, it belongs to decide what are ultimate facts and what are resolvable into other facts. And I believe it will be found that most of the conclusions arrived at in this work have no necessary connection with any particular views respecting the ulterior analysis. Logic is common ground on which the partisans of Hartley and Reid, of Locke and Kant, may meet and join hands. Particular and detached opinions of all these thinkers will no doubt occasionally be controverted, since all of them were logicians as well as metaphysicians. But the field on which their principal battles have been fought lies beyond the boundaries of our science. It cannot, indeed, be pretended that logical principles can be altogether irrelevant to those more abstruse discussions, nor is it possible but that the view we are led to take of the problem which logic proposes must have a tendency favourable to the adoption of some one opinion on these controverted subjects rather than another. For metaphysics, in endeavouring to solve its own peculiar problem, must employ means the validity of which falls under the cognizance of logic. It proceeds, no doubt, as far as possible, merely by a closer and more attentive interrogation of our consciousness, or more properly speaking, of our memory, and so far is not amenable to logic. But wherever this method is insufficient to attain the end of its inquiries, it must proceed, like other sciences, by means of evidence. Now, the moment this science begins to draw inferences from evidence, logic becomes the sovereign judge whether its inferences are well grounded, or what other inferences would be so. This, however, constitutes no nearer or other relation between logic and metaphysics than that which exists between logic and every other science, and I can conscientiously affirm that no one proposition laid down in this work has been adopted for the sake of establishing, or with any reference to its fitness for being employed in establishing, preconceived opinions in any department of knowledge or of inquiry on which the speculative world is still undecided. Footnote: the view taken in the text of the definition and purpose of logic stands in marked opposition to that of the school of philosophy which, in this country, is represented by the writings of Sir William Hamilton and of his numerous pupils. Logic, as this school conceives it, is the science of the formal laws of thought, a definition framed for the express purpose of excluding, as irrelevant to logic, whatever relates to belief and disbelief, or to the pursuit of truth as such, and restricting the science to that very limited portion of its total province which has reference to the conditions, not of truth, but of consistency. What I have thought it useful to say in opposition to this limitation of the field of logic has been said at some length in a separate work, first published in 1865 and entitled An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy and of the Principal Philosophical Questions discussed in his writings. For the purpose of the present treatise, I am content that the justification of the larger extension which I give to the domain of the science should rest on the sequel of the treatise itself. Some remarks on the relation which the logic of consistency bears to the logic of truth, and on the place which that particular part occupies in the whole to which it belongs, will be found in the present volume. See section 21 of this work, Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 9. End footnote. End of section 3. Section 4 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1 of Names and Propositions. La scolastique qui produit dans la logique comme dans la morale et dans une partie de la métaphysique une subtilité, une précision d'idées dont l'habitude inconnue aux anciens a contribué plus qu'on ne croit au progrès de la bonne philosophie. Condorcet, Vie de Turgot. To the schoolmen, the vulgar languages are principally indebted for what precision and analytic subtlety they possess. Sir W. Hamilton, Discussions in Philosophy. Book 1, Chapter 1, of the necessity of commencing with an analysis of language. Part 1. It is so much the established practice of writers on logic to commence their treatises by a few general observations, in most cases it is true rather meagre, on terms and their varieties, that it will perhaps scarcely be required from me, in merely following the common usage, to be as particular in assigning my reasons as it is usually expected that those should be who deviate from it. The practice indeed is recommended by considerations far too obvious to require a formal justification. Logic is a portion of the art of thinking. Language is evidently, and by the admission of all philosophers, one of the principal instruments or helps of thought, and any imperfection in the instrument or in the mode of employing it is confessedly liable, still more than in almost any other art, to confuse and impede the process, and destroy all ground of confidence in the result. For a mind not previously versed in the meaning and right use of the various kinds of words, to attempt the study of methods of philosophizing would be as if someone should attempt to become an astronomical observer, having never learned to adjust the focal distance of his optical instruments so as to see distinctly. Since reasoning, or inference, the principal subject of logic, is an operation which usually takes place by means of words, and in complicated cases can take place in no other way, those who have not a thorough insight into the signification and purposes of words will be under chances amounting almost to certainty of reasoning or inferring incorrectly, and logicians have generally felt that unless, in the very first stage, they removed this source of error, unless they taught their pupil to put away the glasses which distort the object, and to use those which are adapted to his purpose in such a manner as to assist, not perplex, his vision, he would not be in a condition to practice the remaining part of their discipline with any prospect of advantage. Therefore it is that an inquiry into language, so far as is needful to guard against the errors to which it gives rise, has at all times been deemed a necessary preliminary to the study of logic. But there is another reason, of a still more fundamental nature, why the import of words should be the earliest subject of the logician's consideration, because without it he cannot examine into the import of propositions. Now this is a subject which stands on the very threshold of the science of logic. The object of logic, as defined in the introductory chapter, is to ascertain how we come by that portion of our knowledge, much the greatest portion, which is not intuitive, and by what criterion we can, in matters not self-evident, distinguish between things proved and things not proved, between what is worthy and what is unworthy of belief. Of the various questions which present themselves to our inquiring faculties, some receive an answer from direct consciousness. Others, if resolved at all, can only be resolved by means of evidence. Logic is concerned with these last, but before inquiring into the mode of resolving questions, it is necessary to inquire what are those which offer themselves, what questions are conceivable, what inquiries are there to which mankind have either obtained, or been able to imagine, if possible, that they should obtain, an answer. This point is best ascertained by a survey and analysis of propositions. Part 2. The answer to every question which it is possible to frame must be contained in a proposition or assertion. Whatever can be an object of belief or even of disbelief must, when put into words, assume the form of a proposition. All truth and all error lie in propositions. What by a convenient misapplication of an abstract term we call a truth means simply a true proposition, and errors are false propositions. To know the import of all possible propositions would be to know all questions which can be raised, all matters which are susceptible of being either believed or disbelieved, how many kinds of inquiries can be propounded, how many kinds of judgments can be made, and how many kinds of propositions it is possible to frame with the meaning, are but different forms of one and the same question. Since then, the objects of all belief and of all inquiry express themselves in propositions, a sufficient scrutiny of propositions and of their varieties will apprise us what questions mankind have actually asked of themselves, and what, in the nature of answers to those questions, they have actually thought they had grounds to believe. Now, the first glance at a proposition shows that it is formed by putting together two names. A proposition, according to the common simple definition, which is sufficient for our purpose, is discourse in which something is affirmed or denied of something. Thus, in the proposition gold is yellow, the quality yellow is affirmed of the substance gold. In the proposition Franklin was not born in England, the fact expressed by the words born in England is denied of the man Franklin. Every proposition consists of three parts: the subject, the predicate, and the copula. The predicate is the name denoting that which is affirmed or denied. The subject is the name denoting the person or thing which something is affirmed or denied of. The copula is the sign denoting that there is an affirmation or denial, and thereby enabling the hearer or reader to distinguish a proposition from any other kind of discourse. Thus, in the proposition the earth is round, the predicate is the word round, which denotes the quality affirmed, or, as the phrase is, predicated. The earth, words denoting the object which that quality is affirmed of, compose the subject. The word is, which serves as the connecting mark between the subject and predicate to show that one of them is affirmed of the other, is called the copula. Dismissing for the present the copula, of which more will be said hereafter, every proposition then consists of at least two names, brings together two names in a particular manner. This is already a first step toward what we are in quest of. It appears from this that for an act of belief, one object is not sufficient. The simplest act of belief supposes and has something to do with two objects, two names, to say the least, and, since the names must be names of something, two nameable things. A large class of thinkers would cut the matter short by saying two ideas. They would say that the subject and predicate are both of them names of ideas, the idea of gold, for instance, and the idea of yellow, and that what takes place, or part of what takes place, in the act of belief consists in bringing, as it is often expressed, one of these ideas under the other. But this we are not yet in a condition to say. Whether such be the correct mode of describing the phenomenon is an after consideration. The result with which for the present we must be contented is that in every act of belief two objects are in some manner taken cognizance of, that there can be no belief claimed or question propounded which does not embrace two distinct, either material or intellectual, subjects of thought, each of them capable or not of being conceived by itself, but incapable of being believed by itself. I may say, for instance, the sun. The word has a meaning and suggests that meaning to the mind of anyone who is listening to me. But suppose I ask him whether it is true, whether he believes it. He can give no answer. There is as yet nothing to believe or disbelieve. Now, however, let me make of all possible assertions respecting the sun the one which involves the least of reference to any object besides itself. Let me say, the sun exists. Here at once is something which a person can say he believes. But here, instead of only one, we find two distinct objects of conception. The sun is one object, existence is another. Let it not be said that this second conception, existence, is involved in the first, for the Son may be conceived as no longer existing. The Son does not convey all the meaning that is conveyed by the Son exists. My Father does not include all the meaning of my Father exists, for he may be dead. A round square does not include the meaning of a round square exists, for it does not and cannot exist. When I say the Son, my Father, or a round square, I do not call upon the hearer for any belief or disbelief, nor can either the one or the other be afforded me. But if I say the Son exists, my Father exists, or a round square exists, I call for belief, and should, in the first of the three instances, meet with it. In the second, with belief or disbelief, as the case might be. In the third, with disbelief. Part 3. This first step in the analysis of the object of belief, which, though so obvious, will be found to be not unimportant, is the only one which we shall find it practicable to make without a preliminary survey of language. If we attempt to proceed further in the same path, that is, to analyze any further the import of propositions, we find forced upon us as a subject of previous consideration the import of names. For every proposition consists of two names, and every proposition affirms or denies one of these names of the other. Now, what we do, what passes in our mind when we affirm or deny two names of one another, must depend on what they are names of, since it is with reference to that, and not to the mere names themselves, that we make the affirmation or denial. Here, therefore, we find a new reason why the signification of names and the relation generally between names and the things signified by them must occupy the preliminary stage of the inquiry we are engaged in. It may be objected that the meaning of names can guide us at most only to the opinions, possibly the foolish and groundless opinions, which mankind have formed concerning things, and that as the object of philosophy is truth, not opinion, the philosopher should dismiss words and look into things themselves to ascertain what questions can be asked and answered in regard to them. This advice, which no one has it in his power to follow, is in reality an exhortation to discard the whole fruits of the labours of his predecessors, and conduct himself as if he were the first person who had ever turned an inquiring eye upon nature. What does any one's personal knowledge of things amount to, after subtracting all which he has acquired by means of the words of other people? Even after he has learned as much as people usually do learn from others, will the notions of things contained in his individual mind afford as sufficient a basis for a catalogue raisonné as the notions which are in the minds of all mankind. In any enumeration and classification of things which does not set out from their names, no variety of things will, of course, be comprehended but those recognized by the particular inquirer, and it will still remain to be established, by a subsequent examination of names, that the enumeration has omitted nothing which ought to have been included. But if we begin with names and use them as our clue to the things, we bring at once before us all the distinctions which have been recognized not by a single inquirer, but by all inquirers taken together. It doubtless may, and I believe it will, be found that mankind have multiplied the varieties unnecessarily, and have imagined distinctions among things, where there were only distinctions in the manner of naming them. But we are not entitled to assume this in the commencement. We must begin by recognizing the distinctions made by ordinary language. If some of these appear, on a close examination, not to be fundamental, the enumeration of the different kinds of realities may be abridged accordingly. But to impose upon the facts in the first instance the yoke of a theory, while the grounds of the theory are reserved for discussion in a subsequent stage, is not a course which a logician can reasonably adopt. End of section 4. Section 5 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2, Of Names, Parts 1 through 4. Part 1. A name, says Hobbes, is a word taken at pleasure to serve for a mark which may raise in our mind a thought like to some thought we had before, and which, being pronounced to others, may be to them a sign of what thought the speaker had before in his mind. Footnote. Computational Logic, Chapter 2. End footnote. Footnote. In the original, had or had not. These last words, as involving a subtlety foreign to our present purpose, I have forborne to quote. End footnote. This simple definition of a name as a word or set of words, serving the double purpose of a mark to recall to ourselves the likeness of a former thought, and a sign to make it known to others, appears unexceptionable. Names, indeed, do much more than this, but whatever else they do grows out of, and is the result of this, as will appear in its proper place. Are names more properly said to be the names of things, or of our ideas of things? The first is the expression in common use, the last is that of some metaphysicians who conceived that in adopting it they were introducing a highly important distinction. The eminent thinker just quoted seems to countenance the latter opinion. But seeing, he continues, names ordered in speech, as is defined, are signs of our conceptions, it is manifest they are not signs of the things themselves, for that the sound of this word stone should be the sign of a stone cannot be understood in any sense but this, that he that hears it collects that he that pronounces it thinks of a stone. If it be merely meant that the conception alone, and not the thing itself, is recalled by the name, or imparted to the hearer, this of course cannot be denied. Nevertheless, there seems good reason for adhering to the common usage and calling, as indeed Hobbes himself does in other places, the word sun the name of the sun, and not the name of our idea of the sun. For names are not intended only to make the hearer conceive what we conceive, but also to inform him what we believe. Now, when I use a name for the purpose of expressing a belief, it is a belief concerning the thing itself, not concerning my idea of it. When I say, the sun is the cause of day, I do not mean that my idea of the sun causes or excites in me the idea of day, or in other words, that thinking of the sun makes me think of day. I mean that a certain physical fact, which is called the sun's presence, and which in the ultimate analysis resolves itself into sensations, not ideas, causes another physical fact which is called day. It seems proper to consider a word as the name of that which we intend to be understood by it when we use it, of that which any fact that we assert of it is to be understood of, that in short concerning which, when we employ the word, we intend to give information. Names, therefore, shall always be spoken of in this work as the names of things themselves, and not merely of our ideas of things. But the question now arises, of what things? And to answer this, it is necessary to take into consideration the different kinds of names. Part 2. It is usual, before examining the various classes into which names are commonly divided, to begin by distinguishing from names of every description those words which are not names but only parts of names. Among such are reckoned particles as of, to, truly, often. The inflected cases of nouns substantive as me, him, John's, and even adjectives as large, heavy. These words do not express things of which anything can be affirmed or denied. We cannot say heavy fell or a heavy fell, truly or a truly was asserted, of or an of was in the room, unless indeed we are speaking of the mere words themselves, as when we say truly is an English word or heavy is an adjective. In that case they are complete names, for example, names of those particular sounds or of those particular collections of written characters. This employment of a word to denote the mere letters and syllables of which it is composed was termed by the schoolmen the suppositio materialis of the word. In any other sense, we cannot introduce one of these words into the subject of a proposition unless in combination with other words, as a heavy body fell, a truly important fact was asserted, a member of Parliament was in the room. An adjective, however, is capable of standing by itself as the predicate of a proposition, as when we say snow is white, and occasionally even as the subject, for we may say white is an agreeable colour. The adjective is often said to be so used by a grammatical ellipsis, snow is white, instead of snow is a white object. White is an agreeable colour, instead of a white colour or the colour white is agreeable. The Greeks and Romans were allowed by the rules of their language to employ this ellipsis universally in the subject as well as in the predicate of a proposition. In English this cannot, generally speaking, be done. We may say the earth is round, but we cannot say round is easily moved. We must say a round object. This distinction, however, is rather grammatical than logical, since there is no difference of meaning between round and a round object. It is only custom which prescribes that on any given occasion one shall be used and not the other. We shall therefore, without scruple, speak of adjectives as names, whether in their own right or as representative of the more circuitous forms of expression above exemplified. The other classes of subsidiary words have no title whatever to be considered as names. An adverb or an accusative case cannot, under any circumstances, except when their mere letters and syllables are spoken of, figure as one of the terms of a proposition. Words which are not capable of being used as names, but only as parts of names, were called by some of the schoolmen syncategorematic terms, from syn, with, and categoreo, to predicate, because it was only with some other word that they could be predicated. A word which could be used either as the subject or predicate of a proposition without being accompanied by any other word was termed by the same authorities a categorematic term. A combination of one or more categorematic and one or more syncategorematic words, as a heavy body or a court of justice, they sometimes called a mixed term. But this seems a needless multiplication of technical expressions. A mixed term is, in the only useful sense of the word, categorematic. It belongs to the class of what have been called many-worded names. For as one word is frequently not a name, but only part of a name, so a number of words often compose one single name and no more. These words, the place which the wisdom or policy of antiquity had destined for the residence of the Abyssinian princes, form in the estimation of the logician only one name, one categorematic term. A mode of determining whether any set of words makes only one name, or more than one, is by predicating something of it, and observing whether, by this predication, we make only one assertion or several. Thus, when we say, John Noakes, who was the mayor of the town, died yesterday, by this predication we make but one assertion, whence it appears that John Noakes, who was the mayor of the town, is no more than one name. It is true that in this proposition, besides the assertion that John Noakes died yesterday, there is included another assertion, namely, that John Noakes was mayor of the town. But this last assertion was already made. We did not make it by adding the predicate died yesterday. Suppose, however, that the words had been John Noakes and the mayor of the town, they would have formed two names instead of one. For when we say John Noakes and the mayor of the town died yesterday, we make two assertions, one, that John Noakes died yesterday, the other, that the mayor of the town died yesterday. It being needless to illustrate at any greater length the subject of many-worded names, we proceed to the distinctions which have been established among names, not according to the words they are composed of, but according to their signification. Part 3. All names are names of something, real or imaginary, but all things have not names appropriated to them individually. For some individual objects we require, and consequently have, separate distinguishing names. There is a name for every person, and for every remarkable place. Other objects of which we have not occasion to speak so frequently, we do not designate by a name of their own, but when the necessity arises for naming them, we do so by putting together several words, each of which by itself might be and is used for an indefinite number of other objects, as when I say, this stone. This and stone being, each of them, names that may be used of many other objects besides the particular one meant, though the only object of which they can both be used at the given moment consistently with their signification may be the one of which I wish to speak. Were this the sole purpose for which names that are common to more things than one could be employed, if they only served by mutually limiting each other to afford a designation for such individual objects as have no names of their own, they could only be ranked among contrivances for economizing the use of language. But it is evident that this is not their sole function. It is by their means that we are enabled to assert general propositions, to affirm or deny any predicate of an indefinite number of things at once. The distinction, therefore, between general names and individual or singular names is fundamental, and may be considered as the first grand division of names. A general name is familiarly defined a name which is capable of being truly affirmed in the same sense of each of an indefinite number of things. An individual or singular name is a name which is only capable of being truly affirmed in the same sense of one thing. Thus, man is capable of being truly affirmed of John, George, Mary, and other persons without assignable limit, and it is affirmed of all of them in the same sense, for the word man expresses certain qualities, and when we predicate it of those persons, we assert that they all possess those qualities. But John is only capable of being truly affirmed of one single person, at least in the same sense. For though there are many persons who bear that name, it is not conferred upon them to indicate any qualities or any thing which belongs to them in common, and cannot be said to be affirmed of them in any sense at all, consequently not in the same sense. The king who succeeded William the Conqueror is also an individual name, for that there cannot be more than one person of whom it can be truly affirmed is applied in the meaning of the words. Even the king, when the occasion or the context defines the individual of whom it is to be understood, may justly be regarded as an individual name. It is not unusual, by way of explaining what is meant by a general name, to say that it is the name of a class, but this, though a convenient mode of expression for some purposes, is objectionable as a definition, since it explains the clearer of two things by the more obscure. It would be more logical to reverse the proposition and turn it into a definition of the word class. A class is the indefinite multitude of individuals denoted by a general name. It is necessary to distinguish general from collective names. A general name is one which can be predicated of each individual of a multitude. A collective name cannot be predicated of each separately, but only of all taken together. The 76th Regiment of Foot in the British Army, which is a collective name, is not a general but an individual name, for though it can be predicated of a multitude of individual soldiers taken jointly, it cannot be predicated of them severally. We may say Jones is a soldier, and Thompson is a soldier, and Smith is a soldier, but we cannot say Jones is the 76th Regiment, and Thompson is the 76th Regiment, and Smith is the 76th Regiment. We can only say Jones and Thompson and Smith and Brown and so forth, enumerating all the soldiers, are the 76th Regiment. The 76th Regiment is a collective name, but not a general one. A regiment is both a collective and a general name. General with respect to all individual regiments, of each of which separately it can be affirmed. Collective with respect to the individual soldiers of whom any regiment is composed. Part 4. The second general division of names is into concrete and abstract. A concrete name is a name which stands for a thing. An abstract name is a name which stands for an attribute of a thing. Thus, John, the sea, this table are names of things. White also is a name of a thing, or rather of things. Whiteness, again, is the name of a quality or attribute of those things. Man is a name of many things. Humanity is a name of an attribute of those things. Old is a name of things. Old age is a name of one of their attributes. I have used the words concrete and abstract in the sense annexed to them by the schoolmen who, notwithstanding the imperfections of their philosophy, were unrivalled in the construction of technical language, and whose definitions, in logic at least, though they never went more than a little way into the subject, have seldom, I think, been altered but to be spoiled. A practice, however, has grown up in more modern times which, if not introduced by Locke, has gained currency chiefly from his example of applying the expression abstract name to all names which are the result of abstraction or generalization, and consequently to all general names, instead of confining it to the names of attributes. The metaphysicians of the Condillac school, whose admiration of Locke, passing over the profoundest speculations of that truly original genius, usually fastens with peculiar eagerness upon his weakest points, have gone on imitating him in this abuse of language until there is now some difficulty in restoring the word to its original signification. A more wanton alteration in the meaning of a word is rarely to be met with, for the expression general name, the exact equivalent of which exists in all languages I am acquainted with, was already available for the purpose to which abstract has been misappropriated. while the misappropriation leaves that important class of words, the name of attributes, without any compact distinctive appellation. The old acceptation, however, has not gone so completely out of use as to deprive those who still adhere to it of all chance of being understood. By abstract, then, I shall always, in logic proper, mean the opposite of concrete by an abstract name, the name of an attribute, by a concrete name, the name of an object. Do abstract names belong to the class of general or to that of singular names? Some of them are certainly general. I mean those which are names not of one single and definite attribute, but of a class of attributes. Such is the word colour, which is a name common to whiteness, redness, and so on. Such is even the word whiteness in respect of the different shades of whiteness to which it is applied in common. The word magnitude in respect of the various degrees of magnitude and the various dimensions of space. The word weight in respect of the various degrees of weight. Such also is the word attribute itself, the common name of all particular attributes. But when only one attribute, neither variable in degree nor in kind, is designated by the name, as visibleness, tangibleness, equality, squareness, milk whiteness, then the name can hardly be considered general, for though it denotes an attribute of many different objects, the attribute itself is always conceived as one, not many. Footnote. See section 19 of this work, Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 3. End footnote. To avoid needless logo machines, the best course would probably be to consider these names as neither general nor individual, and to place them in a class apart. It may be objected to our definition of an abstract name that not only the names which we have called abstract, but adjectives which we have placed in the concrete class are names of attributes, that white, for example, is as much the name of the colour as whiteness is. But, as before remarked, a word ought to be considered as the name of that which we intend to be understood by it when we put it to its principal use, that is, when we employ it in predication. When we say snow is white, milk is white, linen is white, we do not mean it to be understood that snow or linen or milk is a colour. We mean that they are things having the colour. The reverse is the case with the word whiteness. What we affirm to be whiteness is not snow, but the colour of snow. Whiteness, therefore, is the name of the colour exclusively. White is a name of all things whatever having the colour, a name not of the quality whiteness, but of every white object. It is true, this name was given to all those various objects on account of the quality, and we may therefore say without impropriety that the quality forms part of its signification. But a name can only be said to stand for, or to be a name of, the things of which it can be predicated. We shall presently see that all names which can be said to have any signification, all names by applying which to an individual we give any information respecting that individual, may be said to imply an attribute of some sort, but they are not names of the attribute. It has its own proper abstract name. End of section 5. Section 6 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Names, Parts 5 through 8. Part 5. This leads to the consideration of a third great division of names into connotative and non-connotative, the latter sometimes but improperly called absolute. This is one of the most important distinctions which we shall have occasion to point out, and one of those which goes deepest into the nature of language. A non-connotative term is one which signifies a subject only, or an attribute only. A connotative term is one which denotes a subject and implies an attribute. By a subject is here meant anything which possesses attributes. Thus John, or London, or England are names which signify a subject only. Whiteness, length, virtue signify an attribute only. None of these names, therefore, are connotative, but white, long, virtuous are connotative. The word white denotes all white things, as snow, paper, the foam of the sea, and so on, and implies, or in the language of the schoolmen, connotes the attribute whiteness. Footnote: notare, to mark, connotare, to mark along with, to mark one thing with, or in addition to another. End footnote. The word white is not predicated of the attribute, but of the subjects, snow, and so on. But when we predicate it of them, we convey the meaning that the attribute whiteness belongs to them. The same may be said of the other words above cited. Virtuous, for example, is the name of a class which includes Socrates, Howard the man of Ross, and an undefinable number of other individuals, past, present, and to come. These individuals collectively and severally can alone be said with propriety to be denoted by the word. Of them alone can it properly be said to be a name. But it is a name applied to all of them in consequence of an attribute which they are supposed to possess in common, the attribute which has received the name of virtue. It is applied to all beings that are considered to possess this attribute, and to none which are not so considered. All concrete general names are connotative. The word man, for example, denotes Peter, Jane, John, and an indefinite number of other individuals of whom, taken as a class, it is the name. But it is applied to them because they possess, and to signify that they possess, certain attributes. These seem to be corporeity, animal life, rationality, and a certain external form which, for distinction, we call the human. Every existing thing which possessed all these attributes would be called a man, and anything which possessed none of them, or only one, or two, or even three of them, without the fourth, would not be so called. For example, if in the interior of Africa there were to be discovered a race of animals possessing reason equal to that of human beings, but with the form of an elephant, they would not be called men. Swift's hooihounds would not be so called, or if such newly discovered beings possessed the form of man, without any vestige of reason, it is probable that some other name than that of man would be found for them. How it happens that there can be any doubt about the matter will appear hereafter. The word man, therefore, signifies all these attributes, and all subjects which possess these attributes, but it can be predicated only of the subjects. What we call men are the subjects, the individual styles and notes, not the qualities by which their humanity is constituted. The name, therefore, is said to signify the subjects directly, the attributes indirectly. It denotes the subjects and implies, or involves, or indicates, or, as we shall say henceforth, connotes the attributes. It is a connotative name. Connotative names have hence been also called denominative, because the subject which they denote is denominated by, or receives a name from, the attribute which they connote. Snow and other objects receive the name white because they possess the attribute which is called whiteness. Peter, James, and others receive the name man because they possess the attributes which are considered to constitute humanity. The attribute or attributes may therefore be said to denominate those objects or to give them a common name. Footnote. Archbishop Whately, who, in the later editions of his Elements of Logic, aided in reviving the important distinction treated of in the text, proposes the term attributive as a substitute for connotative, page 22, 9th edition. The expression is in itself appropriate, but as it has not the advantage of being connected with any verb of so markedly distinctive a character as to connote, it is not, I think, fitted to supply the place of the word connotative in scientific use. End footnote. It has been seen that all concrete general names are connotative, even abstract names, though the names only of attributes may in some instances be justly considered as connotative, for attributes themselves may have attributes ascribed to them, and a word which denotes attributes may connote an attribute of those attributes. Of this description, for example, is such a word as fault, equivalent to bad or hurtful quality. This word is a name common to many attributes and connotes hurtfulness, an attribute of those various attributes. When, for example, we say that slowness in a horse is a fault, we do not mean that the slow movement, the actual change of pace of the slow horse is a bad thing, but the property or peculiarity of the horse from which it derives that name, the quality of being a slow mover, is an undesirable peculiarity. In regard to those concrete names which are not general but individual, a distinction must be made. Proper names are not connotative. They denote the individuals who are called by them, but they do not indicate or imply any attributes as belonging to those individuals. When we name a child by the name Paul, or a dog by the name Caesar, these names are simply marks used to enable those individuals to be made subjects of discourse. It may be said, indeed, that we must have had some reason for giving them those names rather than any others, and this is true, but the name, once given, is independent of the reason. A man may have been named John, because that was the name of his father. A town may have been named Dartmouth, because it is situated at the mouth of the Dart. But it is no part of the signification of the word John that the father of the person so called bore the same name, nor even of the word Dartmouth, to be situated at the mouth of the Dart. If sand should choke up the mouth of the river, or an earthquake change its course and remove it to a distance from the town, the name of the town would not necessarily be changed. That fact, therefore, can form no part of the signification of the word, for otherwise, when the fact confessedly ceased to be true, no one would any longer think of applying the name. Proper names are attached to the objects themselves and are not dependent on the continuance of any attribute of the object. But there is another kind of names, which, although they are individual names, that is, predicable only of one object, are really connotative. For though we may give to an individual a name utterly unmeaning, which we call a proper name, a word which answers the purpose of showing what thing it is we are talking about, but not of telling anything about it, yet a name peculiar to an individual is not necessarily of this description. It may be significant of some attribute or some union of attributes, which, being possessed by no object but one, determines the name exclusively to that individual. The sun is a name of this description. God, when used by a monotheist, is another. These, however, are scarcely examples of what we are now attempting to illustrate, being, in strictness of language, general, not individual names. For however they may be in fact predicable only of one object, there is nothing in the meaning of the words themselves which implies this, and accordingly, when we are imagining and not affirming, we may speak of many sons, and the majority of mankind have believed and still believe that there are many gods. But it is easy to produce words which are real instances of connotative individual names. It may be part of the meaning of the connotative name itself that there can exist but one individual possessing the attribute which it connotes, as for instance, the only son of John Stiles, the first emperor of Rome. Or the attribute connoted may be a connection with some determinate event, and the connection may be of such a kind as only one individual could have, or may at least be such as only one individual actually had, and this may be implied in the form of the expression. The father of Socrates is an example of the one kind, since Socrates could not have had two fathers. The author of the Iliad, the murderer of Henri IV of the second. For though it is conceivable that more persons than one might have participated in the authorship of the Iliad, or in the murder of Henri IV, the employment of the article the implies that, in fact, this was not the case. What is here done by the word the is done in other cases by the context. Thus, Caesar's army is an individual name if it appears from the context that the army meant is that which Caesar commanded in a particular battle. The still more general expressions, the Roman army or the Christian army, may be individualized in a similar manner. Another case of frequent occurrence has already been noticed. It is the following. The name, being a many-worded one, may consist in the first place of a general name, capable therefore in itself of being affirmed of more things than one, but which is, in the second place, so limited by other words joined with it, that the entire expression can only be predicated of one object, consistently with the meaning of the general term. This is exemplified in such an instance as the following. The present Prime Minister of England. Prime Minister of England is a general name. The attributes which it connotes may be possessed by an indefinite number of persons, in succession, however, not simultaneously, since the meaning of the name itself imports, among other things, that there can be only one such person at a time. This being the case, and the application of the name being afterward limited by the article and the word present to such individuals as possess the attributes at one indivisible point of time, it becomes applicable only to one individual, and as this appears from the meaning of the name without any extrinsic proof, it is strictly an individual name. From the preceding observations it will easily be collected that, whenever the names given to objects convey any information, that is, whenever they have properly any meaning, the meaning resides not in what they denote, but in what they connote. The only names of objects which connote nothing are proper names, and these have, strictly speaking, no signification. Footnote. A writer who entitles his book Philosophy, or The Science of Truth, charges me in his very first page, referring at the foot of it to this passage, with asserting that general names have properly no signification, and he repeats this statement many times in the course of his volume, with comments not at all flattering thereon. It is well to be now and then reminded to how great a length perverse misquotation, for strange as it appears, I do not believe that the writer is dishonest, can sometimes go. It is a warning to readers when they see an author accused, with volume and page referred to, and the apparent guarantee of inverted commas, of maintaining something more than commonly absurd, not to give implicit credence to the assertion without verifying the reference. End footnote. If, like the robber in the Arabian Nights, we make a mark with chalk on a house to enable us to know it again, the mark has a purpose, but it has not properly any meaning. The chalk does not declare anything about the house. It does not mean this is such a person's house, or this is a house which contains booty. The object of making the mark is merely distinction. I say to myself, all these houses are so nearly alike that if I lose sight of them, I shall not again be able to distinguish that which I am now looking at from any of the others. I must therefore contrive to make the appearance of this one house unlike that of the others, that I may hereafter know when I see the mark, not indeed any attribute of the house, but simply that it is the same house which I am now looking at. Morgiana chalked all the other houses in a similar manner and defeated the scheme. How? Simply by obliterating the difference of appearance between that house and the others. The chalk was still there, but it no longer served the purpose of a distinctive mark. When we impose a proper name, we perform an operation in some degree analogous to what the robber intended in chalking the house. We put a mark, not indeed upon the object itself, but, so to speak, upon the idea of the object. A proper name is but an unmeaning mark which we connect in our minds with the idea of the object, in order that, whenever the mark meets our eyes or occurs to our thoughts, we may think of that individual object. Not being attached to the thing itself, it does not, like the chalk, enable us to distinguish the object when we see it, but it enables us to distinguish it when it is spoken of, either in the records of our own experience or in the discourse of others, to know that what we find asserted in any proposition of which it is the subject is asserted of the individual thing with which we were previously acquainted. When we predicate of anything its proper name, when we say, pointing to a man, this is Brown, or Smith, or pointing to a city, that is York, we do not, merely by so doing, convey to the reader any information about them, except that those are their names. By enabling him to identify the individuals, we may connect them with information previously possessed by him, by saying, this is York. We may tell him that it contains the Minster, but this is in virtue of what he has previously heard concerning York, not by anything implied in the name. It is otherwise when objects are spoken of by connotative names. When we say, the town is built of marble, we give the hearer what may be entirely new information, and this merely by the signification of the many-worded connotative name built of marble. Such names are not signs of the mere objects, invented because we have occasion to think and speak of those objects individually, but signs which accompany an attribute, a kind of livery, in which the attribute clothes all objects which are recognized as possessing it. They are not mere marks, but more, that is to say, significant marks, and the connotation is what constitutes their significance. As a proper name is said to be the name of the one individual which it is predicated of, so, as well from the importance of adhering to analogy as for the other reasons formerly assigned, a connotative name ought to be considered a name of all the various individuals which it is predicable of, or in other words, denotes, and not of what it connotes. But by learning what things it is a name of, we do not learn the meaning of the name, for to the same thing we may, with equal propriety, apply many names, not equivalent in meaning. Thus, I call a certain man by the name Sophroniscus. I call him by another name, the father of Socrates. Both these are names of the same individual, but their meaning is altogether different. They are applied to that individual for two different purposes, the one merely to distinguish him from other persons who are spoken of, the other to indicate a fact relating to him, the fact that Socrates was his son. I further apply to him these other expressions: a man, a Greek, an Athenian, a sculptor, an old man, an honest man, a brave man. All these are, or may be, names of Sophroniscus, not indeed of him alone, but of him and each of an indefinite number of other human beings. Each of these names is applied to Sophroniscus for a different reason, and by each whoever understands its meaning is apprised of a distinct fact or number of facts concerning him. But those who knew nothing about the names except that they were applicable to Sophroniscus would be altogether ignorant of their meaning. It is even possible that I might know every single individual of whom a given name could be, with truth, affirmed, and yet could not be said to know the meaning of the name. A child knows who are its brothers and sisters, long before it has any definite conception of the nature of the facts which are involved in the signification of those words. In some cases it is not easy to decide precisely how much a particular word does or does not connote. That is, we do not exactly know, the case not having arisen, what degree of difference in the object would occasion a difference in the name. Thus it is clear that the word man, beside animal life and rationality, connotes also a certain external form, but it would be impossible to say precisely what form, that is, to decide how great a deviation from the form ordinarily found in the beings whom we are accustomed to call men would suffice in a newly discovered race to make us refuse them the name of man. Rationality also being a quality which admits of degrees, it has never been settled what is the lowest degree of that quality which would entitle any creature to be considered a human being. In all such cases, the meaning of the general name is so far unsettled and vague, mankind have not come to any positive agreement about the matter. When we come to treat of classification, we shall have occasion to show under what conditions this vagueness may exist without practical inconvenience, and cases will appear in which the ends of language are better promoted by it than by complete precision, in order that in natural history, for instance, individuals or species of no very marked character may be ranged with those more strongly characterized individuals or species to which, in all their properties taken together, they bear the nearest resemblance. But this partial uncertainty in the connotation of names can only be free from mischief when guarded by strict precautions. One of the chief sources, indeed, of lax habits of thought is the custom of using connotative terms without a distinctly ascertained connotation, and with no more precise notion of their meaning than can be loosely collected from observing what objects they are used to denote. It is in this manner that we all acquire, and inevitably so, our first knowledge of our vernacular language. A child learns the meaning of the words man or white by hearing them applied to a variety of individual objects and finding out by a process of generalization and analysis which he could not himself describe what those different objects have in common. In the case of these two words, the process is so easy as to require no assistance from culture. The objects called human beings and the objects called white differing from all others by qualities of a peculiarly definite and obvious character. But in many other cases, objects bear a general resemblance to one another, which leads to their being familiarly classed together under a common name, while, without more analytic habits than the generality of mankind possesses, it is not immediately apparent what are the particular attributes, upon the possession of which, in common by them all, their general resemblance depends. When this is the case, people use the name without any recognized connotation, that is, without any precise meaning. They talk, and consequently think, vaguely, and remain contented to attach only the same degree of significance to their own words which a child 3 years old attaches to the words brother and sister. The child at least is seldom puzzled by the starting up of new individuals, of whom he is ignorant whether or not to confer the title, because there is usually an authority close at hand competent to solve all doubts. But a similar resource does not exist in the generality of cases, and new objects are continually presenting themselves to men, women, and children, which they are called upon to class proprio motu. They accordingly do this on no other principle than that of superficial similarity, giving to each new object the name of that familiar object, the idea of which it most readily recalls, or which, on a cursory inspection, it seems to them most to resemble, as an unknown substance found in the ground will be called, according to its texture, earth, sand, or a stone. In this manner names creep on from subject to subject until all traces of a common meaning sometimes disappear, and the word comes to denote a number of things, not only independently of any common attribute, but which have actually no attribute in common, or none but what is shared by other things, to which the name is capriciously refused. Footnote: take the familiar term stone. It is applied to mineral and rocky materials, to the kernels of fruit, to the accumulations in the gall bladder and in the kidney, while it is refused to polished minerals, called gems, to rocks that have the cleavage suited for roofing, slates, and to baked clay, bricks. It occurs in the designation of the magnetic oxide of iron, lodestone, and not in speaking of other metallic ores. Such a term is wholly unfit for accurate reasoning unless hedged round on every occasion by other phrases, as building stone, precious stone, gallstone, and so on. Moreover, the methods of definition are baffled for want of sufficient community to ground upon. There is no quality uniformly present in the cases where it is applied, and uniformly absent where it is not applied. Hence, the definer would have to employ largely the license of striking off existing applications and taking in new ones. Bain, Logic 2, 172. End footnote. Even scientific writers have aided in this perversion of general language from its purpose, sometimes because, like the vulgar, they knew no better, and sometimes in deference to that aversion to admit new words which induces mankind on all subjects not considered technical to attempt to make the original stock of names serve with but little augmentation to express a constantly increasing number of objects and distinctions, and, consequently, to express them in a manner progressively more and more imperfect. To what a degree this loose mode of classing and denominating objects has rendered the vocabulary of mental and moral philosophy unfit for the purposes of accurate thinking is best known to whoever has most meditated on the present condition of those branches of knowledge. Since, however, the introduction of a new technical language as the vehicle of speculations on subjects belonging to the domain of daily discussion is extremely difficult to effect, and would not be free from inconvenience even if effected, the problem for the philosopher, and one of the most difficult which he has to resolve, is, in retaining the existing phraseology, how best to alleviate its imperfections. This can only be accomplished by giving to every general concrete name which there is frequent occasion to predicate a definite and fixed connotation, in order that it may be known what attributes, when we call on an object by that name, we really mean to predicate of the object, and the question of most nicety is, how to give this fixed connotation to a name with the least possible change in the objects which the name is habitually employed to denote, with the least possible disarrangement, either by adding or subtraction, of the group of objects which, in however imperfect a manner it serves to circumscribe and hold together, and with the least vitiation of the truth of any propositions which are commonly received as true. This desirable purpose of giving a fixed connotation where it is wanting is the end aimed at whenever anyone attempts to give a definition of a general name already in use. Every definition of a connotative name being an attempt either merely to declare or to declare and analyze the connotation of the name, and the fact that no questions which have arisen in the moral sciences have been subjects of keener controversy than the definitions of almost all the leading expressions is a proof how great an extent the evil to which we have adverted has attained. Names with indeterminate connotation are not to be confounded with names which have more than one connotation, that is to say, ambiguous words. A word may have several meanings, but all of them fixed and recognized ones, as the word post, for example, or the word box, the various senses of which it would be endless to enumerate, and the paucity of existing names in comparison with the demand for them may often render it advisable and even necessary to retain a name in this multiplicity of acceptations, distinguishing these so clearly as to prevent their being confounded with one another. Such a word may be considered as two or more names, accidentally written and spoken alike. Footnote. Before quitting the subject of connotative names, it is proper to observe that the first writer who, in our times, has adopted from the schoolmen the word to connote, Mr. James Mill, in his analysis of the phenomena of the human mind, employs it in a signification different from that in which it is here used. He uses the word in a sense coextensive with its etymology, applying it to every case in which a name, while pointing directly to one thing, which is consequently termed its signification, includes also a tacit reference to some other thing in the case considered in the text, that of concrete general names. His language and mine are the converse of one another. Considering, very justly, the signification of the name to lie in the attribute, he speaks of the word as noting the attribute and connoting the things possessing the attribute. And he describes abstract names as being properly concrete names with their connotation dropped, whereas, in my view, it is the denotation which would be said to be dropped, what was previously connoted becoming the whole signification. In adopting a phraseology at variance with that which so high an authority, and one which I am less likely than any other person to undervalue, has deliberately sanctioned, I have been influenced by the urgent necessity for a term exclusively appropriated to express the manner in which a concrete general name serves to mark the attributes which are involved in its signification. This necessity can scarcely be felt in its full force by anyone who has not found by experience how vain is the attempt to communicate clear ideas on the philosophy of language without such a word. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that some of the most prevalent of the errors with which logic has been infected, and a large part of this cloudiness and confusion of ideas which have enveloped it, would, in all probability, have been avoided if a term had been in common use to express exactly what I have signified by the term to connote. And the schoolmen to whom we are indebted for the greater part of our logical language gave us this also, and in this very sense. For though some of their general expressions countenance the use of the word, in the more extensive and vague acceptation in which it is taken by Mr. Mill, yet when they had to define it specifically as a technical term and to fix its meaning as such with that admirable precision which always characterizes their definitions, they clearly explained that nothing was said to be connoted except forms, which word may generally, in their writings, be understood as synonymous with attributes. Now, if the word to connote, so well suited to the purpose to which they applied it, be diverted from that purpose by being taken to fulfill another, for which it does not seem to me to be at all required, I am unable to find any expression to replace it, but such as are commonly employed in a sense so much more general that it would be useless attempting to associate them peculiarly with this precise idea. Such are the words to involve, to imply, and so on. By employing these, I should fail of attaining the object for which alone the name is needed, namely, to distinguish this particular kind of involving and implying from all other kinds, and to assure to it the degree of habitual attention which its importance demands. End footnote. Part 6. The fourth principal division of names is into positive and negative. Positive as man, tree, good. Negative as not man, not tree, not good. To every positive concrete name, a corresponding negative one might be framed. After giving a name to any one thing or to any plurality of things, we might create a second name, which should be a name of all things whatever, except that particular thing or things. These negative names are employed whenever we have occasion to speak collectively of all things other than some thing or class of things. When the positive name is connotative, the corresponding negative name is connotative likewise, but in a peculiar way, connoting not the presence but the absence of an attribute. Thus, not white denotes all things whatever except white things, and connotes the attribute of not possessing whiteness. For the non-possession of any given attribute is also an attribute, and may receive a name as such, and thus negative concrete names may obtain negative abstract names to correspond to them. Footnote. Professor Bain, Logic 1:56, thinks that negative names are not names of all things whatever except those denoted by the correlative positive name, but only for all things of some particular class, not white, for instance. He deems not to be a name for everything in nature except white things, but only for every coloured thing other than white. In this case, however, as in all others, the test of what a name denotes is what it can be predicated of, and we can certainly predicate of a sound or a smell that it is not white. The affirmation and the negation of the same attribute cannot but divide the whole field of predication between them. End footnote. Names which are positive in form are often negative in reality, and others are really positive, though their form is negative. The word inconvenient, for example, does not express the mere absence of convenience. It expresses a positive attribute, that of being the cause of discomfort or annoyance. So the word unpleasant, notwithstanding its negative form, does not connote the mere absence of pleasantness, but a less degree of what is signalled by the word painful, which it is hardly necessary to say is positive. Idle, on the other hand, is a word which, though positive in form, expresses nothing but what would be signified either by the phrase not working or by the phrase not disposed to work, and sober either by not drunk or by not drunken. There is a class of names called privative. A privative name is equivalent in its signification to a positive and a negative name taken together, being the name of something which has once had a particular attribute, or, for some other reason, might have been expected to have it, but which has it not. Such is the word blind, which is not equivalent to not seeing or to not capable of seeing, but it would not, except by a poetical or rhetorical figure, be applied to stocks and stones. A thing is not usually said to be blind unless the class to which it is most familiarly referred, or to which it is referred on the particular occasion, be chiefly composed of things which can see, as in the case of a blind man or a blind horse, or, unless it is supposed for any reason that it ought to see, as in the saying of a man, that he rushed blindly into an abyss, or of philosophers, or the clergy, that the greater part of them are blind guides. The names called privative, therefore, connote two things: the absence of certain attributes, and the presence of others from which the presence also of the former might naturally have been expected. Part 7. The fifth leading division of names is into relative and absolute, or let us rather say relative and non-relative, for the word absolute is put upon much too hard duty in metaphysics, not to be willingly spared when its services can be dispensed with. It resembles the word civil in the language of jurisprudence, which stands for the opposite of criminal, the opposite of ecclesiastical, the opposite of military, the opposite of political, in short, the opposite of any positive word which wants a negative. Relative names are such as father, son, ruler, subject, like, equal, unlike, unequal, longer, shorter, cause, effect. Their characteristic property is that they are always given in pairs. Every relative name which is predicated of an object supposes another object or objects of which we may predicate either that same name or another relative name which is said to be the correlative of the former. Thus, when we call any person a son, we suppose other persons who must be called parents. When we call any event a cause, we suppose another event which is an effect. When we say of any distance that it is longer, we suppose another distance which is shorter. When we say of any object that it is like, we mean that it is like some other object, which is also said to be like the first. In this last case, both objects receive the same name. The relative term is its own correlative. It is evident that these words, when concrete, are, like other concrete general names, connotative. They denote a subject and connote an attribute, and each of them has or might have a corresponding abstract name to denote the attribute connoted by the concrete. Thus, the concrete like has its abstract likeness. The concretes father and son have or might have the abstracts paternity and filiati, or sonship. The concrete name connotes an attribute, and the abstract name which answers to it denotes that attribute. But of what nature is the attribute? Wherein consists the peculiarity in the connotation of a relative name? The attribute signified by a relative name, say some, is a relation, and this they give, if not as a sufficient explanation, at least as the only one attainable. If they are asked what then is a relation, they do not profess to be able to tell. It is generally regarded as something peculiar, recondite, and mysterious. I cannot, however, perceive in what respect it is more so than any other attribute. Indeed, it appears to be so in a somewhat less degree. I conceive rather that it is by examining into the signification of relative names, or, in other words, into the nature of the attribute which they connote, that a clear insight may best be obtained into the nature of all attributes, of all that is meant by an attribute. It is obvious, in fact, that if we take any two correlative names, father and son, for instance, though the objects denoted by the names are different, they both, in a certain sense, connote the same thing. They cannot, indeed, be said to connote the same attribute. To be a father is not the same thing as to be a son. But when we call one man a father, another a son, what we mean to affirm is a set of facts which are exactly the same in both cases. To predicate of A that he is the father of B, and of B that he is the son of A, is to assert one and the same fact in different words. The two propositions are exactly equivalent. Neither of them asserts more or asserts less than the other. The paternity of A and the fility of B are not two facts, but two modes of expressing the same fact. That fact, when analyzed, consists of a series of physical events or phenomena in which both A and B are parties concerned and from which they both derive names. What those names really connote is this series of events, that is, the meaning and the whole meaning which either of them is intended to convey. The series of events may be said to constitute the relation. The schoolmen called it the foundation of the relation. Fundamentum relationis. In this manner, any fact or series of facts in which two different objects are implicated and which is therefore predicable of both of them may be either considered as constituting an attribute of the one or an attribute of the other. According as we consider it in the former or in the latter aspect, it is connoted by the one or the other of the two correlative names. Father connotes the fact regarding as constituting an attribute of A. Son connotes the same fact as constituting an attribute of B. It may evidently be regarded with equal propriety in either light, and all that appears necessary to account for the existence of relative names is that whenever there is a fact in which two individuals are concerned, an attribute grounded on that fact may be ascribed to either of these individuals. A name, therefore, is said to be relative when, over and above the object which it denotes, it implies in its signification the existence of another object also deriving a denomination from the same fact which is the ground of the first name, or, to express the same meaning in other words, a name is relative when, being the name of one thing, its signification cannot be explained but by mentioning another. Or we may state it thus: when the name cannot be employed in discourse so as to have a meaning, unless the name of some other thing than what it is itself the name of be either expressed or understood. These definitions are all, at bottom, equivalent, being modes of variously expressing this one distinctive circumstance, that every other attribute of an object might, without any contradiction, be conceived still to exist, if no object beside that one had ever existed. But those of its attributes which are expressed by relative names would, on that supposition, be swept away. Footnote. Or rather, all objects except itself and the percipient mind, for, as we shall see hereafter, to ascribe any attribute to an object necessarily implies a mind to perceive it. The simple and clear explanation given in the text of relation and relative names, a subject so long the opprobrium of metaphysics, was given, as far as I know, for the first time by Mr. James Mill in his Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind. End footnote. Part 8. Names have been further distinguished into univocal and equivocal. These, however, are not two kinds of names, but two different modes of employing names. A name is univocal, or applied univocally, with respect to all things of which it can be predicated in the same sense. It is equivocal, or applied equivocally, as respects those things of which it is predicated in different senses. It is scarcely necessary to give instances of a fact so familiar as the double meaning of a word. In reality, as has been already observed, an equivocal or ambiguous word is not one name, but two names, accidentally coinciding in sound. File, meaning a steel instrument, and file, meaning a line of soldiers, have no more title to be considered one word because written alike than Greece and Greece have because they are pronounced alike. They are one sound appropriated to form two different words. An intermediate case is that of a name used analogically or metaphorically, that is, a name which is predicated of two things, not univocally or exactly in the same signification, but in significations somewhat similar and which, being derived one from the other, one of them may be considered the primary and the other a secondary signification, as when we speak of a brilliant light and a brilliant achievement. The word is not applied in the same sense to the light and to the achievement, but having been applied to the light in its original sense, that of brightness to the eye, it is transferred to the achievement in a derivative signification supposed to be somewhat like the primitive one. The word, however, is just as properly two names instead of one, in this case as in that of the most perfect ambiguity, and one of the commonest forms of fallacious reasoning arising from ambiguity is that of arguing from a metaphorical expression as if it were literal, that is, as if a word, when applied metaphorically, were the same name as when taken in its original sense, which will be seen more particularly in its place. End of section 6. Section 7 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Things Denoted by Names, Parts 1 through 5. Part 1. Looking back now to the commencement of our inquiry, let us attempt to measure how far it has advanced. Logic, we found, is the theory of proof, but proof supposes something provable, which must be a proposition or assertion, since nothing but a proposition can be an object of belief, or therefore of proof. A proposition is discourse which affirms or denies something of some other thing. This is one step. There must, it seems, be two things concerned in every act of belief. But what are these things? They can be no other than those signified by the two names which, being joined together by a copula, constitute the proposition. If therefore we knew what all names signify, we should know everything which in the existing state of human knowledge is capable either of being made a subject of affirmation or denial, or of being itself affirmed or denied of a subject. We have accordingly, in the preceding chapter, reviewed the various kinds of names in order to ascertain what is signified by each of them. And we have now carried this survey far enough to be able to take an account of its results and to exhibit an enumeration of all kinds of things which are capable of being made predicates, or of having anything predicated of them, after which, to determine the import of predication, that is, of propositions, can be no arduous task. The necessity of an enumeration of existences as the basic of logic did not escape the attention of the schoolmen and of their master Aristotle, the most comprehensive, if not also the most sagacious, of the ancient philosophers. The categories or predicaments, the former a Greek word, the latter its literal translation in the Latin language, were believed to be an enumeration of all things capable of being named, an enumeration by the summa genera, that is, the most extensive classes into which things could be distributed, which, therefore, were so many highest predicates, one or the other of which was supposed capable of being affirmed with truth of every nameable thing whatsoever. The following are the classes into which, according to this school of philosophy, things in general might be reduced. Ousia, substantia. Posson, quantitas. Pion, qualitas. Prosti, relatio. Pin, actio. Pashkin, passio. Pu, ubi. Pote, quando. Kistak, situs. Ehin, habitus. The imperfections of this classification are too obvious to require, and its merits are not sufficient to reward, a minute examination. It is a mere catalogue of the distinctions rudely marked out by the language of familiar life, with little or no attempt to penetrate, by philosophic analysis, to the rationale even of those common distinctions. Such an analysis, however, superficially conducted, would have shown the enumeration to be both redundant and defective. Some objects are omitted, and others repeated several times under different heads. It is like a division of animals into men, quadrupeds, horses, asses, and ponies. That, for instance, could not be a very comprehensive view of the nature of relation, which could exclude action, passivity, and local situation from that category. The same observation applies to the categories quando, or position in time, and ubi, or position in space, while the distinction between the latter and situs is merely verbal. The incongruity of erecting into a summum genus the class which forms the 10th category is manifest. On the other hand, the enumeration takes no notice of anything besides substances and attributes. In what category are we to place sensations or any other feelings and states of mind as hope, joy, fear, sound, smell, taste, pain, pleasure, thought, judgment, conception, and the like? Probably all these would have been placed by the Aristotelian school in the categories of actio and passio, and the relation of such of them as are active to their objects, and of such of them as are passive to their causes, would rightly be so placed. But the things themselves, the feelings or states of mind, wrongly. Feelings or states of consciousness are assuredly to be accounted among realities, but they cannot be reckoned either among substances or attributes. Footnote. On the preceding passage, Professor Bain remarks, Logic 1, 265, the categories do not seem to have been intended as a classification of nameable things in the sense of an enumeration of all kinds of things which are capable of being made predicates or of having anything predicated of them. They seem to have been rather intended as a generalization of predicates, an analysis of the final import of predication. Viewed in this light, they are not open to the objections offered by Mr. Mill. The proper question to ask is not, in what category are we to place sensations or other feelings of states of mind, but under what categories can we predicate regarding states of mind? Take, for example, hope. When we say that it is a state of mind, we predicate substance. We may also describe how great it is, quantity, what is the quality of it, pleasurable or painful, quality, what it has reference to, relation. Aristotle seems to have framed the categories on the plan, here is an individual, what is the final analysis of all that we can predicate about him? This is doubtless a true statement of the leading idea in the classification. The category ousia was certainly understood by Aristotle to be a general name for all possible answers to the question quid si, when asked respecting a concrete individual, as the other categories are names comprehending all possible answers to the questions quantum sit, quale sit, and so on. In Aristotle's conception, therefore, the categories may not have been a classification of things, but they were soon converted into one by his scholastic followers, who certainly regarded and treated them as a classification of things, and carried them out as such, dividing down the category substance, as a naturalist might do, into the different classes of physical or metaphysical objects as distinguished from attributes, and the other categories into the principal varieties of quantity, quality, relation, and so on. It is therefore a just subject of complaint against them that they had no category of feeling. Feeling is assuredly predicable as a summum genus of every particular kind of feeling, for instance, as in Mr. Bain's example of hope, but it cannot be brought within any of the categories as interpreted either by Aristotle or his followers. End footnote. Part 2. Before recommencing, under better auspices, the attempt made with such imperfect success by the early logicians, we must take notice of an unfortunate ambiguity in all the concrete names which correspond to the most general of all abstract terms, the word existence. When we have occasion for a name which shall be capable of denoting whatever exists, as contradistinguished from nonentity or nothing, there is hardly a word applicable to the purpose which is not also, and even more familiarly, taken in a sense in which it denotes only substances. But substances are not all that exists. Attributes, if such things are to be spoken of, must be said to exist. Feelings certainly exist. Yet when we speak of an object or of a thing, we are almost always supposed to mean a substance. There seems a kind of contradiction in using such an expression as that one thing is merely an attribute of another thing, and the announcement of a classification of things would, I believe, prepare most readers for an enumeration like those in natural history, beginning with the great divisions of animal, vegetable, and mineral, and subdividing them into classes and orders. If rejecting the word thing, we endeavour to find another of a more general import, or at least more exclusively confined to that general import, a word denoting all that exists and connoting only simple existence, no word might be presumed fitter for such a purpose than being, originally the present participle of a verb which, in one of its meanings, is exactly equivalent to the verb exists, and therefore suitable, even by its grammatical formation, to be the concrete of the abstract existence. But this word, strange as the fact may appear, is still more completely spoiled for the purpose which it seemed expressly made for than the word thing. Being is by custom exactly synonymous with substance, except that it is free from a slight taint of a second ambiguity, being implied impartially to matter and to mind, while substance, though originally and in strictness applicable to both, is apt to suggest in preference the idea of matter. Attributes are never called beings, nor are feelings. A being is that which excites feelings and which possesses attributes. The soul is called a being. God and angels are called beings. But if we were to say extension, colour, wisdom, virtue are beings, we should perhaps be suspected of thinking, with some of the ancients, that the cardinal virtues are animals, or at least of holding with the Platonic school the doctrine of self-existent ideas, or with the followers of Epicurus, that of sensible forms, which detach themselves in every direction from bodies, and by coming in contact with our organs cause our perceptions. We should be supposed, in short, to believe that attributes are substances. In consequence of this perversion of the word being, philosophers looking about for something to supply its place laid their hands upon the word entity, a piece of barbarous Latin invented by the schoolmen to be used as an abstract name in which class its grammatical form would seem to place it. But being seized by logicians in distress to stop a leak in their terminology, it has ever since been used as a concrete name. The kindred word essence, born at the same time and of the same parents, scarcely underwent a more complete transformation when, from being the abstract of the verb to be, it came to denote something sufficiently concrete to be enclosed in a glass bottle. The word entity, since it settled down into a concrete name, has retained its universality of signification somewhat less impaired than any of the names before mentioned. Yet the same gradual decay to which after a certain age all the language of psychology seems liable has been at work even here. If you call virtue an entity, you are indeed somewhat less strongly suspected of believing it to be a substance than if you called it a being, but you are by no means free from the suspicion. Every word which was originally intended to connote mere existence seems, after a time, to enlarge its connotation to separate existence, or existence freed from the condition of belonging to a substance, which condition being precisely what constitutes an attribute. Attributes are gradually shut out, and along with them feelings, which in 99 cases out of 100 have no other name than that of the attribute which is grounded on them. Strange that when the greatest embarrassment felt by all who have any considerable number of thoughts to express is to find a sufficient variety of precise words fitted to express them. There should be no practice to which even scientific thinkers are more addicted than that of taking valuable words to express ideas which are sufficiently expressed by other words already appropriated to them. When it is impossible to obtain good tools, the next best thing is to understand thoroughly the defects of those we have. I have therefore warned the reader of the ambiguity of the names which, for want of better, I am necessitated to employ. It must now be the writer's endeavour so to employ them as in no case to leave the meaning doubtful or obscure. No one of the above items being altogether unambiguous, I shall not confine myself to any one, but shall employ on each occasion the word which seems least likely in the particular case to lead to misunderstanding. Nor do I pretend to use either these or any other words with a rigorous adherence to one single sense. To do so would often leave us without a word to express what is signified by a known word in some one or other of its senses, unless authors had an unlimited license to coin new words, together with, what it would be more difficult to assume, unlimited power of making readers understand them. Nor would it be wise in a writer on a subject involving so much of abstraction to deny himself the advantage derived from even an improper use of a term, when by means of it some familiar association is called up which brings the meaning home to the mind, as it were, by a flash. The difficulty, both to the writer and reader, of the attempt which must be made to use vague words so as to convey a precise meaning is not wholly a matter of regret. It is not unfitting that logical treatises should afford an example of that, to facilitate which is among the most important uses of logic. Philosophical language will for a long time, and popular language still longer, retain so much of vagueness and ambiguity that logic would be of little value if it did not, among its other advantages, exercise the understanding in doing its work neatly and correctly with these imperfect tools. After this preamble, it is time to proceed to our enumeration. We shall commence with feelings, the simplest class of nameable things, the term feeling being, of course, understood in its most enlarged sense. Class 1. Feelings, or states of consciousness. Part 3. A feeling and a state of consciousness are in the language of philosophy equivalent expressions. Everything is a feeling of which the mind is conscious. Everything which it feels, or in other words, which forms a part of its own sentient existence. In popular language, feeling is not always synonymous with state of consciousness, being often taken more peculiarly for those states which are conceived as belonging to the sensitive or to the emotional facies of our nature, and sometimes with a still narrower restriction to the emotional alone, as distinguished from what are conceived as belonging to the percipient or to the intellectual facies. But this is an admitted departure from correctness of language, just as, by a popular perversion, the exact converse of this, the word mind, is withdrawn from its rightful generality of signification and restricted to the intellect. The still greater perversion by which feeling is sometimes confined not only to bodily sensations, but to the sensations of a single sense, that of touch, need not be more particularly adverted to. Feeling in the proper sense of the term is a genus of which sensation, emotion, and thought are subordinate species. Under the word thought is here to be included whatever we are internally conscious of when we are said to think from the consciousness we have when we think of a red colour, without having it before our eyes, to the most recondite thoughts of a philosopher or poet. Be it remembered, however, that by a thought is to be understood what passes in the mind itself, and not any object external to the mind, which the person is commonly said to be thinking of. He may be thinking of the sun, or of God, but the sun and God are not thoughts. His mental image, however, of the sun and his idea of God are thoughts, states of his mind, not of the objects themselves, and so also is his belief of the existence of the sun, or of God, or his disbelief, if the case be so. Even imaginary objects, which are said to exist only in our ideas, are to be distinguished from our ideas of them. I may think of a hobgoblin, as I may think of the loaf which was eaten yesterday, or of the flower which will bloom tomorrow. But the hobgoblin, which never existed, is not the same thing with my idea of a hobgoblin, any more than the loaf which once existed is the same thing with my idea of a loaf, or the flower which does not yet exist, but which will exist, is the same with my idea of a flower. They are all not thoughts, but objects of thought, though at the present time all the objects are alike non-existent. In a like manner, a sensation is to be carefully distinguished from the object which causes the sensation, our sensation of white from a white object, nor is it less to be distinguished from the attribute whiteness, which we ascribe to the object in consequence of its exciting the sensation. Unfortunately, for clearness and due discrimination in considering these subjects, our sensations seldom receive separate names. We have a name for the objects which produce in us a certain sensation, the word white. We have a name for the quality in those objects, to which we ascribe the sensation, the name whiteness. But when we speak of the sensation itself, as we have not occasion to do this often except in our scientific speculations, language, which adapts itself for the most part only to the common uses of life, has provided us with no single-worded or immediate designation. We must employ a circumlocution and say, the sensation of white or the sensation of whiteness. We must denominate the sensation either from the object or from the attribute by which it is excited. Yet the sensation, though it never does, might well be conceived to exist without anything whatever to excite it. We can conceive it as arising spontaneously in the mind. But if it so arose, we should have no name to denote it, which would not be a misnomer. In the case of our sensations of hearing, we are better provided. We have the word sound, and a whole vocabulary of words to denote the various kinds of sounds. For as we are often conscious of these sensations in the absence of any perceptible object, we can more easily conceive having them in the absence of any object whatever. We need only shut our eyes and listen to music to have a conception of a universe with nothing in it except sounds and ourselves hearing them. And what is easily conceived separately easily obtains a separate name. But in general, our names of sensations denote indiscriminately the sensation and the attribute. Thus, colour stands for the sensation of white, red, and so on, but also for the quality in the coloured object. We talk of the colours of things as among their properties. Part 4. In the case of sensations, another distinction has also to be kept in view, which is often confounded and never without mischievous consequences. This is the distinction between the sensation itself and the state of the bodily organs which precedes the sensation and which constitutes the physical agency by which it is produced. One of the sources of confusion on this subject is the division commonly made of feelings into bodily and mental. Philosophically speaking, there is no foundation at all for this distinction. Even sensations are states of the sentient mind, not states of the body, as distinguished from it. What I am conscious of when I see the colour blue is a feeling of blue colour, which is one thing. The picture on my retina, or the phenomenon of hitherto mysterious nature which takes place in my optic nerve or in my brain, is another thing, of which I am not at all conscious, and which scientific investigation alone could have apprised me of. These are states of my body, but the sensation of blue, which is the consequence of these states of body, is not a state of body. That which perceives and is conscious is called mind. When sensations are called bodily feelings, it is only as being the class of feelings which are immediately occasioned by bodily states, whereas the other kinds of feelings, thoughts for instance, or emotions, are immediately excited not by anything acting upon the bodily organs, but by sensations or by previous thoughts. This, however, is a distinction not in our feelings, but in the agency which produces our feelings. All of them, when actually produced, are states of mind. Besides the affection of our bodily organs from without, and the sensation thereby produced in our minds, many writers admit a third link in the chain of phenomena, which they call a perception, and which consists in the recognition of an external object as the exciting cause of the sensation. This perception, they say, is an act of the mind, proceeding from its own spontaneous activity, while in a sensation the mind is passive, being merely acted upon by the outward object, and according to some metaphysicians it is by an act of the mind similar to perception, except in not being preceded by any sensation, that the existence of God, the soul, and other hyperphysical objects is recognized. These acts of what is termed perception, whatever be the conclusion ultimately come to respecting their nature, must, I conceive, take their place among the varieties of feelings or states of mind. In so classing them, I have not the smallest intention of declaring or insinuating any theory as to the law of mind in which these mental processes may be supposed to originate, or the conditions under which they may be legitimate, or the reverse. Far less do I mean, as Dr. Whewell seems to suppose must be meant in an analogous case, to indicate that, as they are, quote, merely states of mind, quote, it is superfluous to inquire into their distinguishing peculiarities. Footnote: Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, Volume 1, page 40. End footnote. I abstain from the inquiry as irrelevant to the science of logic. In these so-called perceptions, or direct recognitions by the mind of objects, whether physical or spiritual, which are external to itself, I can see only cases of belief, but of belief which claims to be intuitive or independent of external evidence. When a stone lies before me, I am conscious of certain sensations which I receive from it. But if I say that these sensations come to me from an external object which I perceive, the meaning of these words is that receiving the sensations, I intuitively believe that an external cause of those sensations exists. The laws of intuitive belief and the conditions under which it is legitimate are a subject which, as we have already so often remarked, belongs not to logic, but to the science of the ultimate laws of the human mind. To the same region of speculation belongs all that can be said respecting the distinction which the German metaphysicians and their French and English followers so elaborately draw between the acts of the mind and its merely passive states, between what it receives from and what it gives to the crude materials of its experience. I am aware that with reference to the view which those writers take of the primary elements of thought and knowledge, this distinction is fundamental. But for the present purpose, which is to examine not the original groundwork of our knowledge, but how we come by that portion of it which is not original, the difference between active and passive states of mind is of secondary importance. For us, they all are states of mind, they all are feelings, by which, let it be said once more, I mean to imply nothing of passivity, but simply that they are psychological facts, facts which take place in the mind, and are to be carefully distinguished from the external or physical facts with which they may be connected, either as effects or as causes. Part 5. Among active states of mind there is, however, one species which merits particular attention, because it forms a principal part of the connotation of some important classes of names. I mean volitions, or acts of the will. When we speak of sentient beings by relative names, a large portion of the connotation of the name usually consists of the actions of those beings, actions past, present, and possible or probable future. Take, for instance, the words sovereign and subject. What meanings do these words convey but that of innumerable actions done or to be done by the sovereign and the subjects to or in regard to one another reciprocally? So with the words physician and patient, leader and follower, tutor and pupil. In many cases the words also connote actions which would be done under certain contingencies by persons other than those denoted, as the words mortgagor and mortgagee, obligor and obligee, and many other words expressive of legal relation, which connote what a court of justice would do to enforce the legal obligation if not fulfilled. There are also words which connote actions previously done by persons other than those denoted, either by the name itself or by its correlative, as the word brother. From these instances it may be seen how large a portion of the connotation of names consists of actions. Now, what is an action? Not one thing, but a series of two things. The state of mind, called a volition, followed by an effect. The volition or intention to produce the effect is one thing. The effect produced in consequence of the intention is another thing. The two together constitute the action. I form the purpose of instantly moving my arm. That is a state of my mind. My arm, not being tied or paralytic, moves in obedience to my purpose. That is a physical fact, consequent on a state of mind. The intention followed by the fact, or, if we prefer the expression, the fact when preceded and caused by the intention, is called the action of moving my arm. End of section 7. Section 8 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Things Denoted by Names, Parts 6 through 9. Part 6. Class 2. Substances. Of the first leading division of nameable things, that is, feelings or states of consciousness, we began by recognizing three subdivisions: sensations, thoughts, and emotions. The first two of these we have illustrated at considerable length. The third, emotions, not being perplexed by similar ambiguities, does not require similar exemplification. And finally, we have found it necessary to add to these three a fourth species, commonly known by the name volitions. We shall now proceed to the two remaining classes of nameable things, all things which are regarded as external to the mind being considered as belonging either to the class of substances or to that of attributes. Logicians have endeavoured to define substance and attribute, but their definitions are not so much attempts to draw a distinction between the things themselves as instructions what difference it is customary to make in the grammatical structure of the sentence, according as we are speaking of substances or of attributes. Such definitions are rather lessons of English or of Greek, Latin or German than of mental philosophy. An attribute, say the school logicians, must be the attribute of something. Colour, for example, must be the colour of something. Goodness must be the goodness of something. And if this something should cease to exist, or should cease to be connected with the attribute, the existence of the attribute would be at an end. A substance, on the contrary, is self-existent. In speaking about it, we need not put of after its name. A stone is not the stone of anything. The moon is not the moon of anything, but simply the moon. Unless, indeed, the name which we choose to give to the substance be a relative name. If so, it must be followed either by of or by some other particle, implying, as that preposition does, a reference to something else. But then the other characteristic peculiarity of an attribute would fail. The something might be destroyed, and the substance might still subsist. Thus, a father must be a father of something, and so far resembles an attribute in being referred to something besides himself. If there were no child, there would be no father. But this, when we look into the matter, only means that we should not call him father. The man called father might still exist, though there were no child, as he existed before there was a child, and there would be no contradiction in supposing him to exist, though the whole universe except himself were destroyed. But destroy all white substances, and where would be the attribute whiteness? Whiteness without any white thing is a contradiction in terms. This is the nearest approach to a solution of the difficulty that will be found in the common treatises on logic. It will scarcely be thought to be a satisfactory one. If an attribute is distinguished from a substance by being the attribute of something, it seems highly necessary to understand what is meant by of, a particle which needs explanation too much itself to be placed in front of the explanation of anything else. And as for the self-existence of substance, it is very true that a substance may be conceived to exist without any other substance, but so also may an attribute without any other attribute, and we can no more imagine a substance without attributes than we can imagine attributes without a substance. Metaphysicians, however, have probed this question deeper and given an account of substance, considerably more satisfactory than this. Substances are usually distinguished as bodies or minds. Of each of these, philosophers have at length provided us with a definition which seems unexceptionable. Part 7. A body, according to the received doctrine of modern metaphysicians, may be defined the external cause to which we ascribe our sensations. When I see and touch a piece of gold, I am conscious of a sensation of yellow colour and sensations of hardness and weight, and by varying the mode of handling, I may add to these sensations many others completely distinct from them. The sensations are all of which I am directly conscious, but I consider them as produced by something not only existing independently of my will, but external to my bodily organs and to my mind. This external something I call a body. It may be asked, how come we to ascribe our sensations to any external cause, and is there sufficient ground for so ascribing them? It is known that there are metaphysicians who have raised a controversy on the point, mainly that we are not warranted in referring our sensations to a cause such as we understand by the word body, or to any external cause whatever. Though we have no concern here with this controversy, nor with the metaphysical niceties on which it turns, one of the best ways of showing what is meant by substance is to consider what position it is necessary to take up in order to maintain its existence against opponents. It is certain, then, that a part of our notion of a body consists of the notion of a number of sensations of our own or of other sentient beings, habitually occurring simultaneously. My conception of the table at which I am writing is compounded of its visible form and size, which are complex sensations of sight, its tangible form and size, which are complex sensations of our organs of touch and of our muscles, its weight, which is also a sensation of touch and of the muscles, its colour, which is a sensation of sight, its hardness, which is a sensation of the muscles, its composition, which is another word for all the varieties of sensation which we receive under various circumstances from the wood of which it is made, and so forth. All or most of these various sensations frequently are, and, as we learn by experience, always might be, experienced simultaneously or in many different orders of succession at our own choice, and hence the thought of any one of them makes us think of the others, and the whole becomes mentally amalgamated into one mixed state of consciousness, which in the language of the school of Locke and Hartley is termed a complex idea. Now, there are philosophers who have argued as follows: if we conceive an orange to be divested of its natural colour without acquiring any new one, to lose its softness without becoming hard, its roundness without becoming square or pentagonal, or of any other regular or irregular figure whatever, to be deprived of size, of weight, of taste, of smell, to lose all its mechanical and all its chemical properties, and acquire no new ones, to become, in short, invisible, intangible, imperceptible, not only by all our senses, but by the senses of all other sentient beings, real or possible. Nothing, say these thinkers, would remain. For of what nature, they ask, could be the residuum, and by what token could it manifest its presence? To the unreflecting, its existence seems to rest on the evidence of the senses, but to the senses nothing is apparent except the sensations. We know indeed that these sensations are bound together by some law. They do not come together at random, but according to a systematic order, which is part of the order established in the universe. When we experience one of these sensations, we usually experience the others also, or know that we have it in our power to experience them. But a fixed law of connection making the sensations occur together does not, say these philosophers, necessarily require what is called a substratum to support them. The conception of a substratum is but one of many possible forms in which that connection presents itself to our imagination, a mode of, as it were, realizing the idea. If there be such a substratum, suppose it at this instant miraculously annihilated, and let the sensations continue to occur in the same order, and how would the substratum be missed? By what signs should we be able to discover that its existence had terminated? Should we not have as much reason to believe that it still existed as we now have? And if we should not then be warranted in believing it, how can we be so now? A body, therefore, according to these metaphysicians, is not anything intrinsically different from the sensations which the body is said to produce in us. It is, in short, a set of sensations, or rather of possibilities of sensation, joined together according to a fixed law. The controversies to which these speculations have given rise, and the doctrines which have been developed in the attempt to find a conclusive answer to them, have been fruitful of important consequences to the science of mind. The sensations, it was answered, which we are conscious of and which we receive, not at random, but joined together in a certain uniform manner, imply not only a law or laws of connection, but a cause external to our mind, which cause, by its own laws, determines the laws according to which the sensations are connected and experienced. The schoolmen used to call this external cause by the name we have already employed, a substratum, and its attributes, as they expressed themselves, inhered, literally stuck in it. To this substratum the name matter is usually given in philosophical discussion. It was soon, however, acknowledged by all who reflected on the subject that the existence of matter cannot be proved by extrinsic evidence. The answer, therefore, now usually made to Berkeley and his followers, is that the belief is intuitive, that mankind in all ages have felt themselves compelled by a necessity of their nature to refer their sensations to an external cause, that even those who deny it in theory yield to the necessity in practice, and both in speech, thought, and feeling do, equally with the vulgar, acknowledge their sensations to be the effects of something external to them. This knowledge, therefore, it is affirmed, is as evidently intuitive as our knowledge of our sensations themselves is intuitive. And here the question merges in the fundamental problem of metaphysics, properly so called, to which science we leave it. But although the extreme doctrine of the idealist metaphysicians, that objects are nothing but our sensations and the laws which connect them, has not been generally adopted by subsequent thinkers, the point of most real importance is one on which those metaphysicians are now very generally considered to have made out their case, that is, that all we know of objects is the sensations which they give us, and the order of the occurrence of these sensations. Kant himself, on this point, is as explicit as Berkeley or Locke. However firmly convinced that there exists a universe of things in themselves, totally distinct from the universe of phenomena, or of things as they appear to our senses, and even when bringing into use a technical expression, noumenon, to denote what the thing is in itself, as contrasted with the representation of it in our minds, he allows that this representation, the matter of which he says consists of our sensations, though the form is given by the laws of the mind itself, is all we know of the object, and that the real nature of the thing is, and by the constitution of our faculties ever must remain, at least in the present state of existence, an impenetrable mystery to us. Of things absolutely or in themselves, says Sir William Hamilton, be they external, be they internal, we know nothing, or know them only as incognizable, and become aware of their incomprehensible existence only as this indirectly and accidentally revealed to us through certain qualities related to our faculties of knowledge, and which qualities, again, we cannot think as unconditional, irrelative, existent in and of ourselves. Footnote. Discussions on Philosophy and so on, Appendix 1, page 643-644. End footnote. All that we know is therefore phenomenal of the unknown. Footnote. It is to be regretted that Sir William Hamilton, though he often strenuously insists on this doctrine, and though in the passage quoted he states it with a comprehensiveness and force which leaves nothing to be desired, did not consistently adhere to his own doctrine, but maintained along with it opinions of which it is utterly irreconcilable. See the third and other chapters of An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy. End footnote. The same doctrine is laid down in the clearest and strongest terms by M. Cousin, whose observations on the subject are more worthy of attention, as, in consequence of the ultra-German and ontological character of his philosophy in other respects, they may be regarded as the admissions of an opponent. Footnote. Nous savons qu'il existe quelque chose hors de nous parce que nous ne pouvons expliquer nos perceptions sans les rattacher à des causes distinctes de nous-mêmes. Nous savons de plus que ces causes dont nous ne connaissons pas des lieux, les sens produisent les effets les plus variables, les plus divers et même les plus contraires, selon qu'elles rencontrent telle nature ou telle disposition de sujet. Mais savons-nous quelque chose de plus? Et même, vu le caractère indéterminé des causes que nous concevons dans les cas, y a-t-il quelque chose de plus à savoir? Y a-t-il lieu de nous enquérir si nous percevons les choses telles qu'elles sont? Non, évidemment. Je ne dis pas que le problème est insoluble, j'ai dit qu'il est absurde et enferme une contradiction. Nous ne savons pas ce que ces causes sont en elles-mêmes et les raisons nous défendent de chercher à la connaître, mais il est bien évident a priori qu'elles ne sont pas en elles-mêmes ce qu'elles sont par rapport à nous, puisque la présence de sujets modifie nécessairement leur action. Supprimer tout sujet sentant, il est certain que ces causes agiront encore puisqu'elles continueront d'exister, mais elles agiront autrement. Elles seront encore des qualités et des propriétés, mais qui ne ressembleront à rien de ce que nous connaissons. Le feu ne manifesterait plus aucune des propriétés que nous lui connaissons. Que serait-il? C'est ce que nous ne saurons jamais. C'est d'ailleurs peut-être un problème qui ne répond pas seulement à la nature de notre esprit, mais à l'essence même des choses. Quand même, en effet, on supprimerait par les pensées tous les sujets sentants, il faudrait encore admettre que nul corps ne manifesterait ses propriétés autrement qu'en relation avec un sujet quelconque, et dans ce cas sa propriété ne serait encore que relative. En sorte qu'il me paraît fort raisonnable d'admettre que les propriétés déterminées des corps n'existent pas indépendamment d'un subjet quelconque, et que quand on demande si les propriétés de la matière sont telles que nous les percevons, il faudrait voir auparavant si elles sont en tant que déterminées, et donc elles sont, il est vrai de dire qu'elles sont. Cours d'histoire de la philosophie morale au XVIIIe siècle, 8e leçon. End footnote. There is not the slightest reason for believing that what we call the sensible qualities of the object are a type of anything inherent in itself, or bear any affinity to its own nature. A cause does not, as such, resemble its effects. An east wind is not like the feeling of cold, nor heat like the steam of boiling water. Why then should matter resemble our sensations? Why should the inmost nature of fire or water resemble the impressions made by those objects upon our senses? Footnote. An attempt indeed has been made by Reid and others to establish that although some of the properties we ascribe to objects exist only in our sensations, others exist in the things themselves, being such as cannot possibly be copies of any impression upon the senses. And they ask, from what sensations our notions of extension and figure have been derived. The gauntlet thrown down by Reid was taken up by Brown, who, applying greater powers of analysis than had previously been applied to the notions of extension and figure, pointed out that the sensations from which those notions are derived are sensations of touch, combined with sensations of a class previously too little adverted to by metaphysicians, those which have their seat in our muscular frame. His analysis, which was adopted and followed up by James Mill, has been further and greatly improved upon in Professor Bain's profound work, The Senses and the Intellect, and in the chapters on Perception of a work of eminent analytical power, Mr. Herbert Spencer's Principles of Psychology. On this point, M. Cousin may again be cited in favour of the better doctrine. M. Cousin recognizes, in opposition to Reid, the essential subjectivity of our conceptions of what are called the primary qualities of matter, as extension, solidity, and so on, equally with those of colour, heat, and the remainder of the so-called secondary qualities. End footnote. Or on what principle are we authorized to deduce from the effects anything concerning the cause, except that it is a cause adequate to produce those effects? It may therefore safely be laid down as a truth, both obvious in itself and admitted by all whom it is at present necessary to take into consideration, that of the outward world. We know and can know absolutely nothing except the sensations which we experience from it. Footnote. This doctrine, which is the most complete form of the philosophical theory known as the relativity of human knowledge, has, since the recent revival in this country of an active interest in metaphysical speculation, been the subject of a greatly increased amount of discussion and controversy, and dissentients have manifested themselves in considerably greater number than I had any knowledge of when the passage in the text was written. The doctrine has been attacked from two sides. Some thinkers, among whom are the late Professor Ferrier in his Institute of Metaphysic, and Professor John Grote in his Exploratio Philosophica, appear to deny altogether the reality of noumena, or things in themselves, of an unknowable substratum or support for the sensations which we experience, and which, according to the theory, constitute all our knowledge of an external world. It seems to me, however, that in Professor Grote's case, at least, the denial of noumena is only apparent, and that he does not essentially differ from the other class of objectors, including Mr. Bailey in his valuable Letters on the Philosophy of the Human Mind, and, in spite of the striking passage quoted in the text, also Sir William Hamilton, who contend for a direct knowledge by the human mind of more than the sensations of certain attributes or properties as they exist not in us, but in the things themselves. With the first of these opinions, that which denies noumena, I have, as a metaphysician, no quarrel, but whether it be true or false, it is irrelevant to logic, and since all the forms of language are in contradiction to it, nothing but confusion could result from its unnecessary introduction into a treatise, every essential doctrine of which could stand equally well with the opposite and accredited opinion. The other unrivalled doctrine, that of a direct perception or intuitive knowledge of the outward object as it is in itself, considered as distinct from the sensations we receive from it, is of far greater practical moment. But even this question, depending on the nature and laws of intuitive knowledge, is not within the province of logic. For the grounds of my own opinion concerning it, I must content myself with referring to a work already mentioned, an examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy, several chapters of which are devoted to a full discussion of the questions and theories relating to the supposed direct perception of external objects. End footnote. Part 8. Body having now been defined the external cause and, according to the more reasonable opinion, the unknown external cause to which we refer our sensations, it remains to frame a definition of mind. Nor, after the preceding observations, will this be difficult, for, as our conception of a body is that of an unknown exciting cause of sensations, so our conception of a mind is that of an unknown recipient or percipient of them, and not of them alone, but of all our other feelings. As body is understood to be the mysterious something which excites the mind to feel, so mind is the mysterious something which feels and thinks. It is unnecessary to give in the case of mind, as we gave in the case of matter, a particular statement of the sceptical system by which its existence as a thing in itself, distinct from the series of what are denominated its states, is called in question. But it is necessary to remark that on the inmost nature, whatever be meant by inmost nature of the thinking principle, as well as on the inmost nature of matter, we are, and with our faculties must always remain, entirely in the dark. All which we are aware of, even in our own minds, is, in the words of James Mill, a certain thread of consciousness, a series of feelings, that is, of sensations, thoughts, emotions, and volitions, more or less numerous and complicated. There is a something I call myself, or, by another form of expression, my mind, which I consider as distinct from these sensations, thoughts, and so on. A something which I conceive to be not the thoughts, but the being that has the thoughts, and which I can conceive as existing for ever in a state of quiescence without any thoughts at all. But what this being is, though it is myself, I have no knowledge other than the series of its states of consciousness. As bodies manifest themselves to me only through the sensations of which I regard them as the causes, so the thinking principle or mind in my own nature makes itself known to me only by the feelings of which it is conscious. I know nothing about myself save my capacities of feeling or being conscious, including, of course, thinking and willing. And were I to learn anything new concerning my own nature, I cannot, with my present faculties, conceive this new information to be anything else than that I have some additional capacities, as yet unknown to me, of feeling, thinking, or willing. Thus, then, as body is the unsentient cause to which we are naturally prompted to refer a certain portion of our feeling, so mind may be described as the sentient subject, in the scholastic sense of the term, of all feelings, that which has or feels them. But of the nature of either body or mind, further than the feelings which the former excites and which the latter experiences, we do not, according to the best existing doctrine, know anything, and if anything, logic has nothing to do with it, or with the manner in which the knowledge is acquired. With this result, we may conclude this portion of our subject and pass to the third and only remaining class or division of nameable things. Part 9. Class 3. Attributes, and, first, qualities. From what has already been said of substance, what is to be said of attribute is easily deducible. For if we know not, and cannot know, anything of bodies but the sensations which they excite in us or in others, those sensations must be all that we can, at bottom, mean by their attributes, and the distinction which we verbally make between the properties of things and the sensations we receive from them must originate in the convenience of discourse rather than in the nature of what is signified by the terms. Attributes are usually distributed under the three heads of quality, quantity, and relation. We shall come to the two latter presently. In the first place, we shall confine ourselves to the former. Let us take then as our example one of what are termed the sensible qualities of objects, and let that example be whiteness. When we ascribe whiteness to any substance, as, for instance, snow, when we say that snow has the quality whiteness, what do we really assert? Simply that when snow is present to our organs, we have a particular sensation which we are accustomed to call the sensation of white. But how do I know that snow is present? Obviously by the sensations which I derive from it, and not otherwise. I infer that the object is present because it gives me a certain assemblage or series of sensations, and when I ascribe to it the attribute whiteness, my meaning is only that of the sensations composing this group or series, that which I call the sensation of white colour is one. This is one view which may be taken of the subject, but there is also another and a different view. It may be said that it is true we know nothing of sensible objects, except the sensations they excite in us, that the fact of our receiving from snow the particular sensation, which is called a sensation of white, is the ground on which we ascribe to that substance the quality whiteness, the sole proof of its possessing that quality. But because one thing may be the sole evidence of the existence of another thing, it does not follow that the two are one and the same. The attribute whiteness, it may be said, is not the fact of receiving the sensation, but something in the object itself, a power inherent in it, something in virtue of which the object produces the sensation. And when we affirm that snow possesses the attribute whiteness, we do not merely assert that the presence of snow produces in us that sensation, but that it does so through and by reason of that power or quality. For the purposes of logic, it is not of material importance which of these opinions we adopt. The full discussion of the subject belongs to the other department of scientific inquiry, so often alluded to under the name of metaphysics. But it may be said here that for the doctrine of the existence of a peculiar species of entities called qualities, I can see no foundation except in a tendency of the human mind which is the cause of many delusions. I mean the disposition, wherever we meet with two names which are not precisely synonymous, to suppose that they must be the names of two different things, whereas in reality they may be names of the same thing viewed in two different lights, or under different suppositions as to surrounding circumstances. Because quality and sensation cannot be put indiscriminately one for the other, it is supposed that they cannot both signify the same thing, namely, the impression or feeling with which we are affected through our senses by the presence of an object, though there is at least no absurdity in supposing that this identical impression or feeling may be called a sensation when considered merely in itself, and a quality when looked at in relation to any one of the numerous objects, the presence of which to our organs excites in our minds that among various other sensations or feelings. And if this be admissible as a supposition, it rests with those who contend for an entity per se called a quality to show that their opinion is preferable, or is anything in fact but a lingering remnant of the old doctrine of occult causes, the very absurdity which Molière so happily ridiculed when he made one of his pedantic physicians account for the fact that opium produces sleep by the maxim, because it has a soporific virtue. It is evident that when the physician stated that opium has a soporific virtue, he did not account for it, but merely asserted over again the fact that it produces sleep. In like manner, when we say that snow is white because it has the quality of whiteness, we are only reasserting in more technical language the fact that it excites in us the sensation of white. If it be said that the sensation must have some cause, I answer, its cause is the presence of the assemblage of phenomena which is termed the object. When we have asserted that as often as the object is present and our organs in their normal state, the sensation takes place, we have stated all that we know about the matter. There is no need, after assigning a certain and intelligible cause, to suppose an occult cause besides, for the purpose of enabling the real cause to produce its effect. If I am asked, why does the presence of the object cause this sensation in me, I cannot tell. I can only say that such is my nature, and the nature of the object, that the fact forms a part of the constitution of things. And to this we must at last come, even after interpolating the imaginary entity. Whatever number of links the chain of causes and effects may consist of, how any one link produces the one which is next to it, remains equally inexplicable to us. It is as easy to comprehend that the object should produce the sensation directly and at once, as that it should produce the same sensation by the aid of something else called the power of producing it. But as the difficulties which may be felt in adopting this view of the subject cannot be removed without discussions transcending the bounds of our science, I content myself with a passing indication, and shall, for the purposes of logic, adopt a language compatible with either view of the nature of qualities. I shall say, what at least admits of no dispute, that the quality of whiteness ascribed to the object snow is grounded on its exciting in us the sensation of white, and adopting the language already used by the school logicians in the case of the kind of attributes called relations, I shall term the sensation of white the foundation of the quality whiteness. For logical purposes, the sensation is the only essential part of what is meant by the word, the only part which we ever can be concerned in proving. When that is proved, the quality is proved. If an object excites a sensation, it has, of course, the power of exciting it. End of section 8. Section 9 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Things Denoted by Names, Parts 10 through 15. Part 10. Class 4. Relations. The qualities of a body, we have said, are the attributes grounded on the sensations which the presence of that particular body to our organs excites in our minds. But when we ascribe to any object the kind of attribute called a relation, the foundation of the attribute must be something in which other objects are concerned besides itself and the percipient. As there may with propriety be said to be a relation between any two things to which two correlative names are or may be given, we may expect to discover what constitutes a relation in general if we enumerate the principal cases in which mankind have imposed correlative names and observe what these cases have in common. What, then, is the character which is possessed in common by states of circumstances so heterogeneous and discordant as these? One thing like another, one thing unlike another, one thing near another, one thing far from another, one thing before, after, along, with another, one thing greater, equal, less than another, one thing the cause of another, the effect of another, one person the master, servant, child, parent, debtor, creditor, sovereign, subject, attorney, client of another, and so on. Omitting for the present the case of resemblance, a relation which requires to be considered separately, there seems to be one thing common to all these cases, and only one, that in each of them there exists or occurs or has existed or occurred or may be expected to exist or occur some fact or phenomenon into which the two things which are said to be related to each other both enter as parties concerned. This fact or phenomenon is what the Aristotelian logicians called the fundamentum relationis. Thus, in the relation of greater and less between two magnitudes, the fundamentum relationis is the fact that one of the two magnitudes could, under certain conditions, be included in, without entirely filling, the space occupied by the other magnitude. In the relation of master and servant, the fundamentum relationis is the fact that the one has undertaken or is compelled to perform certain services for the benefit and at the bidding of the other. Examples might be indefinitely multiplied. But it is already obvious that whenever two things are said to be related, there is some fact or series of facts into which they both enter, and that whenever any two things are involved in some one fact or series of facts, we may ascribe to those two things a mutual relation grounded on the fact. Even if they have nothing in common but what is common to all things, that they are members of the universe, we call that a relation, and denominate them fellow creatures, fellow beings, or fellow denizens of the universe. But in proportion as the fact into which the two objects enter as parts is of a more special and peculiar, or of a more complicated nature, so also is the relation grounded upon it. And there are as many conceivable relations as there are conceivable kinds of fact in which the two things can be jointly concerned. In the same manner, therefore, as a quality is an attribute grounded on the fact that a certain sensation or sensations are produced in us by the object, so an attribute grounded on some fact into which the object enters jointly with another object is a relation between it and that other object. But the fact in the latter case consists of the very same kind of elements as the fact in the former, namely, states of consciousness. In the case, for example, of any legal relation, as debtor and creditor, principal and agent, guardian and ward, the fundamentum relationis consists entirely of thoughts, feelings, and volitions, actual or contingent, either of the persons themselves or of other persons concerned in the same series of transactions, as, for instance, the intentions which would be formed by a judge in case a complaint were made to his tribunal of the infringement of any of the legal obligations imposed by the relation, and the acts which the judge would perform in consequence. Acts being, as we have already seen, another word for intentions, followed by an effect, and that effect being but another word for sensations, or some other feelings, occasioned either to the agent himself or to somebody else. There is no part of what the names expressive of the relation imply that is not resolvable into states of consciousness, outward objects being, no doubt, supposed throughout as the causes by which some of those states of consciousness are excited, and minds as the subjects by which all of them are experienced, but neither the external objects nor the minds making their existence known otherwise than by the states of consciousness. Cases of relation are not always so complicated as those to which we last alluded. The simplest of all cases of relation are those expressed by the words antecedent and consequent, and by the word simultaneous. If we say, for instance, that dawn preceded sunrise, the fact in which the two things, dawn and sunrise, were jointly concerned consisted only of the two things themselves. No third thing entered into the fact or phenomenon at all, unless indeed we choose to call the succession of the two objects a third thing. But their succession is not something added to the things themselves, it is something involved in them. Dawn and sunrise announce themselves to our consciousness by two successive sensations. Our consciousness of the succession of these sensations is not a third sensation or feeling added to them. We have not first the two feelings and then a feeling of their succession. To have two feelings at all implies having them either successively or else simultaneously. Sensations or other feelings being given, succession and simultaneousness are the two conditions to the alternative of which they are subjected by the nature of our faculties, and no one has been able, or needs expect, to analyze the matter any further. Part 11. In a somewhat similar position are two other sorts of relations, likeness and unlikeness. I have two sensations. We will suppose them to be simple ones, two sensations of white, or one sensation of white and another of black. I call the first two sensations like, the last two unlike. What is the fact or phenomenon constituting the fundamentum of this relation? The two sensations first, and then what we call a feeling of resemblance or of want of resemblance. Let us confine ourselves to the former case. Resemblance is evidently a feeling, a state of the consciousness of the observer. Whether the feeling of the resemblance of the two colours be a third state of consciousness, which I have after having the two sensations of colour, or whether, like the feeling of their succession, it is involved in the sensations themselves, may be a matter of discussion. But in either case, these feelings of resemblance and of its opposite dissimilarity are parts of our nature, and parts so far from being incapable of analysis that they are presupposed in every attempt to analyze any of our other feelings. Likeness and unlikeness, therefore, as well as an antecedence, sequence, and simultaneousness, must stand apart among relations as things sui generis. They are attributes grounded on facts, that is, on states of consciousness, but on states which are peculiar, unresolvable, and inexplicable. But though likeness or unlikeness cannot be resolved into anything else, complex cases of likeness or unlikeness can be resolved into simpler ones. When we say of two things which consist of parts that they are like one another, the likeness of the wholes does admit of analysis. It is compounded of likenesses between the various parts respectively, and of likeness in their arrangement. Of how vast a variety of resemblances of parts must that resemblance be composed, which induces us to say that a portrait or a landscape is like its original. If one person mimics another with any success, of how many simple likenesses must the general or complex likeness be compounded? Likeness in a succession of bodily postures, likeness in voice or in the accents and intonations of the voice, likeness in the choice of words and in thoughts or sentiments expressed, whether by word, countenance, or gesture. All likeness and unlikeness of which we have any cognizance resolve themselves into likeness and unlikeness between states of our own or some other mind. When we say that one body is like another, since we know nothing of bodies but the sensations which they excite, we mean really that there is a resemblance between the sensations excited by the two bodies, or between some portions at least of those sensations. If we say that two attributes are like one another, since we know nothing of attributes except the sensations or states of feeling on which they are grounded, we mean really that those sensations or states of feeling resemble each other. We may also say that two relations are alike. The fact of resemblance between relations is sometimes called analogy, forming one of the numerous meanings of that word. The relation in which Priam stood to Hector, namely, that of father and son, resembles the relation in which Philip stood to Alexander, resembles it so closely that they are called the same relation. The relation in which Cromwell stood to England resembles the relation in which Napoleon stood to France, though not so closely as to be called the same relation. The meaning in both these instances must be that a resemblance existed between the facts which constituted the fundamentum relationis. This resemblance may exist in all conceivable gradations, from perfect undistinguishableness to something extremely slight. When we say that a thought suggested to the mind of a person of genius is like a seed cast into the ground, because the former produces a multiple of other thoughts, and the latter a multitude of other seeds, this is saying that between the relation of an inventive mind to a thought contained in it, and the relation of fertile soil to a seed contained in it, there exists a resemblance the real resemblance being in the two fundamenta relationis, in each of which there occurs a germ producing by its development a multitude of other things similar to itself, and as, whenever two objects are jointly concerned in a phenomenon, this constitutes a relation between those objects. So, if we suppose a second pair of objects concerned in a second phenomenon, the slightest resemblance between the two phenomena is sufficient to admit of its being said that the two relations resemble, provided, of course, the points of resemblance are found in those portions of the two phenomena respectively which are connoted by the relative names. While speaking of resemblance, it is necessary to take notice of an ambiguity of language against which scarcely any one is sufficiently on his guard. Resemblance, when it exists in the highest degree of all, amounting to undistinguishableness, is often called identity, and the two similar things are said to be the same. I say often, not always, for we do not say that two visible objects, two persons, for instance, are the same because they are so much alike that one might be mistaken for the other. But we constantly use this mode of expression when speaking of feelings, as when I say that the sight of any object gives me the same sensation or emotion today that it did yesterday, or the same which it gives to some other person. This is evidently an incorrect application of the word same, for the feeling which I had yesterday is gone, never to return. What I have today is another feeling exactly like the former, perhaps, but distinct from it, and it is evident that two different persons cannot be experiencing the same feeling in the sense in which we say that they are both sitting at the same table. By a similar ambiguity we say that two persons are ill of the same disease, that two persons hold the same office, not in the sense in which we say that they are engaged in the same adventure or sailing in the same ship, but in the sense that they fill offices exactly similar, though perhaps in distant places. Great confusion of ideas is often produced, and many fallacies engendered in otherwise enlightened understandings, by not being sufficiently alive to the fact, in itself not always to be avoided, that they use the same name to express ideas so different as those of identity and undistinguishable resemblance. Among modern writers, Archbishop Whately stands almost alone in having drawn attention to this distinction and to the ambiguity connected with it. Several relations generally called by other names are really cases of resemblance, as for example equality, which is but another word for the exact resemblance commonly called identity, considered as subsisting between two things in respect of their quantity, and this example forms a suitable transition to the third and last of the three heads under which, as already remarked, attributes are commonly arranged. Part 12. Class 5. Quantity. Let us imagine two things, between which there is no difference, that is, no dissimilarity, except in quantity alone. For instance, a gallon of water and more than a gallon of water. A gallon of water, like any other external object, makes its presence known to us by a set of sensations which it excites. 10 gallons of water are also an external object, making its presence known to us in a similar manner. And as we do not mistake 10 gallons of water for a gallon of water, it is plain that the set of sensations is more or less different in the two cases. In like manner, a gallon of water and a gallon of wine are two external objects making their presence known by two sets of sensations, which sensations are different from each other. In the first case, however, we say that the difference is in quantity. In the last, there is a difference in quality, while the quantity of the water and of the wine is the same. What is the real distinction between the two cases? It is not within the province of logic to analyze it, nor to decide whether it is susceptible of analysis or not. For us, the following considerations are sufficient. It is evident that the sensations I receive from the gallon of water and those I receive from the gallon of wine are not the same, that is, not precisely alike. Neither are they altogether unlike. They are partly similar, partly dissimilar, and that in which they resemble is precisely that in which alone the gallon of water and the 10 gallons of water do not resemble. That in which the gallon of water and the gallon of wine are like each other, and in which the gallon and the 10 gallons of water are unlike each other, is called their quantity. This likeness and unlikeness I do not pretend to explain, no more than any other kind of likeness or unlikeness. But my object is to show that when we say of two things that they differ in quantity, just as when we say that they differ in quality, the assertion is always grounded on a difference in the sensations which they excite. Nobody, I presume, will say that to see or to lift or to drink 10 gallons of water does not include in itself a different set of sensations from those of seeing, lifting, or drinking 1 gallon, or that to see or handle a foot rule and to see or handle a yard measure made exactly like it are the same sensations. I do not undertake to say what the difference in the sensations is. Everybody knows, and nobody can tell, no more than anyone could tell what white is to a person who had never had the sensation. But the difference, so far as cognizable by our faculties, lies in the sensations. Whatever difference we say there is in the things themselves is, in this as in all other cases, grounded, and grounded exclusively, on a difference in the sensations excited by them. Part 13. Attributes concluded. Thus, then, all the attributes of bodies which are classed under quality or quantity are grounded on the sensations which we receive from those bodies, and may be defined the powers which the bodies have of exciting those sensations. And the same general explanation has been found to apply to most of the attributes usually classed under the head of relation. They too are grounded on some fact or phenomenon into which the related objects enter as parts, that fact or phenomenon having no meaning and no existence to us except the series of sensations or other states of consciousness by which it makes itself known, and the relation of being simply the power or capacity which the object possesses of taking part along with the correlated object in the production of that series of sensations or states of consciousness. We have been obliged, indeed, to recognize a somewhat different character in certain peculiar relations, those of succession and simultaneity, of likeness and unlikeness. These not being grounded on any fact or phenomenon distinct from the related objects themselves, do not admit of the same kind of analysis. But these relations, though not like other relations, grounded on states of consciousness, are themselves states of consciousness. Resemblance is nothing but our feeling of resemblance. Succession is nothing but our feeling of succession. Or, if this be disputed, and we cannot, without transgressing the bounds of our science, discuss it here, at least our knowledge of these relations, and even our possibility of knowledge, is confined to those which subsist between sensations or other states of consciousness. For though we ascribe resemblance, or succession, or simultaneity to objects and to attributes, it is always in virtue of resemblance or succession or simultaneity in the sensations or states of consciousness which those objects excite, and on which those attributes are grounded. Part 14. In the preceding investigation we have, for the sake of simplicity, considered bodies only and omitted minds, but what we have said is applicable mutatis mutandis to the latter. The attributes of minds, as well as those of bodies, are grounded on states of feeling or consciousness. But in the case of a mind, we have to consider its own states, as well as those which it produces in other minds. Every attribute of a mind consists either in being itself affected in a certain way, or affecting other minds in a certain way. Considered in itself, we can predicate nothing of it but the series of its own feelings. When we say of any mind that it is devout, or superstitious, or meditative, or cheerful, we mean that the ideas, emotions, or volitions implied in those words form a frequently recurring part of the series of feelings or states of consciousness which fill up the sentient existence of that mind. In addition, however, to those attributes of a mind which are grounded on its own states of feeling, attributes may also be ascribed to it in the same manner as to a body grounded on the feelings which it excites in other minds. A mind does not, indeed, like a body, excite sensations, but it may excite thoughts or emotions. The most important example of attributes ascribed on this ground is the employment of terms expressive of approbation or blame. When, for example, we say of any character, or, in other words, of any mind, that it is admirable, we mean that the contemplation of it excites the sentiment of admiration, and indeed somewhat more, for the word implies that we not only feel admiration, but approve that sentiment in ourselves. In some cases, under the semblance of a single attribute, two are really predicated, one of them a state of the mind itself, the other a state with which other minds are affected by thinking of it. As when we say of any one that he is generous. The word generosity expresses a certain state of mind, but being a term of praise, it also expresses that this state of mind excites in us another mental state called approbation. The assertion made, therefore, is twofold and of the following purport. Certain feelings form habitually a part of this person's sentient existence, and the idea of those feelings of his excites the sentiment of approbation in ourselves or others. As we thus ascribe attributes to minds on the ground of ideas and emotions, so may we to bodies on similar grounds, and not solely on the ground of sensations, as in speaking of the beauty of a statue, since this attribute is grounded on the peculiar feeling of pleasure which the statue produces in our minds, which is not a sensation, but an emotion. Part 15. General Results. Our survey of the varieties of things which have been or which are capable of being named, which have been or are capable of being either predicated of other things or themselves made the subject of predications, is now concluded. Our enumeration commenced with feelings. These we scrupulously distinguish from the objects which excite them, and from the organs by which they are or may be supposed to be conveyed. Feelings are of four sorts: sensations, thoughts, emotions, and volitions. What are called perceptions are merely a particular case of belief, and belief is a kind of thought. Actions are merely volitions followed by an effect. After feelings we proceed to substances. These are either bodies or minds. Without entering into the grounds of the metaphysical doubts which have been raised concerning the existence of matter and mind as objective realities, we stated as sufficient for us the conclusion in which the best thinkers are now for the most part agreed, that all we can know of matter is the sensations which it gives us and the order of occurrence of those sensations, and that while the substance body is the unknown cause of our sensations, the substance mind is the unknown recipient. The only remaining class of nameable things is attributes, and these are of three kinds: quality, relation, and quantity. Qualities, like substances, are known to us no otherwise than by the sensations or other states of consciousness which they excite, and while in compliance with common usage we have continued to speak of them as a distinct class of things, we showed that in predicating them no one means to predicate any thing but those sensations or states of consciousness on which they may be said to be grounded, and by which alone they can be defined or described. Relations, except the simple cases of likeness and unlikeness, succession and simultaneity, are similarly grounded on some fact or phenomenon, that is, on some series of sensations or states of consciousness more or less complicated. The third species of attribute, quantity, is also manifestly grounded on something in our sensations or states of feeling, since there is an indubitable difference in the sensations excited by a larger and a smaller bulk, or by a greater or less degree of intensity, in any object of sense or of consciousness. All attributes, therefore, are to us nothing but either our sensations and other states of feeling, or something inextricably involved therein, and to this even the peculiar and simple relations just adverted to are not exceptions. Those peculiar relations, however, are so important, and even if they might in strictness be classed among states of consciousness, are so fundamentally distinct from any other of those states that it would be a vain subtlety to bring them under that common description, and it is necessary that they should be classed apart. Footnote. Professor Bain, Logic 1:49, defines attributes as points of community among classes. This definition expresses well one point of view, but is liable to the objection that it applies only to the attributes of classes, though an object unique in its kind may be said to have attributes. Moreover, the definition is not ultimate, since the points of community themselves admit of and require further analysis, and Mr. Bain does analyze them into resemblances in the sensations or other states of consciousness excited by the object. End footnote. As the result, therefore, of our analysis, we obtain the following as an enumeration and classification of all nameable things. First, feelings or states of consciousness. Second, the minds which experience those feelings. Third, the bodies or external objects which excite certain of those feelings, together with the powers or properties whereby they excite them, these latter, at least, being included rather in compliance with common opinion, and because their existence is taken for granted in the common language, from which I cannot prudently deviate, than because the recognition of such powers or properties as real existences appears to be warranted by a sound philosophy. Fourth and last, the successions and coexistences, the likenesses and unlikenesses between feelings or states of consciousness. Those relations, when considered as subsisting between other things, exist in reality only between the states of consciousness which those things, if bodies, excite, if minds, either excite or experience. This, until a better can be suggested, may serve as a substitute for the categories of Aristotle considered as a classification of existences. The practical application of it will appear when we commence the inquiry into the import of propositions. In other words, when we inquire what it is which the mind actually believes, when it gives what is called its assent to a proposition. These four classes comprising, if the classification be correct, all nameable things, these or some of them must of course compose the signification of all names, and of these or some of them is made up whatever we call a fact. For distinction's sake, every fact which is solely composed of feelings or states of consciousness, considered as such, is often called a psychological or subjective fact, while every fact which is composed, either wholly or in part, of something different from these, that is, of substances and attributes, is called an objective fact. We may say, then, that every objective fact is grounded on a corresponding subjective one, and has no meaning to us, apart from the subjective fact which corresponds to it, except as a name for the unknown and inscrutable process by which that subjective or psychological fact is brought to pass. End of section 9. Section 10 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 4, of Propositions. Part 1. In treating of propositions, as already in treating of names, some considerations of a comparatively elementary nature respecting their form and varieties must be premised before entering upon that analysis of the import conveyed by them, which is the real subject and purpose of this preliminary book. A proposition, we have before said, is a portion of discourse in which a predicate is affirmed or denied of a subject. A predicate and a subject are all that is necessarily required to make up a proposition. But as we cannot conclude from merely seeing two names put together that they are a predicate and a subject, that is, that one of them is intended to be affirmed or denied of the other, it is necessary that there should be some mode or form of indicating that such is the intention, some sign to distinguish a predication from any other kind of discourse. This is sometimes done by a slight alteration of one of the words, called an inflection, as when we say fire burns. The change of the second word from burn to burns shows that we mean to affirm the predicate burn of the subject fire. But this function is more commonly fulfilled by the word is, when an affirmation is intended, is not, when a negation, or by some other part of the verb to be. The word which thus serves the purpose of a sign of predication is called, as we formerly observed, the copula. It is important that there should be no indistinctness in our conception of the nature and office of the copula, for confused notions respecting it are among the causes which have spread mysticism over the field of logic and perverted its speculation into logomachies. It is apt to be supposed that the copula is something more than a mere sign of predication, that it also signifies existence. In the proposition, Socrates is just, it may seem to be implied not only that the quality just can be affirmed of Socrates, but moreover that Socrates is, that is to say, exists. This, however, only shows that there is an ambiguity of the word is, a word which not only performs the function of the copula in affirmations, but has also a meaning of its own, in virtue of which it may itself be made the predicate of a proposition. That the employment of it as a copula does not necessarily include the affirmation of existence appears from such a proposition as this. A centaur is a fiction of the poets, where it cannot possibly be implied that a centaur exists, since the proposition itself expressly asserts that the thing has no real existence. Many volumes might be filled with the frivolous speculations concerning the nature of being, to, on, ousia, ens, entitas, essentia, and the like, which have arisen from overlooking this double meaning of the word to be, from supposing that when it signifies to exist and when it signifies to be some specified thing, as to be a man, to be Socrates, to be seen or spoken of, to be a phantom, Even to be a nonentity, it must still at bottom answer to the same idea, and that a meaning must be found for it which shall suit all these cases. The fog which rose from this narrow spot diffused itself at an early period over the whole surface of metaphysics. Yet it becomes us not to triumph over the great intellects of Plato and Aristotle because we are now able to preserve ourselves from many errors into which they, perhaps inevitably, fell. The fire teaser of a modern steam engine produces, by his exertions, far greater effects than Milo of Crotona could, but he is not therefore a stronger man. The Greeks seldom knew any language but their own. This rendered it far more difficult for them than it is for us to acquire a readiness in detecting ambiguities. One of the advantages of having accurately studied a plurality of languages, especially of those languages which eminent thinkers have used as the vehicle of their thoughts, is the practical lesson we learn respecting the ambiguities of words by finding that the same word in one language corresponds, on different occasions, to different words in another. When not thus exercised, even the strongest understandings find it difficult to believe that things which have a common name have not, in some respect or other, a common nature, and often expend much labour very unprofitably, as was frequently done by the two philosophers just mentioned, in vain attempts to discover in what this common nature consists. But the habit once formed, intellects much inferior are capable of detecting even ambiguities which are common to many languages, and it is surprising that the one now under consideration, though it exists in the modern languages as well as in the ancient, should have been overlooked by almost all authors. The quantity of futile speculation which has been caused by a misapprehension of the nature of the copula was hinted at by Hobbes, but Mr. James Mill was, I believe, the first who distinctly characterized the ambiguity and pointed out how many errors in the received systems of philosophy it has had to answer for. Footnote: Analysis of the Human Mind 1, 126 and following. End footnote. It has indeed misled the moderns scarcely less than the ancients, though their mistakes, because our understandings are not yet so completely emancipated from their influence, do not appear equally irrational. We shall now briefly review the principal distinctions which exist among propositions and the technical terms most commonly in use to express those distinctions. Part 2. A proposition being a portion of discourse in which something is affirmed or denied of something, the first division of propositions is into affirmative and negative. An affirmative proposition is that in which the predicate is affirmed of the subject, as Caesar is dead. A negative proposition is that in which the predicate is denied of the subject, as Caesar is not dead. The copula in this last species of proposition consists of the words is not, which are the sign of negation, is being the sign of affirmation. Some logicians, among whom may be mentioned Hobbes, state this distinction differently. They recognize only one form of copula, is, and attach the negative sign to the predicate. Caesar is dead and Caesar is not dead, according to these writers, are propositions agreeing not in the subject and predicate, but in the subject only. They do not consider dead, but not dead, to be the predicate of the second proposition, and they accordingly define a negative proposition to be one in which the predicate is a negative name. The point, though not much of practical moment, deserves notice as an example, not infrequent in logic, where by means of an apparent simplification, but which is merely verbal, matters are made more complex than before. The notion of these writers was that they could get rid of the distinction between affirming and denying by treating every case of denying as the affirming of a negative name, but what is meant by a negative name? A name expressive of the absence of an attribute, so that when we affirm a negative name, what we are really predicating is absence and not presence. We are asserting not that anything is, but that something is not, to express which operation no word seems so proper as the word denying. The fundamental distinction is between a fact and the non-existence of that fact, between seeing something and not seeing it, between Caesar's being dead and his not being dead, and if this were merely verbal distinction, the generalization which brings both within the same form of assertion would be a real simplification, the distinction, however, being real, and in the facts it is the generalization confounding the distinction that is merely verbal, and tends to obscure the subject, by treating the difference between two kinds of truths as if it were only a difference between two kinds of words. To put things together and to put them or keep them asunder will remain different operations, whatever tricks we may play with language. A remark of a similar nature may be applied to most of those distinctions among propositions which are said to have reference to their modality, as difference of tense or time. The sun did rise, the sun is rising, the sun will rise. These differences, like that between affirmation and negation, might be glossed over by considering the incident of time as a mere modification of the predicate. Thus, the sun is an object having risen. The sun is an object now rising. The sun is an object to rise hereafter. But the simplification would be merely verbal. Past, present, and future do not constitute so many different kinds of rising. They are designations belonging to the event asserted, to the sun's rising today. They affect not the predicate, but the applicability of the predicate to the particular subject. That which we affirm to be past, present, or future is not what the subject signifies, nor what the predicate signifies, but specifically and expressly what the predication signifies, what is expressed only by the proposition as such, and not by either or both of the terms. Therefore the circumstance of time is properly considered as attaching to the copula, which is the sign of predication, and not to the predicate. If the same cannot be said of such modifications as these, Caesar may be dead, Caesar is perhaps dead, it is possible that Caesar is dead, it is only because these fall altogether under another head, being properly assertions not of anything relating to the fact itself, but of the state of our own mind in regard to it, namely, our absence of disbelief of it. Thus, Caesar may be dead means I am not sure that Caesar is alive. Part 3. The next division of propositions is into simple and complex, more aptly, by Professor Bain, termed compound. Footnote, Logic 1, 85. End footnote. A simple proposition is that in which one predicate is affirmed or denied of one subject. A compound proposition is that in which there is more than one predicate, or more than one subject, or both. At first sight, this division has the air of an absurdity, a solemn distinction of things into one and more than one, as if we were to divide horses into single horses and teams of horses. And it is true that what is called a complex or compound proposition is often not a proposition at all, but several propositions held together by a conjunction. Such, for example, is this: Caesar is dead and Brutus is alive. Or even this: Caesar is dead but Brutus is alive. There are here two distinct assertions, and we might as well call a street a complex house, as these two propositions a complex proposition. It is true that the syncatogrammatic words and but have a meaning, but that meaning is so far from making the two propositions one that it adds a third proposition to them. All particles are abbreviations, and generally abbreviations of propositions, a kind of shorthand whereby something which, to be expressed fully, would have required a proposition or a series of propositions is suggested to the mind at once. Thus the words Caesar is dead and Brutus is alive are equivalent to these. Caesar is dead. Brutus is alive. It is desired that the two preceding propositions should be thought of together. If the words were Caesar is dead but Brutus is alive, the sense would be equivalent to the same three propositions together with a fourth. Between the two preceding propositions there exists a contrast, that is, either between the two facts themselves, or between the feelings with which it is desired that they should be regarded. In the instances cited, the two propositions are kept visibly distinct, each subject having its separate predicate, and each predicate its separate subject. For brevity, however, and to avoid repetition, the propositions are often blended together, as in this. Peter and James preached at Jerusalem and in Galilee, which contains four propositions. Peter preached at Jerusalem, Peter preached in Galilee, James preached at Jerusalem, James preached in Galilee. We have seen that when the two or more propositions comprised in what is called a complex proposition are stated absolutely and not under any condition or proviso, it is not a proposition at all, but a plurality of propositions, since what it expresses is not a single assertion, but several assertions, which, if true when joined, are true also when separated. But there is a kind of proposition which, though it contains a plurality of subjects and of predicates, and may be said in one sense of the word to consist of several propositions, contains but one assertion, and its truth does not at all imply that of the simple propositions which compose it. An example of this is when the simple propositions are connected by the particle or, as either A is B or C is D, or by the particle if, as A is B if C is D. In the former case, the proposition is called disjunctive, in the latter, conditional. The name hypothetical was originally common to both. As has been well remarked by Archbishop Whately and others, the disjunctive form is resolvable into the conditional, every disjunctive proposition being equivalent to two or more conditional ones. Either A is B or C is D means if A is not B, C is D, and if C is not D, A is B. All hypothetical propositions, therefore, though disjunctive in form, are conditional in meaning, and the words hypothetical and conditional may be, as indeed they generally are, used synonymously. Propositions in which the assertion is not dependent on a condition are said, in the language of logicians, to be categorical. A hypothetical proposition is not, like the pretended complex propositions which we previously considered, a mere aggregation of simple propositions. The simple propositions which form part of the words in which it is couched form no part of the assertion which it conveys. When we say, if the Quran comes from God, Mohammed is the prophet of God, we do not intend to affirm either that the Quran does come from God, or that Muhammad is really his prophet. Neither of these simple propositions may be true, and yet the truth of the hypothetical proposition may be indisputable. What is asserted is not the truth of either of the propositions, but the inferability of the one from the other. What then is the subject and what the predicate of the hypothetical proposition? The Quran is not the subject of it, nor is Mohammed, for nothing is affirmed or denied either of the Quran or of Mohammed. The real subject of the predication is the entire proposition, Mohammed is the prophet of God, and the affirmation is that this is a legitimate inference from the proposition, the Quran comes from God. The subject and predicate, therefore, of a hypothetical proposition are names of propositions. The subject is some one proposition. The predicate is a general relative name applicable to propositions of this form, an inference from so-and-so. A fresh instance is here afforded of the remark that particles are abbreviations, since, if A is B, C is D, is found to be an abbreviation of the following: the proposition C is D is a legitimate inference from the proposition A is B. The distinction, therefore, between hypothetical and categorical propositions is not so great as it first appears. In the conditional, as well as in the categorical form, one predicate is affirmed of one subject and no more, but a conditional proposition is a proposition concerning a proposition. The subject of the assertion is itself an assertion, nor is this a property peculiar to hypothetical propositions. There are other classes of assertions concerning propositions. Like other things, a proposition has attributes which may be predicated of it. The attribute predicated of it in a hypothetical proposition is that of being an inference from a certain other proposition. But this is only one of the many attributes that might be predicated. We may say that the whole is greater than its part, is an axiom in mathematics. That the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Father alone is a tenet of the Greek Church. The doctrine of the divine right of kings was renounced by Parliament at the Revolution. The infallibility of the Pope has no countenance from Scripture. In all these cases, the subject of the predication is an entire proposition. That which these different predicates are affirmed of is the proposition. The whole is greater than its part. The proposition, the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Father alone. The proposition, kings have a divine right. The proposition, the Pope is infallible. Seeing then that there is much less difference between hypothetical propositions and any others than one might be led to imagine from their form, we should be at a loss to account for the conspicuous position which they have been selected to fill in treatises on logic, if we did not remember that what they predicate of a proposition, namely its being an inference from something else, is precisely that one of its attributes with which most of all a logician is concerned. Part 4. The next of the common divisions of propositions is into universal, particular, indefinite, and singular, a distinction founded on the degree of generality in which the name, which is the subject of the proposition, is to be understood. The following are examples. All men are mortal, universal. Some men are mortal, particular. Man is mortal, indefinite. Julius Caesar is mortal, singular. The proposition is singular when the subject is an individual name. The individual name needs not be a proper name. The founder of Christianity was crucified is as much a singular proposition as Christ was crucified. When the name, which is the subject of the proposition, is a general name, we may intend to affirm or deny the predicate either of all the things that the subject denotes or only of some. When the predicate is affirmed or denied of all and each of the things denoted by the subject, the proposition is universal. When of some undefined portion of them only, it is particular. Thus, all men are mortal, every man is mortal, are universal propositions. No man is immortal is also a universal proposition, since the predicate, immortal, is denied of each and every individual denoted by the term man, the negative proposition being exactly equivalent to the following: every man is not immortal. But some men are wise, some men are not wise, are particular propositions, the predicate wise being in the one case affirmed and in the other denied, not of each and every individual denoted by the term man, but only of each and every one of some portion of those individuals, without specifying what portion. For if this were specified, the proposition would be changed either into a singular proposition or into a universal proposition with a different subject, as, for instance, all properly instructed men are wise. There are other forms of particular propositions, as most men are imperfectly educated, it being immaterial how large a portion of the subject the predicate is asserted of, as long as it is left uncertain how that portion is to be distinguished from the rest. Footnote. Instead of universal and particular, as applied to propositions, Professor Bain proposes, Logic 1, 81, the terms total and partial, reserving the former pair of terms for their inductive meaning. The contrast between a general proposition and the particulars or individuals that we derive it from. This change in nomenclature would be attended with the further advantage that singular propositions, which in the syllogism follow the same rules as universal, would be included along with them in the same class, that of total predications. It is not the subjects denoting many things or only one that is of importance in reasoning. It is that the assertion is made of the whole or a part only of what the subject denotes. The words universal and particular, however, are so familiar and so well understood in both the senses mentioned by Mr. Bain that the double meaning does not produce any material inconvenience. End footnote. When the form of the expression does not clearly show whether the general name, which is the subject of the proposition, is meant to stand for all the individuals denoted by it, or only for some of them, the proposition is, by some logicians, called indefinite. But this, as Archbishop Whately observes, is a solecism, of the same nature as that committed by some grammarians when, in their list of genders, they enumerate the doubtful gender. The speaker must mean to assert the proposition either as a universal or as a particular proposition, though he has failed to declare which, and it often happens that though the words do not show which of the two he intends, the context or the custom of speech supplies the deficiency. Thus, when it is affirmed that man is mortal, nobody doubts that the assertion is intended of all human beings, and the word indicative of universality is commonly omitted, only because the meaning is evident without it. In the proposition, wine is good, it is understood with equal readiness, though for somewhat different reasons, that the assertion is not intended to be universal, but particular. Footnote. It may, however, be considered as equivalent to a universal proposition with a different predicate. For example, all wine is good qua wine, or is good in respect of the qualities which constitute it wine. End footnote. As is observed by Professor Bain, the chief examples of indefinite propositions occur with names of material which are the subjects sometimes of universal and at other times of particular predication. Footnote. Logic 1:82. End footnote. Food is chemically constituted by carbon, oxygen, and so on, is a proposition of universal quantity. The meaning is all food, all kinds of food. Food is necessary to animal life, is a case of particular quantity. The meaning is some sort of food, not necessarily all sorts. Metal is requisite in order to strength, does not mean all kinds of metal. Gold will make a way, means a portion of gold. When a general name stands for each and every individual which it is a name of, or in other words, which it denotes, it is said by logicians to be distributed, or taken distributively. Thus, in the proposition, all men are mortal, the subject, man, is distributed because mortality is affirmed of each and every man. The predicate, mortal, is not distributed because the only mortals who are spoken of in the proposition are those who happen to be men, while the word may, for aught that appears, and in fact does, comprehend within it an indefinite number of objects besides men. In the proposition, some men are mortal, both the predicate and the subject are undistributed. In the following, no men have wings, both the predicate and the subject are distributed. Not only is the attribute of having wings denied of the entire class, man, but that class is severed and cast out from the whole of the class, winged, and not merely from some part of that class. This phraseology, which is of great service in stating and demonstrating the rules of the syllogism, enables us to express very concisely the definition of a universal and a particular proposition. A universal proposition is that of which the subject is distributed. A particular proposition is that of which the subject is undistributed. There are many more distinctions among propositions than those we have here stated, some of them of considerable importance, but for explaining and illustrating these, more suitable opportunities will occur in the sequel. End of section 10. Section 11 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5 of the Import of Propositions, Parts 1 through 3. Part 1. An inquiry into the nature of propositions must have one of two objects: to analyze the state of mind called belief, or to analyze what is believed. All language recognizes a difference between a doctrine or opinion and the fact of entertaining the opinion, between assent and what is assented to. Logic, according to the conception here formed of it, has no concern with the nature of the act of judging or believing. The consideration of that act as a phenomenon of the mind belongs to another science. Philosophers, however, from Descartes downward, and especially from the era of Leibniz and Locke, have by no means observed this distinction, and would have treated with great disrespect any attempt to analyze the import of propositions, unless founded on an analysis of the act of judgment. A proposition, they would have said, is but the expression in words of a judgment. The thing expressed, not the mere verbal expression, is the important matter. When the mind assents to a proposition, it judges. Let us find out what the mind does when it judges, and we shall know what propositions mean, and not otherwise. Conformably to these views, almost all the writers on logic in the last 2 centuries, whether English, German, or French, have made their theory of propositions from one end to the other a theory of judgments. They considered a proposition or a judgment, for they used the two words indiscriminately, to consist in affirming or denying one idea of another. To judge was to put two ideas together, or to bring one idea under another, or to compare two ideas, or to perceive the agreement or disagreement between two ideas, and the whole doctrine of propositions, together with the theory of reasoning, always necessarily founded on the theory of propositions, was stated as if ideas or conceptions, or whatever other term the writer preferred as a name for mental representations generally, constituted essentially the subject matter and substance of those operations. It is of course true that in any case of judgment, as for instance when we judge that gold is yellow, a process takes place in our minds of which some one or other of these theories is a partially correct account. We must have the idea of gold and the idea of yellow, and these two ideas must be brought together in our mind. But in the first place it is evident that this is only a part of what takes place, for we may put two ideas together without any act of belief, as when we merely imagine something, such as a golden mountain, or when we actually disbelieve. For in order even to disbelieve that Muhammad was an apostle of God, we must put the idea of Muhammad and that of an apostle of God together. To determine what it is that happens in the case of assent or dissent, besides putting two ideas together, is one of the most intricate of metaphysical problems. But whatever the solution may be, we may venture to assert that it can have nothing whatever to do with the import of propositions, for this reason, that propositions, except sometimes when the mind itself is the subject treated of, are not assertions respecting our ideas of things, but assertions respecting the things themselves. In order to believe that gold is yellow, I must indeed have the idea of gold and the idea of yellow, and something having reference to those ideas must take place in my mind. But my belief has not reference to the ideas, it has reference to the things. What I believe is a fact relating to the outward thing, gold, and to the impression made by that outward thing upon the human organs, not a fact relating to my conception of gold, which would be a fact in my mental history, not a fact of external nature. It is true that in order to believe this fact in external nature, another fact must take place in my mind, a process must be performed upon my ideas, but so it must in everything else that I do. I cannot dig the ground unless I have the idea of the ground, and of a spade, and of all the other things I am operating upon, and unless I put these ideas together. Footnote. Dr. Whewell, Philosophy of Discovery, page 242, questions this statement and asks, are we to say that a mole cannot dig the ground except he has an idea of the ground and of the snout and pores with which he digs it? I do not know what passes in a mole's mind, nor what amount of mental apprehension may or may not accompany his instinctive actions. But a human being does not use a spade by instinct, and he certainly could not use it unless he had knowledge of a spade and of the earth which he uses it upon. End footnote. But it would be a very ridiculous description of digging the ground to say that it is putting one idea into another. Digging is an operation which is performed upon the things themselves, though it cannot be performed unless I have in my mind the ideas of them. And in like manner, believing is an act which has for its subject the facts themselves, though a previous mental conception of the facts is an indispensable condition. When I say that fire causes heat, do I mean that my idea of fire causes my idea of heat? No, I mean that the natural phenomenon, fire, causes the natural phenomenon, heat. When I mean to assert anything respecting the ideas, I give them their proper name. I call them ideas, as when I say that a child's idea of a battle is unlike the reality, or that the ideas entertained of the deity have a great effect on the characters of mankind. The notion that what is of primary importance to the logician in a proposition is the relation between the two ideas corresponding to the subject and predicate, instead of the relation between the two phenomena which they respectively express, seems to me one of the most fatal errors ever introduced into the philosophy of logic, and the principal cause why the theory of the science has made such inconsiderable progress during the last 2 centuries. The treatises on logic and on the branches of mental philosophy connected with logic, which have been produced since the intrusion of this cardinal error, though sometimes written by men of extraordinary abilities and attainments, almost always tacitly imply a theory that the investigation of truth consists in contemplating and handling our ideas, our conceptions of things, instead of the things themselves, a doctrine tantamount to the assertion that the only mode of acquiring knowledge of nature is to study it at second hand as represented in our own minds. Meanwhile, inquiries into every kind of natural phenomena were incessantly establishing great and fruitful truths on most important subjects by processes upon which these views of the nature of judgment and reasoning threw no light, and in which they afforded no assistance whatever. No wonder that those who knew by practical experience how truths are arrived at should deem a science futile, which consisted chiefly of such speculations. What has been done for the advancement of logic since these doctrines came into vogue has been done not by professed logicians, but by discoverers in the other sciences, in whose methods of investigation many principles of logic, not previously thought of, have successfully come forth into light, but who have generally committed the error of supposing that nothing whatever was known of the art of philosophizing by the old logicians, because their modern interpreters have written to so little purpose respecting it. We have to inquire then, on the present occasion, not into judgment, but judgments, not into the act of believing, but into the thing believed. What is the immediate object of belief in a proposition? What is the matter of fact signified by it? What is it to which, when I assert the proposition, I give my assent and call upon others to give theirs? What is that which is expressed by the form of discourse called a proposition, and the conformity of which to fact constitutes the truth of the proposition? Part 2. One of the clearest and most consecutive thinkers whom this country or the world has produced, I mean Hobbes, has given the following answer to this question. In every proposition, says he, what is signified is the belief of the speaker that the predicate is a name of the same thing of which the subject is a name, and if it really is so, the proposition is true. Thus, the proposition, all men are living beings, he would say, is true because living being is a name of everything of which man is a name. All men are 6 feet high is not true, because 6 feet high is not a name of everything, though it is of some things, of which man is a name. What is stated in this theory as the definition of a true proposition must be allowed to be a property which all true propositions possess. The subject and predicate being both of them names of things, if they were names of quite different things, the one name could not, consistently with its signification, be predicated of the other. If it be true that some men are copper-coloured, it must be true, and the proposition does really assert that among the individuals denoted by the name man, there are some who are also among those denoted by the name copper-coloured. If it be true that all oxen ruminate, it must be true that all the individuals denoted by the name ox are also among those denoted by the name ruminating, and whoever asserts that all oxen ruminate undoubtedly does assert that this relation subsists between the two names. The assertion, therefore, which according to Hobbes is the only one made in any proposition, really is made in every proposition, and his analysis has consequently one of the requisites for being the true one. We may go a step further. It is the only analysis that is rigorously true of all propositions without exception. What he gives as the meaning of propositions is part of the meaning of all propositions, and the whole meaning of some. This, however, only shows what an extremely minute fragment of meaning it is quite possible to include within the logical formula of a proposition. It does not show that no proposition means more. To warrant us in putting together two words with a copula between them, it is really enough that the thing or things denoted by one of the names should be capable, without violation of usage, of being called by the other name also. If, then, this be all the meaning necessarily implied in the form of discourse called a proposition, why do I object to it as the scientific definition of what a proposition means? Because, though the mere collocation which makes the proposition a proposition conveys no more than the scanty amount of meaning, that same collocation combined with other circumstances, that form combined with other matter, does convey more, and the proposition in those other circumstances does assert more than merely that relation between the two names. The only propositions of which Hobbes' principle is a sufficient account are that limited and unimportant class in which both the predicate and the subject are proper names. For, as has already been remarked, proper names have strictly no meaning. They are mere marks for individual objects, and when a proper name is predicated of another proper name, all the signification conveyed is that both the names are marks for the same object. But this is precisely what Hobbes produces as a theory of predication in general. His doctrine is a full explanation of such predictions as these. Hyde was Clarendon, or Tully is Cicero. It exhausts the meaning of those propositions, but it is a sadly inadequate theory of any others. That it should ever have been thought of as such can be accounted for only by the fact that Hobbes, in common with the other nominalists, bestowed little or no attention upon the connotation of words, and sought for their meaning exclusively in what they denote, as if all names had been, what none but proper names really are, marks put upon individuals, and as if there were no difference between a proper and a general name, except that the first denotes only one individual, and the last a greater number. It has been seen, however, that the meaning of all names except proper names, and that portion of the class of abstract names which are not connotative, resides in the connotation. When, therefore, we are analyzing the meaning of any proposition in which the predicate and the subject, or either of them, are connotative names, it is to the connotation of those terms that we must exclusively look, and not to what they denote, or, in the language of Hobbes, language so far correct, are names of. In asserting that the truth of a proposition depends on the conformity of import between its terms, as for instance, that the proposition Socrates is wise is a true proposition because Socrates and wise are names applicable to, or, as he expresses it, names of the same person, it is very remarkable that so powerful a thinker should not have asked himself the question, but how came they to be names of the same person? Surely not because such was the intention of those who invented the words. When mankind fixed the meaning of the word wise, they were not thinking of Socrates, nor, when his parents gave him the name of Socrates, were they thinking of wisdom. The names happened to fit the same person because of a certain fact, which fact was not known, nor in being, when the names were invented. If we want to know what the fact is, we shall find the clue to it in the connotation of the names. A bird or a stone, a man or a wise man, means simply an object having such and such attributes. The real meaning of the word man is those attributes, and not Smith, Brown, and the remainder of the individuals. The word mortal, in like manner, connotes a certain attribute or attributes, and when we say all men are mortal, the meaning of the proposition is that all beings which possess the one set of attributes possess also the other. If, in our experience, the attributes connoted by man are always accompanied by the attribute connoted by mortal, it will follow as a consequence that the class man will be wholly included in the class mortal, and that mortal will be a name of all things of which man is a name. But why? Those objects are brought under the name by possessing the attributes connoted by it, but their possession of the attribute is the real condition on which the truth of the proposition depends, not their being called by the name. Connotative names do not precede, but follow the attributes which they connote. If one attribute happens to be always found in conjunction with another attribute, the concrete names which answer to those attributes will, of course, be predicable of the same subjects, and may be said, in Hobbes' language, in the propriety of which on this occasion I fully concur, to be two names for the same things. But the possibility of a concurrent application of the two names is a mere consequence of the conjunction between the two attributes, and was, in most cases, never thought of when the names were introduced and their signification fixed. That the diamond is combustible was a proposition certainly not dreamed of when the words diamond and combustible first received their meaning, and could not have been discovered by the most ingenious and refined analysis of the signification of those words. It was found out by a very different process, namely, by exerting the senses, and learning from them that the attribute of combustibility existed in the diamonds upon which the experiment was tried, the number or character of the experiments being such that what was true of those individuals might be concluded to be true of all substances called by the name, that is, of all substances possessing the attributes which the name connotes. The assertion, therefore, when analyzed, is that wherever we find certain attributes, there will be found a certain other attribute, which is not a question of the signification of names, but of laws of nature, the order existing among phenomena. Part 3. Although Hobbes' theory of predication has not, in the terms in which he stated it, met with a very favourable reception from subsequent thinkers, a theory virtually identical with it, and not by any means so perspicuously expressed, may almost be said to have taken the rank of an established opinion. The most generally received notion of predication decidedly is that it consists in referring something to a class, that is, either placing an individual under a class or placing one class under another class. Thus, the proposition, man is mortal, asserts, according to this view of it, that the class man is included in the class mortal. Plato is a philosopher, asserts that the individual Plato is one of those who compose the class philosopher. If the proposition is negative, then instead of placing something in a class, it is said to exclude something from a class. Thus, if the following be the proposition, the elephant is not carnivorous, what is asserted, according to this theory, is that the elephant is excluded from the class carnivorous, or is not numbered among the things comprising that class. There is no real difference except in language between this theory of predication and the theory of Hobbes. For a class is absolutely nothing but an indefinite number of individuals denoted by a general name. The name given to them in common is what makes them a class. To refer anything to a class, therefore, is to look upon it as one of the things which are to be called by that common name. To exclude it from a class is to say that the common name is not applicable to it. How widely these views of predication have prevailed is evident from this, that they are the basis of the celebrated dictum de omni et nullo. When the syllogism is resolved by all who treat of it into an inference that what is true of a class is true of all things whatever that belong to the class, and when this is laid down by almost all professed logicians as the ultimate principle to which all reasoning owes its validity, it is clear that in the general estimation of logicians, the propositions of which reasonings are composed can be the expression of nothing but the process of dividing things into classes and referring everything to its proper class. This theory appears to me a signal example of a logical error very often committed in logic, that of isteron properon, or explaining a thing by something which presupposes it. When I say that snow is white, I may and ought to be thinking of snow as a class because I am asserting a proposition as true of all snow. But I am certainly not thinking of white objects as a class. I am thinking of no white object whatever except snow, but only of that and of the sensation of white which it gives me. When indeed I have judged or assented to the propositions that snow is white and that several other things are also white, I gradually begin to think of white objects as a class, including snow and those other things. But this is a conception which followed, not preceded, those judgments, and therefore cannot be given as an explanation of them. Instead of explaining the effect by the cause, this doctrine explains the cause by the effect, and is, I conceive, founded on a latent misconception of the nature of classification. There is a sort of language very generally prevalent in these discussions, which seems to suppose that classification is an arrangement and grouping of definite and known individuals, that when names were imposed, mankind took into consideration all the individual objects in the universe, distributed them into parcels or lists, and gave to the objects of each list a common name, repeating this operation totius quotius, until they had invented all the general names of which language consists, which, having been done once, if a question subsequently arises whether a certain general name can be truly predicated of a certain particular object, we have only, as it were, to read the roll of the objects upon which that name was conferred and see whether the object about which the question arises is to be found among them. The framers of language, it would seem to be supposed, have predetermined all the objects that are to compose each class, and we only have to refer to the record of an antecedent decision. So absurd a doctrine will be owned by nobody when thus nakedly stated, but if the commonly received explanations of classification and naming do not imply this theory, it requires to be shown how they admit of being reconciled with any other. General names are not marks put upon definite objects. Classes are not made by drawing a line round a given number of assignable individuals. The objects which compose any given class are perpetually fluctuating. We may frame a class without knowing the individuals, or even any of the individuals of which it may be composed. We may do so while believing that no such individuals exist. If by the meaning of a general name are to be understood the things which it is the name of, no general name, except by accident, has a fixed meaning at all, or ever long retains the same meaning. The only mode in which any general name has a definite meaning is by being a name of an indefinite variety of things, namely, of all things known or unknown, past, present, or future, which possess certain definite attributes. When by studying not the meaning of words, but the phenomena of nature, we discover that these attributes are possessed by some object not previously known to possess them, as when chemists found that the diamond was combustible, we include this new object in the class, but it did not already belong to the class. We place the individual in the class because the proposition is true. The proposition is not true because the object is placed in the class. Footnote. Professor Bain remarks in qualification of the statement in the text, Logic 1:50, that the word class has two meanings. Quote, the class definite and the class indefinite. The class definite is an enumeration of actual individuals as the peers of the realm, the oceans of the globe, the known planets. The class indefinite is unenumerated. Such classes are stars, planets, gold-bearing rocks, men, poets, virtuous. In this last acceptation of the word, class name and general name are identical. The class name denotes an indefinite number of individuals and connotes the points of community or likeness. End quote. The theory controverted in the text tacitly supposes all classes to be definite. I have assumed them to be indefinite, because, for the purposes of logic, definite classes as such are almost useless, though often serviceable as a means of abridged expression. See sections 29 and 30 of this work, Book 3, Chapter 2. End footnote. It will appear hereafter, in treating of reasoning, how much the theory of that intellectual process has been vitiated by the influence of these erroneous notions, and by the habit which they exemplify of assimilating all the operations of the human understanding which have truth for their object to processes of mere classification and naming. Unfortunately, the minds which have been entangled in this net are precisely those which have escaped the other cardinal error commented upon in the beginning of the present chapter. Since the revolution which dislodged Aristotle from the schools, logicians may almost be divided into those who have looked upon reasoning as essentially an affair of ideas, and those who have looked upon it as essentially an affair of names. Although, however, Hobbes' theory of predication, according to the well-known remark of Leibniz, and the avowal of Hobbes himself, renders truth and falsity completely arbitrary, with no standard but the will of men, it must not be concluded that either Hobbes or any of the other thinkers who have in the main agreed with him did in fact consider the distinction between truth and error as less real, or attached less importance to it than other people. Footnote. From hence also this may be deduced, that the first truths were arbitrarily made by those that first of all imposed names upon things, or received them from the imposition of others. For it is true, for example, that man is a living creature, but it is for this reason that it pleased men to impose both these names on the same thing. Computation or Logic, Chapter 3, Section 8. End footnote. To suppose that they did so would argue total unacquaintance with their other speculations, but this shows how little hold their doctrine possessed over their own minds. No person, at bottom, ever imagined that there was nothing more in truth than propriety of expression, than using language in conformity to a previous convention. When the inquiry was brought down from generals to a particular case, it has always been acknowledged that there is a distinction between verbal and real questions, that some false propositions are uttered from ignorance of the meaning of words, but that in others the source of the error is a misapprehension of things, that a person who has not the use of language at all may form propositions mentally, and that they may be untrue. That is, he may believe as matters of fact what are not really so. This last admission cannot be made in stronger terms than it is by Hobbes himself, though he will not allow such erroneous belief to be called falsity, but only error. Footnote. Quote, Men are subject to err not only in affirming and denying, but also in perception and in silent cogitation. Tacit errors, or the errors of sense and cogitation, are made by passing from one imagination to the imagination of another different thing, or by feigning that to be past or future which never was nor ever shall be, as when by seeing the image of the sun in the water we imagine the sun itself to be there, or by seeing swords that there has been or shall be fighting, because it used to be so for the most part, or when from promises we feign the mind of the promiser to be such and such, or lastly, when from any sign we vainly imagine something to be signified which is not. And errors of this sort are common to all things that have sense. End quote. Computation or Logic, Chapter 5, Section 1. End footnote. And he has himself laid down in other places doctrines in which the true theory of predication is by implication contained. He distinctly says that general names are given to things on account of their attributes, and that abstract names are the names of those attributes. Quote, Abstract is that which in any subject denotes the cause of the concrete name, and these causes of names are the same with the causes of our conceptions, namely, some power of action or affection of the thing conceived, which some call the manner by which anything works upon our senses, but by most men they are called accidents. End quote. Footnote. Chapter 3, Section 3. End footnote. It is strange that having gone so far, he should not have gone one step further and seen that what he calls the cause of the concrete name is in reality the meaning of it, and that when we predicate of any subject a name which is given because of an attribute, or, as he calls it, an accident, our object is not to affirm the name, but, by means of the name, to affirm the attribute. End of section 11. Section 12 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5 of The Import of Propositions, Parts 4 through 7. Part 4. Let the predicate be, as we have said, a connotative term, and to take the simplest case first, let the subject be a proper name. The summit of Chimborazo is white. The word white connotes an attribute which is possessed by the individual object designed by the words summit of Chimborazo, which attribute consists in the physical fact of its exciting in human beings the sensation which we call a sensation of white. It will be admitted that, by asserting the proposition, we wish to communicate information of that physical fact, and are not thinking of the names except as the necessary means of making that communication. The meaning of the proposition, therefore, is that the individual thing denoted by the subject has the attributes connoted by the predicate. If we now suppose the subject also to be a connotative name, the meaning expressed by the proposition has advanced a step further in complication. Let us first suppose the proposition to be universal as well as affirmative. All men are mortal. In this case, as in the last, what the proposition asserts, or expresses a belief of, is, of course, that the objects denoted by the subject, man, possess the attributes connoted by the predicate, mortal. But the characteristic of this case is that the objects are no longer individually designated. They are pointed out only by some of their attributes. They are the objects called men, that is, possessing the attributes connoted by the name man, and the only thing known of them may be those attributes. Indeed, As the proposition is general, and the objects denoted by the subject are therefore indefinite in number, most of them are not known individually at all. The assertion, therefore, is not as before that the attributes which the predicate connotes are possessed by any given individual, or by any number of individuals previously known as John, Thomas, and so on, but that those attributes are possessed by each and every individual, possessing certain other attributes, that whatever has the attributes connoted by the subject has also those connoted by the predicate, that the latter set of attributes constantly accompany the former set. Whatever has the attributes of man has the attribute of mortality. Mortality constantly accompanies the attributes of man. Footnote. To the preceding statement it has been objected that, quote, we naturally construe the subject of a proposition in its extension, and the predicate, which therefore may be an adjective, in its intension, connotation, and that consequently coexistence of attributes does not, any more than the opposite theory of equation of groups, correspond with the living process of thought and language. End quote. I acknowledge the distinction here drawn, which, indeed, I had myself laid down and exemplified a few pages back. But though it is true that we naturally, quote, construe the subject of a proposition in its extension, end quote, this extension, or in other words, the extent of the class denoted by the name, is not apprehended or indicated directly. It is both apprehended and indicated solely through the attributes. In the, quote, living processes of thought and language, end quote, the extension, though in this case really thought of, which in the case of the predicate it is not, is thought of only through the medium of what my acute and courteous critic terms the intention. For further illustrations of this subject, see Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy, Chapter 22. End footnote. If it be remembered that every attribute is grounded on some fact or phenomenon, either of outward sense or of inward consciousness, and that to possess an attribute is another phrase for being the cause of or forming part of the fact or phenomenon upon which the attribute is grounded, we may add one more step to complete the analysis. The proposition which asserts that one attribute always accompanies another attribute really asserts thereby no other thing than this, that one phenomenon always accompanies another phenomenon, insomuch that where we find the latter, we have assurance of the existence of the former. Thus, in the proposition, all men are mortal, the word man connotes the attributes which we ascribe to a certain kind of living creature on the ground of certain phenomena which they exhibit, and which are partly physical phenomena, namely, the impressions made on our senses by their bodily form and structure, and partly mental phenomena, namely, the sentient and intellectual life which they have of their own. All this is understood when we utter the word man, by any one to whom the meaning of the word is known. Now, when we say man is mortal, we mean that wherever these various physical and mental phenomena are all found, there we have assurance that the other physical and mental phenomenon, called death, will not fail to take place. The proposition does not affirm when, for the connotation of the word mortal goes no further than to the occurrence of the phenomenon at some time or other, leaving the particular time undecided. Part 5. We have already proceeded far enough, not only to demonstrate the error of Hobbes, but to ascertain the real import of by far the most numerous class of propositions. The object of belief in a proposition, when it asserts anything more than the meaning of words, is generally, as in the cases which we have examined, either the coexistence or the sequence of two phenomena. At the very commencement of our inquiry, we found that every act of belief implied two things. We have now ascertained what, in the most frequent case, these two things are, namely, two phenomena, in other words, two states of consciousness, and what it is which the proposition affirms or denies to subsist between them, namely, either succession or coexistence. And this case includes innumerable instances which no one previous to reflection would think of referring to. Take the following example. A generous person is worthy of honour. Who would expect to recognize here a case of coexistence between phenomena? But so it is. The attribute which causes a person to be termed generous is ascribed to him on the ground of states of his mind and particulars of his conduct. Both are phenomena. The former are facts of internal consciousness. The latter, so far as distinct from the former, are physical facts, or perceptions of the senses. Worthy of honour admits of a similar analysis. Honour, as here used, means a state of approving and admiring emotion, followed on occasion by corresponding outward acts. Worthy of honour connotes all this, together with our approval of the act of showing honour. All these are phenomena, states of internal consciousness, accompanied or followed by physical facts. When we say a generous person is worthy of honour, we affirm coexistence between the two complicated phenomena connoted by the two terms respectively. We affirm that wherever and whenever the inward feelings and outward facts implied in the word generosity have place, then and there the existence and manifestation of an inward feeling, honour, would be followed in our minds by another inward feeling, approval. After the analysis in a former chapter of the import of names, many examples are not needed to illustrate the import of propositions. When there is any obscurity or difficulty, it does not lie in the meaning of the proposition, but in the meaning of the names which compose it, in the extremely complicated connotations of many words, the immense multitude and prolonged series of facts which often constitute the phenomenon connoted by a name. But where it is seen what the phenomenon is, there is seldom any difficulty in seeing that the assertion conveyed by the proposition is the coexistence of one such phenomenon with another, or the succession of one such phenomenon to another, so that where the one is found we may calculate on finding the other, though perhaps not conversely. This, however, though the most common, is not the only meaning which propositions are ever intended to convey. In the first place, sequences and coexistences are not only asserted respecting phenomena, we make propositions also respecting those hidden causes of phenomena, which are named substances and attributes. A substance, however, being to us nothing but either that which causes or that which is conscious of phenomena, and the same being true, mutatis mutandis, of attributes, no assertion can be made, at least with a meaning, concerning these unknown and unknowable entities except in virtue of the phenomena by which alone they manifest themselves to our faculties. When we say Socrates was contemporary with the Peloponnesian War, the foundation of this assertion, as of all assertions concerning substances, is an assertion concerning the phenomena which they exhibit, namely, that the series of facts by which Socrates manifested himself to mankind, and the series of mental states which constituted his sentient existence, went on simultaneously with the series of facts known by the name of the Peloponnesian War. Still, the proposition as commonly understood does not assert that alone. It asserts that the thing in itself, the noumenon, Socrates, was existing and doing or experiencing those various facts during the same time. Coexistence and sequence, therefore, may be affirmed or denied, not only between phenomena, but between noumena, or between a noumenon and phenomena, and both of noumena and of phenomena we may affirm simple existence. But what is a noumenon? An unknown cause. In affirming, therefore, the existence of a noumenon, we affirm causation. Here, therefore, are two additional kinds of fact capable of being asserted in a proposition. Besides the propositions which assert sequence or coexistence, there are some which assert simple existence, and others assert causation, which, subject to the explanations which will follow in the third book, must be considered provisionally as a distinct and peculiar kind of assertion. Footnote. Professor Bain in his Logic 1, 256 excludes existence from the list, considering it as a mere name. All propositions, he says, which predicate mere existence, quote, are more or less abbreviated or elliptical. When fully expressed, they fall under either coexistence or succession. When we say there exists a conspiracy for a particular purpose, we mean that at the present time a body of men have formed themselves into a society for a particular object, which is a complex affirmation resolvable into propositions of coexistence and succession as causation. The assertion that the dodo does not exist points to the fact that this animal, once known in a certain place, has disappeared or become extinct, is no longer associated with the locality, all of which may be better stated without the use of the verb exist. There is a debated question: does an ether exist? But the concrete form would be this: are heat and light and other radiant influences propagated by an ethereal medium diffused in space? Which is a proposition of causation. In like manner, the question of the existence of a deity cannot be discussed in that form. It is properly a question as to the first cause of the universe, and as to the continued exertion of that cause in providential superintendence. Mr. Bain thinks it fictitious and unmeaning language to carry up the classification of nature to one summum genus, being or that which exists, since nothing can be perceived or apprehended but by way of contrast with something else, of which important truth, under the name of law of relativity, he has been in our time the principal expounder and champion, and we have no other class to oppose to being or fact to contrast with existence. I accept fully Mr. Bain's law of relativity, but I do not understand by it that to enable us to apprehend or be conscious of any fact, it is necessary that we should contrast it with some other positive fact. The antithesis necessary to consciousness need not, I conceive, be an antithesis between two positives. It may be between one positive and its negative. Hobbes was undoubtedly right when he said that a single sensation indefinitely prolonged would cease to be felt at all, but simple intermission, without other change, would restore it to consciousness. In order to be conscious of heat, it is not necessary that we should pass to it from cold. It suffices that we should pass to it from a state of no sensation, or from a sensation of some other kind. The relative opposite of being, considered as a summum genus, is nonentity or nothing, and we have now and then occasion to consider and discuss things merely in contrast with nonentity. I grant that the decision of questions of existence usually, if not always, depend on a previous question of either causation or coexistence, but existence is nevertheless a different thing from causation or coexistence, and can be predicated apart from them. The meaning of the abstract name existence and the connotation of the concrete name being consist, like the meaning of all other names, in sensations or states of consciousness. Their peculiarity is that to exist is to excite or be capable of exciting any sensations or states of consciousness, no matter what, but it is indispensable that there should be some. It was from overlooking this that Hegel, finding that being is an abstraction reached by thinking away all particular attributes, arrived at the self-contradictory proposition on which he founded all his philosophy, that being is the same as nothing. It is really the name of something taken in the most comprehensive sense of the word. End footnote. Part 6. To these four kinds of matter of fact or assertion must be added a fifth, resemblance. This was a species of attribute which we found it impossible to analyze, for which no fundamentum distinct from the objects themselves could be assigned. Besides propositions which assert a sequence or coexistence between two phenomena, there are therefore also propositions which assert resemblance between them, as, this colour is like that colour, the heat of today is equal to the heat of yesterday. It is true that such an assertion might with some plausibility be brought within the description of an affirmation of sequence by considering it as an assertion that the simultaneous contemplation of the two colours is followed by a specific feeling, termed the feeling of resemblance. But there would be nothing gained by encumbering ourselves, especially in this place, with a generalization which may be looked upon as strained. Logic does not undertake to analyze mental facts into their ultimate elements. Resemblance between two phenomena is more intelligible in itself than any explanation could make it, and under any classification must remain specifically distinct from the ordinary cases of sequence and coexistence. It is sometimes said that all propositions whatever, of which the predicate is a general name, do, in point of fact, affirm or deny resemblance. All such propositions affirm that a thing belongs to a class, but things being classed together according to their resemblance, everything is of course classed with the things which it is supposed to resemble most, and thence it may be said, when we affirm that gold is a metal, or that Socrates is a man, the affirmation intended is that gold resembles other metals, and Socrates other men, more nearly than they resemble the objects contained in any other of the classes coordinate with these. There is some slight degree of foundation for this remark, but no more than a slight degree. The arrangement of things into classes, such as the class metal or the class man, is grounded indeed on a resemblance among the things which are placed in the same class, but not on a more general resemblance. The resemblance it is grounded on consists in the possession by all those things of certain common peculiarities, and those peculiarities it is which the terms connote, and which the propositions consequently assert, not the resemblance. For though, when I say gold is a metal, I say by implication that if there be any other metals it must resemble them, yet if there were no other metals I might still assert the proposition with the same meaning as at present, namely, that gold has the various properties implied in the word metal, just as it might be said Christians are men, even if there were no men who were not Christians. Propositions, therefore, in which objects are referred to a class because they possess the attributes constituting the class, are so far from asserting nothing but resemblance that they do not, properly speaking, assert resemblance at all. But we remarked some time ago, and the reasons of the remark will be more fully entered into in a subsequent book, footnote, section 70 of this work, book 4, chapter 7, end footnote, that there is sometimes a convenience in extending the boundaries of a class so as to include things which possess in a very inferior degree, if in any, some of the characteristic properties of the class, provided they resemble that class more than any other, insomuch that the general propositions which are true of the class will be nearer to being true of those things than any other equally general propositions. For instance, there are substances called metals, which have very few of the properties by which metals are commonly recognized, and almost every great family of plants or animals has a few anomalous genera or species on its borders, which are admitted into it by a sort of courtesy, and concerning which it has been matter of discussion to what family they properly belonged. Now, when the class name is predicated of any object of this description, we do, by so predicating it, affirm resemblance and nothing more. And in order to be scrupulously correct, it ought to be said that in every case in which we predicate a general name, we affirm, not absolutely, that the object possesses the properties designated by the name, but that it either possesses those properties, or if it does not, at any rate, resembles the things which do so more than it resembles any other things. In most cases, however, it is unnecessary to suppose any such alternative, the latter of the two grounds being very seldom that on which the assertion is made, and when it is, there is generally some slight difference in the form of the expression, as, this species or genus is considered, or may be ranked, as belonging to such and such a family. We should hardly say positively that it does belong to it, unless it possessed unequivocally the properties of which the class name is scientifically significant. There is still another exceptional case in which, though the predicate is the name of a class, yet in predicating it we affirm nothing but resemblance, the class being founded not on resemblance in any given particular, but on general, unanalyzable resemblance. The classes in question are those into which our simple sensations or other simple feelings are divided. Sensations of white, for instance, are classed together, not because we can take them to pieces and say that they are alike in this and not alike in that, but because we feel them to be alike together, though in different degrees. When, therefore, I say, the colour I saw yesterday was a white colour, or the sensation I feel is one of tightness, in both cases the attribute I affirm of the colour or of the other sensation is mere resemblance, simple likeness to sensations which I have had before, and which have had those names bestowed upon them. The names of feelings, like other concrete general names, are connotative, but they connote a mere resemblance. When predicated of any individual feeling, the information they convey is that of its likeness to the other feelings which we have been accustomed to call by the same name. Thus, much may suffice in illustration of the kind of propositions in which the matter of fact asserted or denied is simple resemblance. Existence, coexistence, sequence, causation, resemblance. One or other of these is asserted or denied in every proposition which is not merely verbal. This fivefold division is an exhaustive classification of matters of fact, of all things that can be believed or tendered for belief, of all questions that can be propounded, and all answers that can be returned to them. Professor Bain distinguishes two kinds of propositions of coexistence. Footnote: Logic 1, 103 through 105. End footnote. Quote, in the one kind account is taken of place. They may be described as propositions of order in place. End quote. In the other kind, the coexistence which is predicated is termed by Mr. Bain coinherence of attributes. Quote, this is a distinct variety of propositions of coexistence. Instead of an arrangement in place with numerical intervals, we have the concurrence of two or more attributes or powers in the same part or locality. A mass of gold contains in every atom the concurring attributes that mark the substance: weight, hardness, colour, lustre, incorrosibility, and so on. An animal, besides having parts situated in place, has co-inhering functions in the same parts, exerted by the very same masses and molecules of its substance. The mind, which affords no propositions of order in place, has co-inhering functions. We affirm mind to contain feeling, will, and thought, not in local separation, but in commingling exercise. The concurring properties of minerals, of plants, and of the bodily and mental structure of animals are united in affirmation of co-inherence." End quote. The distinction is real and important, but, as has been seen, an attribute, when it is anything but a simple, unanalyzable resemblance between the subject and some other things, consists in causing impressions of some sort on consciousness. Consequently, the co-inherence of two attributes is but the coexistence of the two states of consciousness implied in their meaning, with the difference, however, that this coexistence is sometimes potential only, the attribute being considered as in existence, though the fact on which it is grounded may not be actually, but only potentially present. Snow, for instance, is with great convenience said to be white, even in a state of total darkness, because, though we are not now conscious of the colour, we shall be conscious of it as soon as morning breaks. Co-inherence of attributes is therefore still a case, though a complex one, of coexistence of states of consciousness, a totally different thing, however, from order in place. Being a part of simultaneity, it belongs not to place, but to time. We may therefore, and we shall sometimes find it a convenience, instead of coexistence and sequence, say, for greater particularity, order in place and order in time. Order in place being a specific mode of coexistence not necessary to be more particularly analyzed here, while the mere fact of coexistence, whether between actual sensations or between the potentialities of causing them, known by the name of attributes, may be classed, together with sequence, under the head of order in time. Part 7. In the foregoing inquiry into the import of propositions, we have thought it necessary to analyze directly those alone in which the terms of the proposition, or the predicate at least, are concrete terms. But in doing so, we have indirectly analyzed those in which the terms are abstract. The distinction between an abstract term and its corresponding concrete does not turn upon any difference in what they are appointed to signify, for the real signification of a concrete general name is, as we have so often said, its connotation, and what the concrete term connotes forms the entire meaning of the abstract name. Since there is nothing in the import of an abstract name which is not in the import of the corresponding concrete, it is natural to suppose that neither can there be anything in the import of a proposition of which the terms are abstract, but what there is in some proposition which can be framed of concrete terms. And this presumption a closer examination will confirm. An abstract name is the name of an attribute or combination of attributes. The corresponding concrete is a name given to things because of and in order to express their possessing that attribute or that combination of attributes. When, therefore, we predicate of anything a concrete name, the attribute is what we in reality predicate of it. But it has now been shown that in all propositions of which the predicate is a concrete name, what is really predicated is one of five things: existence, coexistence, causation, sequence, or resemblance. An attribute, therefore, is necessarily either an existence, a coexistence, a causation, a sequence, or a resemblance. When a proposition consists of a subject and predicate which are abstract terms, it consists of terms which must necessarily signify one or other of these things. When we predicate of anything an abstract name, we affirm of the thing that it is one or other of these five things, that it is a case of existence or of coexistence, or of causation, or of sequence, or of resemblance. It is impossible to imagine any proposition expressed in abstract terms which cannot be transformed into a precisely equivalent proposition in which the terms are concrete, namely, either the concrete names which connote the attributes themselves, or the names of the fundamenta of those attributes, the facts or phenomena on which they are grounded. To illustrate the latter case, let us take this proposition of which the subject only is an abstract name. Thoughtlessness is dangerous. Thoughtlessness is an attribute grounded on the facts which we call thoughtless actions, and the proposition is equivalent to this. Thoughtless actions are dangerous. In the next example, the predicate as well as the subject are abstract names. Whiteness is a color, or the color of snow is a whiteness. These attributes being grounded on sensations, the equivalent proposition in the concrete would be: the sensation of white is one of the sensations called those of color. The sensation of sight caused by looking at snow is one of the sensations called sensations of white. In these propositions, as we have before seen, the matter of fact asserted is a resemblance. In the following examples, the concrete terms are those which directly correspond to the abstract names, connoting the attribute which these denote. Prudence is a virtue. This may be rendered: all prudent persons, insofar as prudent, are virtuous. Courage is deserving of honor. Thus, all courageous persons are deserving of honor insofar as they are courageous, which is equivalent to this: all courageous persons deserve an addition to the honor, or a diminution of the disgrace which would attach to them on other grounds. In order to throw still further light upon the import of propositions of which the terms are abstract, we will subject one of the examples given above to a minuter analysis. The proposition we shall select is the following: prudence is a virtue. Let us substitute for the word virtue an equivalent but more definite expression, such as a mental quality beneficial to society, or a mental quality pleasing to God, or whatever else we adopt as the definition of virtue. What the proposition asserts is a sequence accompanied with causation, namely, that benefit to society or that the approval of God is consequent on and caused by prudence. Here is a sequence, but between what? We understand the consequent of the sequence, but we have yet to analyze the antecedent. Prudence is an attribute, and in connection with it, two things besides itself are to be considered: prudent persons, who are the subjects of the attribute, and prudential conduct, which may be called the foundation of it. Now, is either of these the antecedent? And first, is it meant that the approval of God or benefit to society is attendant upon all prudent persons? No, except insofar as they are prudent, for prudent persons who are scoundrels can seldom, on the whole, be beneficial to society, nor can they be acceptable to a good being. Is it upon prudential conduct, then, that divine approbation and benefit to mankind are supposed to be invariably consequent? Neither is this the assertion meant when it is said that prudence is a virtue, except with the same reservation as before, and for the same reason, namely, that prudential conduct, although insofar as it is prudential, it is beneficial to society, may yet, by reason of some other of its qualities, be productive of an injury outweighing the benefit, and deserve a displeasure exceeding the approbation which would be due to the prudence. Neither the substance, therefore, that is, the person, nor the phenomenon, the conduct, is an antecedent on which the other term of the sequence is universally consequent. But the proposition, prudence is a virtue, is a universal proposition. What is it, then, upon which the proposition affirms the effects in question to be universally consequent? Upon that in the person and in the conduct which causes them to be called prudent, and which is equally in them when the action, though prudent, is wicked, namely, a correct foresight of consequences, a just estimation of their importance to the object in view, and repression of any unreflecting impulse at variance with the deliberate purpose. These, which are states of the person's mind, are the real antecedent in the sequence, the real cause in the causation, asserted by the proposition. But these are also the real ground or foundation of the attribute prudence, since wherever these states of mind exist, we may predicate prudence, even before we know whether any conduct has followed. And in this manner, every assertion respecting an attribute may be transformed into an assertion exactly equivalent respecting the fact or phenomenon which is the ground of the attribute. And no case can be assigned where that which is predicated of the fact or phenomenon does not belong to one or other of the 5 species formerly enumerated. It is either simple existence, or it is some sequence, coexistence, causation, or resemblance. And as these 5 are the only things which can be affirmed, so are they the only things which can be denied. No horses are web-footed denies that the attributes of a horse ever coexist with web feet. It is scarcely necessary to apply the same analysis to particular affirmations and negations. Some birds are web-footed affirms that, with the attributes connoted by bird, the phenomenon web feet is sometimes coexistent. Some birds are not web-footed asserts that there are other instances in which this coexistence does not have place. Any further explanation of a thing which, if the previous exposition has been assented to, is so obvious, may here be spared. End of section 12. Section 13 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 6, of Propositions Merely Verbal. Part 1. As a preparation for the inquiry which is the proper object of logic, namely, in what manner propositions are to be proved, we have found it necessary to inquire what they contain which requires or is susceptible of proof, or, which is the same thing, what they assert. In the course of this preliminary investigation into the import of propositions, we examined the opinion of the conceptualists, that a proposition is the expression of a relation between 2 ideas, and the doctrine of the extreme nominalists, that it is the expression of an agreement or disagreement between the meanings of 2 names. We decided that, as general theories, both of these are erroneous, and that, though propositions may be made both respecting names and respecting ideas, neither the one nor the other are the subject matter of propositions considered generally. We then examined the different kinds of propositions and found that, with the exception of those which are merely verbal, they assert 5 different kinds of matters of fact, namely, existence, order in place, order in time, causation, and resemblance, that in every proposition one of these 5 is either affirmed or denied, or some fact or phenomenon, or of some object the unknown source of a fact or phenomenon. In distinguishing, however, the different kinds of matters of fact asserted to propositions, we reserved one class of propositions which do not relate to any matter of fact in the proper sense of the term at all, but to the meaning of names. Since names and their signification are entirely arbitrary, such propositions are not, strictly speaking, susceptible of truth or falsity, but only of conformity or disconformity to usage or convention, and all the proof they are capable of is proof of usage, proof that the words have been employed by others in the acceptation in which the speaker or writer desires to use them. These propositions occupy, however, a conspicuous place in philosophy, and their nature and characteristics are of as much importance in logic as those of any of the other classes of propositions previously adverted to. If all propositions respecting the signification of words were as simple and unimportant as those which served us for examples when examining Hobbes' theory of predication, that is, those of which the subject and predicate are proper names, and which assert only that those names have, or that they have not, been conventionally assigned to the same individual, there would be little to attract to such propositions the attention of philosophers. But the class of merely verbal propositions embraces not only much more than these, but much more than any propositions which at first sight present themselves as verbal, comprehending a kind of assertions which have been regarded not only as relating to things, but as having actually a more intimate relation with them than any other propositions whatever. The student in philosophy will perceive that I allude to the distinction on which so much stress was laid by the schoolmen, and which has been retained either under the same or under other names by most metaphysicians to the present day, that is, between what were called essential and what were called accidental propositions, and between essential and accidental properties or attributes. Part 2. Almost all metaphysicians prior to Locke, as well as many since his time, have made a great mystery of essential predication and of predicates which are said to be of the essence of the subject. The essence of a thing, they said, was that without which the thing could neither be nor be conceived to be. Thus, rationality was of the essence of man, because without rationality man could not be conceived to exist. The different attributes which made up the essence of the thing were called its essential properties, and a proposition in which any of these were predicated of it was called an essential proposition, and was considered to go deeper into the nature of the thing and to convey more important information respecting it than any other proposition could do. All properties not of the essence of the thing were called its accidents, were supposed to have nothing at all or nothing comparatively to do with its inmost nature, and the propositions in which any of these were predicated of it were called accidental propositions. A connection may be traced between this distinction, which originated with the schoolmen, and the well-known dogmas of substantiae secundae, or general substances, and substantial forms, doctrines which under varieties of language pervaded alike the Aristotelian and Platonic schools, and of which more of the spirit has come down to modern times than might be conjectured from the disuse of the phraseology. The false views of the nature of classification and generalization which prevailed among the schoolmen, and of which these dogmas were the technical expression, afforded the only explanation which can be given of their having misunderstood the real nature of those essences which held so conspicuous a place in their philosophy. They said, truly, that man cannot be conceived without rationality, but though man cannot, a being may be conceived exactly like a man in all points except that one quality, and those others which are the conditions or consequences of it. All, therefore, which is really true in the assertion that man cannot be conceived without rationality is only that if he had not rationality, he would not be reputed a man. There is no impossibility in conceiving the thing, nor, for aught we know, in its existing. The impossibility is in the conventions of language, which will not allow the thing, even if it exist, to be called by the name which is reserved for rational beings. Rationality, in short, is involved in the meaning of the word man, is one of the attributes connoted by the name. The essence of man simply means the whole of the attributes connoted by the word, and any one of those attributes, taken singly, is an essential property of man. But these reflections, so easy to us, would have been difficult to persons who thought, as most of the latter Aristotelians did, that objects were made what they were called, that gold, for instance, was made gold not by the possession of certain properties to which mankind have chosen to attach that name, but by participation in the nature of a general substance called gold in general, which substance, together with all the properties that belong to it, inhered in every individual piece of gold. Footnote: the doctrines which prevented the real meaning of essences from being understood had not assumed so settled a shape in the time of Aristotle and his immediate followers as was afterward given to them by the realists of the Middle Ages. Aristotle himself, in his treatise on the categories, expressly denies that the veftere ousiae, or substantia secundae, inhere in a subject. They are only, he says, predicated of it. End footnote. As they did not consider these universal substances to be attached to all general names, but only to some, they thought that an object borrowed only part of its properties from a universal substance, and that the rest belonged to it individually. The former they called its essence, and the latter its accidents. The scholastic doctrine of essences long survived the theory on which it rested, that of the existence of real entities corresponding to general terms, and it was reserved for Locke at the end of the 17th century to convince philosophers that the supposed essences of classes were merely the signification of their names, nor, among the signal services which his writings rendered to philosophy, was there one more needful or more valuable. Now, as the most familiar of the general names by which an object is designated usually connotes not one only, but several attributes of the object, each of which attributes separately forms also the bond of union of some class and the meaning of some general name, we may predicate of a name which connotes a variety of attributes another name which connotes only one of these attributes, or some smaller number of them than all. In such cases, the universal affirmative proposition will be true, since whatever possesses the whole of any set of attributes must possess any part of that same set. A proposition of this sort, however, conveys no information to anyone who previously understood the whole meaning of the terms. The propositions, every man is a corporeal being, every man is a living creature, every man is rational, convey no knowledge to anyone who was already aware of the entire meaning of the word man, for the meaning of the word includes all this, and that every man has the attributes connoted by all those predicates is already asserted when he is called a man. Now, of this nature are all the propositions which have been called essential. They are, in fact, identical propositions. It is true that a proposition which predicates any attribute, even though it be one implied in the name, is in most cases understood to involve a tacit assertion that there exists a thing corresponding to the name and possessing the attributes connoted by it, and this implied assertion may convey information, even to those who understood the meaning of the name. But all information of this sort conveyed by all the essential propositions of which man can be made the subject is included in the assertion men exist. And this assumption of real existence is, after all, the result of an imperfection of language. It arises from the ambiguity of the copula, which, in addition to its proper office of a mark to show that an assertion is made, is also, as formerly remarked, a concrete word connoting existence. The actual existence of the subject of the proposition is therefore only apparently, not really, implied in the predication, if an essential one. We may say, a ghost is a disembodied spirit, without believing in ghosts. but an accidental or non-essential affirmation does imply the real existence of the subject, because in the case of a non-existent subject there is nothing for the proposition to assert. Such a proposition as, "The ghost of a murdered person haunts the couch of the murderer," can only have a meaning if understood as implying a belief in ghosts, for since the signification of the word ghost implies nothing of the kind, the speaker either means nothing or means to assert a thing which he wishes to be believed to have really taken place. It will be hereafter seen that when any important consequences seem to follow, as in mathematics, from an essential proposition, or, in other words, from a proposition involved in the meaning of a name, what they really flow from is the tacit assumption of the real existence of the object so named. Apart from this assumption of real existence, the class of propositions in which the predicate is of the essence of the subject, that is, in which the predicate connotes the whole part of what the subject connotes but nothing besides, answer no purpose but that of unfolding the whole or some part of the meaning of the name to those who did not previously know it. Accordingly, the most useful, and in strictness the only useful kind of essential propositions, are definitions, which, to be complete, should unfold the whole of what is involved in the meaning of the word defined, that is, when it is a connotative word, the whole of what it connotes. In defining a name, however, it is not usual to specify its entire connotation, but so much only as is sufficient to mark out the objects usually denoted by it from all other known objects, and sometimes a merely accidental property not involved in the meaning of the name answers this purpose equally well. The various kinds of definition which these distinctions give rise to, and the purposes to which they are respectively subservient, will be minutely considered in the proper place. Part 3. According to the above view of essential propositions, no proposition can be reckoned such which relates to an individual by name, that is, in which the subject is a proper name. Individuals have no essences. When the schoolmen talked of the essence of an individual, they did not mean the properties implied in its name, for the names of individuals imply no properties. They regard as of the essence of an individual whatever was of the essence of the species in which they were accustomed to place that individual, that is, of the class to which it was most familiarly referred, and to which, therefore, they conceived that it by nature belonged. Thus, because the proposition, "man is a rational being," was an essential proposition, they affirmed the same thing of the proposition, "Julius Caesar is a rational being." This followed very naturally if genera and species were to be considered as entities, distinct from, but inhering in, the individuals composing them. If man was a substance inhering in each individual man, the essence of man, whatever that might mean, was naturally supposed to accompany it, to inhere in John Thomson, and to form the common essence of Thomson and Julius Caesar. It might then be fairly said that rationality, being of the essence of man, was of the essence also of Thomson. But if man altogether be only the individual men and a name bestowed upon them in consequence of certain common properties, what becomes of John Thomson's essence? A fundamental error is seldom expelled from philosophy by a single victory. It retreats slowly, defends every inch of ground, and often, after it has been driven from the open country, retains a footing in some remote fastness. The essences of individuals were an unmeaning figment arising from a misapprehension of the essences of classes. Yet even Locke, when he extirpated the parent error, could not shake himself free from that which was its fruit. He distinguished two sorts of essences, real and nominal. His nominal essences were the essences of classes, explained nearly as we have now explained them. nor is anything wanting to render the third book of Locke's essay a nearly unexceptional treatise on the connotation of names, except to free its language from the assumption of what are called abstract ideas, which unfortunately is involved in the phraseology, though not necessarily connected with the thoughts contained in that immortal third book. Footnote. The always acute and often profound author of An Outline of Sematology, Mr. B. H. Smart, justly says, Locke will be much more intelligible if, in the majority of places, we substitute the knowledge of for what he calls the idea of, page 10. Among the many criticisms on Locke's use of the word idea, this is the one which, as it appears to me, most nearly hits the mark, and I quote it for the additional reason that it precisely expresses the point of difference respecting the import of propositions between my view and what I have spoken of as the conceptualist view of them. Where a conceptualist says that a name or a proposition expresses our idea of a thing, I should generally say, instead of our idea, our knowledge or belief concerning the thing itself. End footnote. But besides nominal essences, he admitted real essences, or essences of individual objects, which he supposed to be the causes of the sensible properties of those objects. We know not, said he, what these are, and this acknowledgment rendered the fiction comparatively innocuous, but if we did, we could from them alone demonstrate the sensible properties of the object, as the properties of the triangle are demonstrated from the definition of the triangle. I shall have occasion to revert to this theory in treating of demonstration, and of the conditions under which one property of a thing admits of being demonstrated from another property. It is enough here to remark that, according to this definition, the real essence of an object has, in the progress of physics, come to be conceived as nearly equivalent, in the case of bodies, to their corpuscular structure. What is now supposed to mean in the case of any other entities, I would not take upon myself to define. Part 4. An essential proposition, then, is one which is purely verbal, which asserts of a thing under a particular name only what is asserted of it in the fact of calling it by that name, and which, therefore, either gives no information or gives it respecting the name, not the thing. Non-essential or accidental propositions, on the contrary, may be called real propositions in opposition to verbal. They predicate of a thing some fact not involved in the signification of the name by which the proposition speaks of it, some attribute not connoted by that name. Such are all propositions concerning things individually designated, and all general or particular propositions in which the predicate connotes any attribute not connoted by the subject. All these, if true, add to our knowledge. They convey information not already involved in the names employed. When I am told that all, or even that some objects which have certain qualities, or which stand in certain relations, have also certain other qualities, or stand in certain other relations, I learn from this proposition a new fact, a fact not included in my knowledge of the meaning of the words, nor even of the existence of things answering to the signification of those words. It is this class of propositions only which are in themselves instructive, or from which any instructive propositions can be inferred. Footnote. This distinction corresponds to that which is drawn by Kant and other metaphysicians between what they term analytic and synthetic judgments, the former being those which can be evolved from the meaning of the terms used. End footnote. Nothing has probably contributed more to the opinion so long prevalent of the futility of the school logic than the circumstance that almost all the examples used in the common school books to illustrate the doctrine of predication and that of the syllogism consist of essential propositions. They were usually taken either from the branches or from the main trunk of the predicamental tree, which included nothing but what was of the essence of the species. Omne corpus est substantia, omni animal est corpus, omnis homo est corpus, omnis homo est animal, omnis homo est rationalis, and so forth. It is far from wonderful that the syllogistic art should have been thought to be of no use in assisting correct reasoning, when almost the only propositions which, in the hands of its professed teachers, it was employed to prove, were such as every one assented to without proof the moment he comprehended the meaning of the words, and stood exactly on a level, in point of evidence, with the premises from which they were drawn. I have, therefore, throughout this work, avoided the employment of essential propositions as examples, except where the nature of the principle to be illustrated specifically required them. Part 5. With respect to propositions which do convey information, which assert something of a thing under a name that does not already presuppose what is about to be asserted, there are two different aspects in which these, or rather such of them, as are general propositions, may be considered. We may either look at them as portions of speculative truth or as memoranda for practical use. According as we consider propositions in one or the other of these lights, their import may be conveniently expressed in one or in the other of two formulas. According to the formula which we have hitherto employed, and which is best adapted to express the import of the proposition as a portion of our theoretical knowledge, all men are mortal, means that the attributes of man are always accompanied by the attribute mortality. No men are gods, means that the attributes of man are never accompanied by the attributes, or at least never by all the attributes, signified by the word God. But when the proposition is considered as a memorandum for practical use, we shall find a different mode of expressing the same meaning better adapted to indicate the office which the proposition performs. The practical use of a proposition is to apprise or remind us what we have to expect in any individual case which comes with the assertion contained in the proposition. In reference to this purpose, the proposition all men are mortal means that the attributes of man are evidence of, are a mark of mortality, an indication by which the presence of that attribute is made manifest. No men are gods means that the attributes of man are a mark or evidence that some or all of the attributes understood to belong to a god are not there, that where the former are, we need not expect to find the latter. These two forms of expression are at bottom equivalent, but the one points the attention more directly to what a proposition means, the latter to the manner in which it is to be used. Now it is to be observed that reasoning, the subject to which we are next to proceed, is a process into which propositions enter not as ultimate results, but as a means to the establishment of other propositions. We may expect, therefore, that the mode of exhibiting the import of a general proposition which shows it in its application to practical use will best express the function which propositions perform in reasoning. And accordingly, in the theory of reasoning, the mode of viewing the subject which considers a proposition as asserting that one fact or phenomenon is a mark or evidence of another fact or phenomenon will be found almost indispensable. For the purposes of that theory, the best mode of defining the import of a proposition is not the mode which shows most clearly what it is in itself, but that which most distinctly suggests the manner in which it may be made available for advancing from it to other propositions. End of section 13. Section 14 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 7, of the Nature of Classification and the 5 Predicables. Part 1. In examining into the nature of general propositions, we have adverted much less than is usual with logicians to the ideas of a class and classification, ideas which, since the realist doctrine of general substances went out of vogue, have formed the basis of almost every attempt at a philosophical theory of general terms and general propositions. We have considered general names as having a meaning quite independently of their being the names of classes. That circumstance is, in truth, accidental, it being wholly immaterial to the signification of the name whether there are many objects or only one to which it happens to be applicable, or whether there be any at all. God is as much a general term to the Christian or Jew as to the polytheist, and dragon, hippogriff, chimera, mermaid, ghost are as much so as if real objects existed corresponding to those names. Every name, the signification of which is constituted by attributes, is potentially a name of an indefinite number of objects, but it needs not be actually the name of any, and if of any, it may be the name of only one. As soon as we employ a name to connote attributes, the things, be they more or fewer, which happen to possess those attributes, are constituted ipso facto a class. But in predicating the name, we predicate only the attributes, and the fact of belonging to a class does not, in many cases, come into view at all. Although, however, predication does not presuppose classification, and though the theory of names and of propositions is not cleared up, but only encumbered by intruding the idea of classification into it, there is nevertheless a close connection between classification and the employment of general names. By every general name which we introduce, we create a class, if there be any things, real or imaginary, to compose it. That is, any things corresponding to the signification of the name. Classes, therefore, mostly owe their existence to general language. But general language also, though that is not the most common case, sometimes owes its existence to classes. A general, which is as much as to say a significant name, is indeed mostly introduced because we have a signification to express by it, because we need a word by means of which to predicate the attributes which it connotes. But it is also true that a name is sometimes introduced because we have found it convenient to create a class, because we have thought it useful for the regulation of our mental operations that a certain group of objects should be thought of together. A naturalist, for purposes connected with his particular science, sees reason to distribute the animal or vegetable creation into certain groups rather than into any others, and he requires a name to bind, as it were, each of his groups together. It must not, however, be supposed that such names, when introduced, differ in any respect as to their mode of signification from other connotative names. The classes which they denote are, as much as any other classes, constituted by certain common attributes, and their names are significant of those attributes and of nothing else. The names of Cuvier's classes and orders, plantigradis, digitgradis, and so on, are as much the expression of attributes as if those names had proceeded, instead of grown out of, his classification of animals. The only peculiarity of the case is that the convenience of classification was here the primary motive for introducing the names, while in other cases the name is introduced as a means of predication, and the formation of a class denoted by it is only an indirect consequence. The principles which ought to regulate classification as a logical process subservient to the investigation of truth cannot be discussed to any purpose until a much later stage of our inquiry. But of classification as resulting from and implied in the fact of employing general language, we cannot forbear to treat here without leaving the theory of general names and of their employment in predication mutilated and formless. Part 2. This portion of the theory of general language is the subject of what is termed the doctrine of the Predicables, a set of distinctions handed down from Aristotle and his follower Porphyry, many of which have taken a firm root in scientific and some of them even in popular phraseology. The Predicables are a five-fold division of general names, not grounded as usual on a difference in their meaning, that is, in the attribute which they connote, but on a difference in the kind of class which they denote. We may predicate of a thing 5 different varieties of class name: a genus of the thing, genus, a species, ivos, a differentia, diaphora, a proprium, ivion, an accidens, sivevikos. It is to be remarked of these distinctions that they express not what the predicate is in its own meaning, but what relation it bears to the subject of which it happens on the particular occasion to be predicated. There are not some names which are exclusively genera, and others which are exclusively species or differentiae, but the same name is referred to one or another predicable according to the subject of which it is predicated on the particular occasion. Animal, for instance, is a genus with respect to man, or John, a species with respect to substance, or being. Rectangular is one of the differentiae of a geometrical square. It is merely one of the accidentia of the table at which I am writing. The words genus, species, and so on are therefore relative terms. They are names applied to certain predicates to express the relation between them and some given subject, a relation grounded, as we shall see, not on what the predicate connotes, but on the class which it denotes, and on the place which, in some given classification, that class occupies relatively to the particular subject. Part 3. Of these 5 names, 2, genus and species, are not only used by naturalists in a technical acceptation, not precisely agreeing with their philosophical meaning, but have also acquired a popular acceptance much more general than either. In this popular sense, any 2 classes, one of which includes the whole of the other and more, may be called a genus and a species. Such, for instance, are animal and man, man a mathematician. Animal is a genus. Man and brute are its 2 species. Or we may divide it into a greater number of species, as man, horse, dog, and so on. Biped, or 2-footed animal, may also be considered a genus, of which man and bird are 2 species. Taste is a genus, of which sweet taste, sour taste, salt taste, and so on are species. Virtue is a genus. Justice, prudence, courage, fortitude, generosity, and so on are its species. The same class which is a genus with reference to the subclasses or species included in it may be itself a species with reference to a more comprehensive or, as it is often called, a superior genus. Man is a species with reference to animal, but a genus with reference to the species mathematician. Animal is a genus divided into 2 species, man and brute, but animal is also a species which, with another species, vegetable, makes up the genus organized being. Biped is a genus with reference to man and bird, but a species with respect to the superior genus animal. Taste is a genus divided into species, but also a species of the genus sensation. Virtue, a genus with reference to justice, temperance, and so on, is one of the species of the genus mental quality. In this popular sense, the words genus and species have passed into common discourse, and it should be observed that in ordinary parlance not the name of the class but the class itself is said to be the genus or species, not of course the class in the sense of each individual of the class, but the individuals collectively considered as an aggregate whole, the name by which the class is designated being then called not the genus or the species, but the generic or specific name. And this is an admissible form of expression, nor is it of any importance which of the two modes of speaking we adopt, provided the rest of our language is consistent with it. But if we call the class itself the genus, we must not talk of predicating the genus. We predicate of man the name mortal, and by predicating the name we may be said, in an intelligible sense, to predicate what the name expresses, the attribute mortality. But in no allowable sense of the word predication do we predicate of man the class mortal. We predicate of him the fact of belonging to the class. By the Aristotelian logicians, the terms genus and species were used in a more restricted sense. They did not admit every class which could be divided into other classes to be a genus, or every class which could be included in a larger class to be a species. Animal was by them considered a genus, man and brute coordinate species under that genus. Biped, however, would not have been admitted to be a genus with reference to man, but a proprium or accidens only. It was requisite, according to their theory, that genus and species should be of the essence of the subject. Animal was of the essence of man, biped was not. And in every classification they considered some one class as the lowest or infima species. Man, for instance, was a lowest species. Any further divisions into which the class might be capable of being broken down, as man into white, black, and red man, or into priest and layman, they did not admit to be species. It has been seen, however, in the preceding chapter that the distinction between the essence of a class and the attributes or properties which are not of its essence, a distinction which has given occasion to so much abstruse speculation and to which so mysterious a character was formerly and by many writers is still attached, amounts to nothing more than the difference between those attributes of the class which are and those which are not involved in the signification of the class name. As applied to individuals, the word essence, we found, has no meaning except in connection with the exploded tenets of the realists, and what the schoolmen chose to call the essence of an individual was simply the essence of the class to which that individual was most familiarly referred. Is there no difference, then, save this merely verbal one, between the classes which the schoolmen admitted to be genera or species and those to which they refused the title? Is it an error to regard some of the differences which exist among objects as differences in kind, genere or specie, and others only as differences in the accidents? Were the schoolmen right or wrong in giving to some of the classes into which things may be divided the name of kinds, and considering others as secondary divisions, grounded on differences of a comparatively superficial nature? Examination will show that the Aristotelians did mean something by this distinction, and something important, but which, being but indistinctly conceived, was inadequately expressed by the phraseology of essences and the various other modes of speech to which they had recourse. Part 4. It is a fundamental principle in logic that the power of framing classes is unlimited as long as there is any, even the smallest, difference to found a distinction upon. Take any attribute whatever, and if some things have it and others have not, we may ground on the attribute a division of all things into two classes, and we actually do so the moment we create a name which connotes the attribute. The number of possible classes, therefore, is boundless, and there are as many actual classes, either of real or imaginary things, as there are general names, positive and negative, together. But if we contemplate any one of the classes so formed, such as the class animal or plant, or the class sulfur or phosphorus, or the class white or red, and consider in what particulars the individuals included in the class differ from those which do not come within it, we find a very remarkable diversity in this respect between some classes and others. There are some classes, the things contained in which differ from other things only in certain particulars which may be numbered, while others differ in more than can be numbered, more even than we need ever expect to know. Some classes have little or nothing in common to characterize them by, except precisely what is connoted by the name. White things, for example, are not distinguished by any common properties except whiteness, or, if they are, it is only by such as are in some way dependent on or connected with whiteness. But 100 generations have not exhausted the common properties of animals or of plants, of sulfur or of phosphorus, nor do we suppose them to be exhaustible, but proceed to new observations and experiments in the full confidence of discovering new properties which were by no means implied in those we previously knew. While, if any one were to propose for investigation the common properties of all things which are of the same color, the same shape, or the same specific gravity, the absurdity would be palpable. We have no ground to believe that any such common properties exist, except such as may be shown to be involved in the supposition itself, or to be derivable from it by some law of causation. It appears, therefore, that the properties on which we ground our classes sometimes exhaust all that the class has in common, or contain it all by some mode of implication, but in other instances we make a selection of a few properties from among not only a greater number, but a number inexhaustible by us, and to which, as we know no bounds, they may, so far as we are concerned, be regarded as infinite. There is no impropriety in saying that, of these two classifications, the one answers to a much more radical distinction in the things themselves than the other does, and if any one even chooses to say that the one classification is made by nature, the other by us for our convenience, he will be right, provided he means no more than this: where a certain apparent difference between things, though perhaps in itself of little moment, answers to we know not what number of other differences, pervading not only their known properties, but properties yet undiscovered, it is not optional, but imperative, to recognize this difference as the foundation of a specific distinction, while, on the contrary, differences that are merely finite and determinate, like those designated by the words white, black, or red, may be disregarded if the purpose for which the classification is made does not require attention to those particular properties. The differences, however, are made by nature in both cases, while the recognition of those differences as grounds of classification and of naming is, equally in both cases, the act of man. Only in the one case the ends of language and of classification would be subverted if no notice were taken of the difference, while in the other case the necessity of taking notice of it depends on the importance or unimportance of the particular qualities in which the difference happens to consist. Now these classes, distinguished by unknown multitudes of properties, and not solely by a few determinate ones, which are parted off from one another by an unfathomable chasm, instead of a mere ordinary ditch with a visible bottom, are the only classes which, by the Aristotelian logicians, were considered as genera or species, differences which extended only to a certain property or properties, and there terminated, they considered as differences only in the accidents of things, but where any class differed from other things by an infinite series of differences, known and unknown, they considered the distinction as one of kind, and spoke of it as being an essential difference, which is also one of the current meanings of that vague expression at the present day. Conceiving the schoolmen to have been justified in drawing a broad line of separation between these two kinds of classes and of class distinctions, I shall not only retain the division itself, but continue to express it in their language. According to that language, the proximate or lowest kind to which any individual is referable is called its species. Conformably to this, Isaac Newton would be said to be of the species man. There are indeed numerous subclasses included in the class man, to which Newton also belongs. For example, Christian, and Englishman, and mathematician. But these, though distinct classes, are not, in our sense of the term, distinct kinds of men. A Christian, for example, differs from other human beings, but he differs only in the attribute which the word expresses, namely, belief in Christianity, and whatever else that implies, either as involved in the fact itself or connected with it through some law of cause and effect. We should never think of inquiring what properties, unconnected with Christianity, either as cause or effect, are common to all Christians and peculiar to them, while in regard to all men, physiologists are perpetually carrying on such an inquiry, nor is the answer ever likely to be completed. Man, therefore, we may call a species. Christian or mathematician we cannot. Note here that it is by no means intended to imply that there may not be different kinds or logical species of man. The various races and temperaments, the two sexes, and even the various ages may be differences of kind within our meaning of the term. I do not say that they are so, for in the progress of physiology it may almost be said to be made out that the differences which really exist between different races, sexes, and so on, follow as consequences under the laws of nature from a small number of primary differences which can be precisely determined, and which, as the phrase is, account for all the rest. If this be so, these are not distinctions in kind, no more than Christian, Jew, Mussulman, and pagan, a difference which also carries many consequences along with it, and in this way classes are often mistaken for real kinds, which are afterward proved not to be so. But if it turned out that the differences were not capable of being thus accounted for, then Caucasian, Mongolian, Negro, and so on would be really different kinds of human beings, and entitled to be ranked as species by the logician, though not by the naturalist, for, as already noticed, the word species is used in a different signification in logic and in natural history. By the naturalist, organized beings are not usually said to be of different species if it is supposed that they have descended from the same stock. That, however, is a sense artificially given to the word for the technical purposes of a particular science. To the logician, if a Negro and a white man differ in the same manner, however less in degree, as a horse and a camel do, that is, if their differences are inexhaustible and not referable to any common cause, they are different species, whether they are descended from common ancestors or not. But if their differences can all be traced to climate and habits, or to some one or a few special differences in structure, they are not, in the logician's view, specifically distinct. When the infamous species, or proximate kind, to which an individual belongs, has been ascertained, the properties common to that kind include necessarily the whole of the common properties of every other real kind to which the individual can be referable. Let the individual, for example, be Socrates, and the proximate kind, man, animal, or living creature, is also a real kind and includes Socrates. But since it likewise includes man, or in other words, since all men are animals, the properties common to animals form a portion of the common properties of the subclass man. And if there be any class which includes Socrates without including man, that class is not a real kind. Let the class, for example, be flat-nosed, that being a class which includes Socrates, without including all men. To determine whether it is a real kind, we must ask ourselves this question. Have all flat-nosed animals, in addition to whatever is implied in their flat noses, any common properties other than those which are common to all animals whatever? If they had, if a flat nose were a mark or index to an indefinite number of other peculiarities not deducible from the former by an ascertainable law, then out of the class man we might cut another class, flat-nosed man, which, according to our definition, would be a kind. But if we could do this, man would not be, as it was assumed to be, the proximate kind. Therefore, the properties of the proximate kind do comprehend those, whether known or unknown, of all other kinds to which the individual belongs, which was the point we undertook to prove, and hence every other kind which is predicable of the individual will be to the proximate kind in the relation of a genus, according to even the popular acceptation of the terms genus and species. That is, it will be a larger class, including it and more. We are now able to fix the logical meaning of these terms. Every class which is a real kind, that is, which is distinguished from all other classes by an indeterminate multitude of properties not derivable from one another, is either a genus or a species. A kind which is not divisible into other kinds cannot be a genus, because it has no species under it, but it is itself a species, both with reference to the individuals below and to the genera above. Species Predicabilis and species Subjugabilis. But every kind which admits of division into real kinds, as animal into mammal, bird, fish, and so on, or birds into various species of birds, is a genus to all below it, a species to all genera in which it is itself included. And here we may close this part of the discussion and pass to the three remaining predicables, differentia, proprium, and accidens. Part 5. To begin with differentia. This word is correlative with the words genus and species, and as all admit, it signifies the attribute which distinguishes a given species from every other species of the same genus. This is so far clear, but we may still ask which of the distinguishing attributes it signifies. For we have seen that every kind, and a species must be a kind, is distinguished from other kinds not by any one attribute, but by an indefinite number. Man, for instance, is a species of the genus animal. Rational, or rationality, for it is of no consequence here whether we use the concrete or the abstract form, is generally assigned by logicians as the differentia, and doubtless this attribute serves the purpose of distinction, but it has also been remarked of man that he is a cooking animal, the only animal that dresses its food. This, therefore, is another of the attributes by which the species man is distinguished from other species of the same genus. Would this attribute serve equally well for differentia? The Aristotelians say no, having laid it down that the differentia must, like the genus and species, be of the essence of the subject. And here we lose even that vestige of a meaning grounded in the nature of the things themselves, which may be supposed to be attached to the word essence when it is said that genus and species must be of the essence of the thing. There can be no doubt that when the schoolmen talked of the essences of things as opposed to their accidents, they had confusedly in view the distinction between differences of kind and the differences which are not of kind. They meant to intimate that genera and species must be kinds. Their notion of the essence of a thing was a vague notion of a something which makes it what it is, that is, which makes it the kind of thing that it is, which causes it to have all that variety of properties which distinguish its kind. But when the matter came to be looked at more closely, nobody could discover what caused the thing to have all those properties, nor even that there was anything which caused it to have them. Logicians, however, not liking to admit this, and being unable to detect what made the thing to be what it was, satisfied themselves with what made it to be what it was called. Of the innumerable properties, known and unknown, that are common to the class man, a portion only, and of course a very small portion, are connoted by its name. These few, however, will naturally have been thus distinguished from the rest, either for their greater obviousness or for greater supposed importance. These properties, then, which were connoted by the name logicians seized upon and called them the essence of the species, and not stopping there, they affirmed them, in the case of the infamous species, to be the essence of the individual too, for it was their maxim that the species contained the whole essence of the thing. Metaphysics, that fertile field of delusion propagated by language, does not afford a more signal instance of such delusion. On this account it was that rationality, being connoted by the name man, was allowed to be a differentia of the class, but the peculiarity of cooking their food, not being connoted, was relegated to the class of accidental properties. The distinction, therefore, between differentia, proprium, and accidens is not grounded in the nature of things, but in the connotation of names, and we must seek it there if we wish to find what it is. From the fact that the genus includes the species, in other words, denotes more than the species, or is predicable of a greater number of individuals, it follows that the species must connote more than the genus. It must connote all of the attributes which the genus connotes, or there would be nothing to prevent it from denoting individuals not included in the genus. And it must connote something besides, otherwise it would include the whole genus. Animal denotes all the individuals denoted by man, and many more. Man, therefore, must connote all that animal connotes, otherwise there might be men who are not animals, and it must connote something more than animal connotes, otherwise all animals would be men. This surplus of connotation, this which the species connotes over and above the connotation of the genus, is the differentia, or specific difference. Or, to state the same proposition in other words, the differentia is that which must be added to the connotation of the genus to complete the connotation of the species. The word man, for instance, exclusively of what it connotes in common with animal, also connotes rationality, and at least some approximation to that external form which we all know, but which, as we have no name for it considered in itself, we are content to call the human. The differentia, or specific difference, therefore, of man, as referred to the genus animal, is that outward form and the possession of reason. The Aristotelians said the possession of reason without the outward form, but if they adhered to this, they would have been obliged to call the homoousios men. The question never arose, and they were never called upon to decide how such a case would have affected their notion of essentiality. However this may be, they were satisfied with taking such a portion of the differentia as sufficed to distinguish the species from all other existing things, though by so doing they might not exhaust the connotation of the name. Part 6. And here, to prevent the notion of differentia from being restricted within too narrow limits, it is necessary to remark that a species, even as referred to the same genus, will not always have the same differentia, but a different one, according to the principle and purpose which preside over the particular classification. For example, a naturalist surveys the various kinds of animals and looks out for the classification of them most in accordance with the order in which, for zoological purposes, he considers it desirable that we should think of them. With this view, he finds it advisable that one of his fundamental divisions should be into warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals, or into animals which breathe with lungs and those which breathe with gills, or into carnivorous and frugivorous or graminivorous, or into those which walk on the flat part and those which walk on the extremity of the foot, a distinction on which two of Cuvier's families are founded. In doing this, the naturalist creates as many new classes which are by no means those to which the individual animal is familiarly and spontaneously referred, nor should we ever think of assigning them so prominent a position in our arrangement of the animal kingdom unless for a preconceived purpose of scientific convenience. And to the liberty of doing this there is no limit. In the examples we have given, most of the classes are real kinds, since each of the peculiarities is an index to a multitude of properties belonging to the class which it characterizes. But even if the case were otherwise, if the other properties of those classes could all be derived by any process known to us from the one peculiarity on which the class is founded, even then, if these derivative properties were of primary importance for the purposes of the naturalist, he would be warranted in founding his primary division on them. If, however, practical convenience is a sufficient warrant for making the main demarcations in our arrangement of objects run in lines not coinciding with any distinction of kind, and so creating genera and species in the popular sense which are not genera or species in the rigorous sense at all, a fortiori we must be warranted, when our genera and species are real genera and species, in marking the distinction between them by those of their properties which considerations of practical convenience most strongly recommend. If we cut a species out of a given genus, the species man, for instance, out of the genus animal, with an intention on our part that the peculiarity by which we are to be guided in the application of the name man should be rationality, then rationality is the differentia of the species man. Suppose, however, that being naturalists, we, for the purposes of our particular study, cut out of the genus animal the same species man, but with an intention that the distinction between man and all other species of animal should be not rationality, but the possession of 4 incisors in each jaw, tusks solitary, and erect posture. It is evident that the word man, when used by us as naturalists, no longer connotes rationality, but connotes the 3 other properties specified. For that which we have expressly in view when we impose a name assuredly forms part of the meaning of that name. We may therefore lay it down as a maxim that wherever there is a genus and a species marked out from that genus by an assignable differentia, the name of the species must be connotative and must connote the differentia. But the connotation may be special, not involved in the signification of the term as ordinarily used, but given to it when employed as a term of art or science. The word man, in common use, connotes rationality and a certain form, but does not connote the number or character of the teeth. In the Linnaean system it connotes the number of incisor and canine teeth, but does not connote rationality nor any particular form. The word man has therefore 2 different meanings, though not commonly considered as ambiguous, because it happens in both cases to denote the same individual objects. But a case is conceivable in which the ambiguity would become evident. We have only to imagine that some new kind of animal were discovered, having Linnaeus's 3 characteristics of humanity, but not rational, or not of the human form. In ordinary parlance, these animals would not be called men, but in natural history they must still be called so by those, if any there should be, who adhere to the Linnaean classification, and the question would arise whether the word should continue to be used in 2 senses, or the classification be given up and the technical sense of the term be abandoned along with it. Words not otherwise connotative may, in the mode just adverted to, acquire a special or technical connotation. Thus the word whiteness, as we have so often remarked, connotes nothing. It merely denotes the attribute corresponding to a certain sensation. But if we are making a classification of colours and desire to justify or even merely to point out the particular place assigned to whiteness in our arrangement, we may define it the colour produced by the mixture of all the simple rays. And this fact, though by no means implied in the meaning of the word whiteness as ordinarily used, but only known by subsequent scientific investigation, is part of its meaning in the particular essay or treatise, and becomes the differentia of the species. Footnote: if we allow a differentia to what it is not really a species, for the distinction of kinds, in the sense explained by us, not being in any way applicable to attributes, it of course follows that although attributes may be put into classes, those classes can be admitted to be genera or species only by courtesy. End footnote. The differentia, therefore, of a species may be defined to be that part of the connotation of the specific name, whether ordinary or special and technical, which distinguishes the species in question from all other species of the genus to which, on the particular occasion, we are referring it. Part 7. Having disposed of genus, species, and differentia, we shall not find much difficulty in attaining a clear conception of the distinction between the other 2 predicables, as well as between them and the first 3. In the Aristotelian phraseology, genus and differentia are of the essence of the subject, by which, as we have seen, is really meant that the properties signified by the genus and those signified by the differentia form part of the connotation of the name denoting the species. Proprium and accidens, on the other hand, form no part of the essence, but are predicated of the species only accidentally. Both are accidents, in the wider sense in which the accidents of a thing are opposed to its essence, though, in the doctrine of the Predicables, accidens is used for one sort of accident only, proprium being another sort. Proprium, continue the schoolmen, is predicated accidentally indeed, but necessarily, or as they further explain it, signifies an attribute which is not indeed part of the essence, but which flows from, or is a consequence of, the essence, and is, therefore, inseparably attached to the species. For example, the various properties of a triangle, which, though no part of its definition, must necessarily be possessed by whatever comes under that definition. Accidents, on the contrary, has no connection whatever with the essence, but may come and go, and the species still remain what it was before. If a species could exist without its propria, it must be capable of existing without that on which its propria are necessarily consequent, and therefore without its essence, without that which constitutes it as a species. But an accidens, whether separable or inseparable from the species in actual experience, may be supposed separated, without the necessity of supposing any other alteration, or at least without supposing any of the essential properties of the species to be altered, since with them an accidens has no connection. A proprium, therefore, of the species may be defined any attribute which belongs to all the individuals included in the species and which, though not connoted by the specific name, either ordinarily if the classification we are considering be for ordinary purposes, or specially if it be for special purpose, yet follows from some attribute which the name either ordinarily or specially connotes. One attribute may follow from another in two ways, and there are consequently two kinds of proprium. It may follow as a conclusion follows premises, or it may follow as an effect follows a cause. Thus the attribute of having the opposite sides equal, which is not one of those connoted by the word parallelogram, nevertheless follows from those connoted by it, namely, from having the opposite sides straight lines and parallel, and the number of sides 4. The attribute, therefore, of having the opposite sides equal is a proprium of the class parallelogram, and a proprium of the first kind, which follows from the connoted attributes by way of demonstration. The attribute of being capable of understanding language is a proprium of the species man, since without being connoted by the word, it follows from an attribute which the word does connote, that is, from the attribute of rationality. But this is a proprium of the second kind, which follows by way of causation. How it is that one property of a thing follows, or can be inferred from another, under what conditions this is possible, and what is the exact meaning of the phrase, are among the questions which will occupy us in the two succeeding books. At present, it needs only be said that whether a proprium follows by demonstration or by causation, it follows necessarily. That is to say, its not following would be inconsistent with some law which we regard as a part of the constitution, either of our thinking faculty or of the universe. Part 8. Under the remaining predicable, accidens are included in all attributes of a thing which are neither involved in the signification of the name, whether ordinarily or as a term of art, nor have, so far as we know, any necessary connection with attributes which are so involved. They are commonly divided into separable and inseparable accidents. Inseparable accidents are those which, although we know of no connection between them and the attributes constitutive of the species, and although, therefore, so far as we are aware, they might be absent without making the name inapplicable and the species a different species, are yet never in fact known to be absent. A concise mode of expressing the same meaning is that inseparable accidents are properties which are universal to the species, but not necessary to it. Thus, blackness is an attribute of a crow, and, as far as we know, a universal one. But if we were to discover a race of white birds in other respects resembling crows, we should not say, "These are not crows." We should say, "These are white crows." Crow, therefore, does not connote blackness, nor from any of the attributes which it does connote, whether as a word in popular use or as a term of art, could blackness be inferred. Not only, therefore, can we conceive a white crow, but we know of no reason why such an animal should not exist. Since, however, none but black crows are known to exist, blackness, in the present state of our knowledge, ranks as an accident, but an inseparable accident of the species crow. Separable accidents are those which are found, in point of fact, to be sometimes absent from the species, which are not only not necessary, but not even universal. They are such as do not belong to every individual of the species, but only to some individuals, or, if to all, not at all times. Thus, the colour of a European is one of the separable accidents of the species man, because it is not an attribute of all human creatures. Being born is also, speaking in the logical sense, a separable accident of the species man, because, though an attribute of all human beings, it is so only at one particular time. A fortiori, those attributes which are not constant even in the same individual, as to be in one or in another place, to be hot or cold, sitting or walking, must be ranked as separable accidents. End of section 14. Section 15 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Definition, Parts 1 through 4. Part 1. One necessary part of the theory of names and propositions remains to be treated of in this place, the theory of definitions. As being the most important of the class of propositions which we have characterized as purely verbal, they have already received some notice in the chapter preceding the last, but their fuller treatment was at that time postponed because definition is so closely connected with classification that, until the nature of the latter process is in some measure understood, the former cannot be discussed to much purpose. The simplest and most correct notion of a definition is a proposition declaratory of the meaning of a word, namely, either the meaning which it bears in common acceptation, or that which the speaker or writer, for the particular purposes of his discourse, intends to annex to it. The definition of a word being the proposition which enunciates its meaning, words which have no meanings are unsusceptible of definition. Proper names, therefore, cannot be defined. A proper name being a mere mark put upon an individual, and of which it is the characteristic property to be destitute of meaning. Its meaning cannot, of course, be declared, though we may indicate by language, as we might indicate still more conveniently by pointing with the finger, upon what individual that particular mark has been, or is intended to be, put. It is no definition of John Thompson to say he is the son of General Thompson, for the name John Thompson does not express this, neither is it any definition of John Thompson to say he is the man now crossing the street. These propositions may serve to make known who is the particular man to whom the name belongs, but that may be done still more unambiguously by pointing to him, which, however, has not been esteemed one of the modes of definition. In the case of connotative names, the meaning, as has been so often observed, is the connotation, and the definition of a connotative name is the proposition which declares its connotation. This might be done either directly or indirectly. The direct mode would be by a proposition in this form: man, or whatsoever the word may be, is a name connoting such and such attributes, or is a name which, when predicated of anything, signifies the possession of such and such attributes by that thing. Or thus, man is everything which possesses such and such attributes. Man is everything which possesses corporeity, organization, life, rationality, and certain peculiarities of external form. This form of definition is the most precise and least equivocal of any, but it is not brief enough, and is, besides, too technical for common discourse. The more usual mode of declaring the connotation of a name is to predicate of it another name or names of known signification, which connote the same aggregation of attributes. This may be done either by predicating of the name intended to be defined another connotative name exactly synonymous, as man is a human being, which is not commonly accounted a definition at all, or by predicating two or more connotative names which make up among them the whole connotation of the name to be defined. In this last case, again, we may either compose our definition of as many connotative names as there are attributes, each attribute being connoted by one, as man is a corporeal, organized, animated, rational being, shaped so and so, or we employ names which connote several of the attributes at once, as man is a rational, animal shaped so-and-so. The definition of a name, according to this view of it, is the sum total of all the essential propositions which can be framed with that name for their subject. All propositions, the truth of which is implied in the name, all those which we are made aware of by merely hearing the name, are included in the definition, if complete, and may be evolved from it without the aid of any other premises, whether the definition expresses them in 2 or 3 words, or in a larger number. It is, therefore, not without reason that Condillac and other writers have affirmed a definition to be an analysis. To resolve any complex whole into the elements of which it is compounded is the meaning of analysis, and this we do when we replace one word which connotes a set of attributes collectively by 2 or more which connote the same attribute singly or in smaller groups. Part 2. From this, however, the question naturally arises, in what manner are we to define a name which connotes only a single attribute, for instance, white, which connotes nothing but whiteness; rational, which connotes nothing but the possession of reason? It might seem that the meaning of such names could only be declared in 2 ways, by a synonymous term, if any such can be found, or in the direct way already alluded to. White is a name connoting the attribute whiteness. Let us see, however, whether the analysis or the meaning of the name, that is, the breaking down of that meaning into several parts, admits of being carried farther. Without at present deciding this question as to the word white, it is obvious that in the case of rational, some further explanation may be given of its meaning than is contained in the proposition, rational is that which possesses the attribute of reason, since the attribute reason itself admits of being defined. And here we must turn our attention to the definitions of attributes, or rather of the names of attributes, that is, of abstract names. In regard to such names of attributes as are connotative and express attributes of those attributes, there is no difficulty. Like other connotative names, they are defined by declaring their connotation. Thus, the word fault may be defined a quality productive of evil or inconvenience. Sometimes, again, the attribute to be defined is not one attribute, but a union of several. We have only, therefore, to put together the names of all the attributes taken separately, and we obtain the definition of the name which belongs to them all taken together, a definition which will correspond exactly to that of the corresponding concrete name. For as we define a concrete name by enumerating the attributes which it connotes, and as the attributes connoted by a concrete name form the entire signification of the corresponding abstract name, the same enumeration will serve for the definition of both. Thus, if the definition of a human being be this: a being corporeal, animated, rational, shaped so-and-so, the definition of humanity will be corporeity and animal life combined with rationality and with such and such a shape. When, on the other hand, the abstract name does not express a complication of attributes, but a single attribute, we must remember that every attribute is grounded on some fact or phenomenon from which and which alone it derives its meaning. To that fact or phenomenon, called in a former chapter the foundation of the attribute, we must, therefore, have recourse for its definition. Now, the foundation of the attribute may be a phenomenon of any degree of complexity, consisting of many different parts, either coexistent or in succession. To obtain a definition of the attribute, we must analyze the phenomenon into these parts. Eloquence, for example, is the name of one attribute only, but this attribute is grounded on external effects of a complicated nature, flowing from acts of the person to whom we ascribe the attribute, and by resolving this phenomenon of causation into its 2 parts, the cause and the effect, we obtain a definition of eloquence, that is, the power of influencing the feelings by speech or writing. A name, therefore, whether concrete or abstract, admits of definition, provided we are able to analyze, that is, to distinguish into parts, the attribute or set of attributes which constitute the meaning both of the concrete name and of the corresponding abstract. If a set of attributes, by enumerating them; if a single attribute, by dissecting the fact or phenomenon, whether of perception or of internal consciousness, which is the foundation of the attribute. But further, even when the fact is one of our simple feelings or states of consciousness, and therefore unsusceptible of analysis, the names both of the object and of the attribute still admit of definition, or rather would do so if all our simple feelings had names. Whiteness may be defined the property or power of exciting the sensation of white. A white object may be defined an object which excites the sensation of white. The only names which are unsusceptible of definition, because their meaning is unsusceptible of analysis, are the names of the simple feelings themselves. These are in the same condition as proper names. They are not indeed like proper names, unmeaning, for the words sensation of white signify that the sensation which I so denominate resembles other sensations which I remember to have had before, and to have called by that name. But as we have no words by which to recall those former sensations, except the very word which we seek to define, or some other which, being exactly synonymous with it, requires definition as much, words cannot unfold the signification of this class of names, and we are obliged to make a direct appeal to the personal experience of the individual whom we address. Part 3. Having stated what seems to be the true idea of a definition, I proceed to examine some opinions of philosophers and some popular conceptions on the subject which conflict more or less with that idea. The only adequate definition of a name is, as already remarked, one which declares the facts and the whole of the facts, which the name involves in its signification. But with most persons the object of a definition does not embrace so much. They look for nothing more in a definition than a guide to the correct use of the term, a protection against applying it in a manner inconsistent with custom and convention. Anything, therefore, is to them a sufficient definition of a term, which will serve as a correct index to what the term denotes, though not embracing the whole, and sometimes, perhaps, not even any part of what it connotes. This gives rise to two sorts of imperfect or unscientific definition: essential but incomplete definitions, and accidental definitions or descriptions. In the former, a connotative name is defined by a part only of its connotation; in the latter, by something which forms no part of the connotation at all. An example of the first kind of imperfect definitions is the following. Man is a rational animal. It is impossible to consider this as a complete definition of the word man, since, as before remarked, if we adhered to it, we should be obliged to call the houyhnhnms men. But as there happen to be no houyhnhnms, this imperfect definition is sufficient to mark out and distinguish from all other things the objects at present denoted by man, all the beings actually known to exist of whom the name is predicable. Though the word is defined by some only among the attributes which it connotes, not by all, it happens that all known objects which possess the enumerated attributes possess also those which are omitted, so that the field of predication which the word covers, and the employment of it which is conformable to usage, are as well indicated by the inadequate definition as by an adequate one. Such definitions, however, are always liable to be overthrown by the discovery of new objects in nature. Definitions of this kind are what logicians have had in view when they laid down the rule that the definition of a species should be per genus et differentiam, differentia being seldom taken to mean the whole of the peculiarities constitutive of the species, but some of those peculiarities only. A complete definition would be per genus et differentias rather than differentiam. It would include, with the name of the superior genus, not merely some attributes which distinguishes the species intended to be defined from all other species of the same genus, but all the attributes implied in the name of the species, which the name of the superior genus has not already implied. The assertion, however, that a definition must of necessity consist of a genus and differentiae is not tenable. It was early remarked by logicians that the summum genus in any classification, having no genus superior to itself, could not be defined in this manner. Yet we have seen that all names, except those of our elementary feelings, are susceptible of definition in the strictest sense, by setting forth in words the constituent parts of the fact or phenomenon of which the connotation of every word is ultimately composed. Part 4. Although the first kind of imperfect definition, which defines a connotative term by a part only of what it connotes, but a part sufficient to mark out correctly the boundaries of its denotation, has been considered by the ancients and by logicians in general as a complete definition, it has always been deemed necessary that the attributes employed should really form part of the connotation. For the rule was that the definition must be drawn from the essence of the class, and this would not have been the case if it had been in any degree made up of attributes not connoted by the name. The second kind of imperfect definition, therefore, in which the name of a class is defined by any of its accidents, that is, by attributes which are not included in its connotation, has been rejected from the rank of genuine definition by all logicians, and has been termed description. This kind of imperfect definition, however, takes its rise from the same cause as the other, namely, the willingness to accept as a definition anything which, whether it expounds the meaning of the name or not, enables us to discriminate the things denoted by the name from all other things, and consequently to employ the term in predication without deviating from established usage. This purpose is duly answered by stating any, no matter what, of the attributes which are common to the whole of the class and peculiar to it, or any combination of attributes which happens to be peculiar to it, though separately each of those attributes may be common to it with some other thing. It is only necessary that the definition or description thus formed should be convertible with the name which it professes to define, that is, should be exactly coextensive with it, being predicable of everything of which it is predicable, and of nothing of which it is not predicable, though the attributes specified may have no connection with those which mankind had in view when they formed or recognized the class and gave it a name. The following are correct definitions of man according to this test. Man is a mammiferous animal, having, by nature, 2 hands, for the human species answers to this description and no other animal does. Man is an animal who cooks his food. Man is a featherless biped. What would otherwise be a mere description may be raised to the rank of a real definition by the peculiar purpose which the speaker or writer has in view. As was seen in the preceding chapter, it may, for the ends of a particular art or science, or for the more convenient statement of an author's particular doctrines, be advisable to give to some general name, without altering its denotation, a special connotation different from its ordinary one. When this is done, a definition of the name by means of the attributes which make up the special connotation, though in general a mere accidental definition or description, becomes on the particular occasion and for the particular purpose a complete and genuine definition. This actually occurs with respect to one of the preceding examples. Man is a mammiferous animal having 2 hands, which is the scientific definition of man, considered as one of the species in Cuvier's distribution of the animal kingdom. In cases of this sort, though the definition is still a declaration of the meaning which in the particular instance the name is appointed to convey, it cannot be said that to state the meaning of the word is the purpose of the definition. The purpose is not to expound a name, but a classification. The special meaning which Cuvier assigned to the word man, quite foreign to its ordinary meaning, though involving no change in the denotation of the word, was incidental to a plan of arranging animals into classes on a certain principle, that is, according to a certain set of distinctions. And since the definition of man, according to the ordinary connotation of the word, though it would have answered every other purpose of a definition, would not have pointed out the place which the species ought to occupy in that particular classification, he gave the word a special connotation, that he might be able to define it by the kind of attributes on which, for reasons of scientific convenience, he had resolved to found his division of animated nature. Scientific definitions, whether they are definitions of scientific terms or of common terms used in a scientific sense, are almost always of the kind last spoken of. Their main purpose is to serve as the landmarks of scientific classification, and since the classifications in any science are continually modified as scientific knowledge advances, the definitions in the sciences are also constantly varying. A striking instance is afforded by the words acid and alkali, especially the former. As experimental discovery advanced, the substances classed with acids have been constantly multiplying, and by a natural consequence, the attributes connoted by the word have receded and become fewer. At first, it connoted the attributes of combining with an alkali to form a neutral substance, called a salt, being compounded of a base and oxygen, causticity to the taste and touch, fluidity, and so on. The true analysis of muriatic acid into chlorine and hydrogen caused the second property, composition from a base and oxygen, to be excluded from the connotation. The same discovery fixed the attention of chemists upon hydrogen as an important element in acids, and more recent discoveries having led to the recognition of its presence in sulfuric, nitric, and many other acids, where its existence was not previously suspected. There is now a tendency to include the presence of this element in the connotation of the word. But carbonic acid, silica, sulfurous acid have no hydrogen in their composition. That property cannot, therefore, be connoted by the term, unless those substances are no longer to be considered acids. Causticity and fluidity have long since been excluded from the characteristics of the class by the inclusion of silica and many other substances in it, and the formation of neutral bodies by combination with alkalis, together with such electrochemical peculiarities as this is supposed to imply, are now the only differentiae which form the fixed connotation of the word acid as a term of chemical science. What is true of the definition of any term of science is, of course, true of the definition of a science itself, and accordingly, as observed in the introductory chapter of this work, the definition of a science must necessarily be progressive and provisional. Any extension of knowledge or alteration in the current opinions respecting the subject matter may lead to a change more or less extensive in the particulars included in the science, and its composition being thus altered, it may easily happen that a different set of characteristics will be found better adapted as differentiae for defining its name. In the same manner in which a special or technical definition has for its object to expound the artificial classification out of which it grows, the Aristotelian logicians seem to have imagined that it was also the business of ordinary definition to expound the ordinary, and what they deemed the natural classification of things, namely, the division of them into kinds, and to show the place which each kind occupies as superior, collateral, or subordinate among other kinds. This notion would account for the rule that all definition must necessarily be per genus et differentiam, and would also explain why a single differentia was deemed sufficient. But to expound or express in words a distinction of kind has already been shown to be an impossibility. The very meaning of a kind is that the properties which distinguish it do not grow out of one another and cannot therefore be set forth in words, even by implication, otherwise than by enumerating them all. And all are not known, nor are ever likely to be so. It is idle, therefore, to look to this as one of the purposes of a definition, while, if it be only required that the definition of a kind should indicate what kinds include it, or are included by it, any definitions which expound the connotation of the names will do this, for the name of each class must necessarily connote enough of its properties to fix the boundaries of the class. If the definition, therefore, be a full statement of the connotation, it is all that a definition can be required to be. Footnote. Professor Bain, in his Logic, takes a peculiar view of definition. He holds, 171, with the present work, that the definition in its full import is the sum of all the properties connoted by the name. It exhausts the meaning of a word. But he regards the meaning of a general name as including, not indeed all the common properties of the class named, but all of them that are ultimate properties, not resolvable into one another. The enumeration of the attributes of oxygen, of gold, of man, should be an enumeration of the final, so far as can be made out, the underivable powers or functions of each, and nothing less than this is a complete definition. 175. An independent property, not derivable from other properties, even if previously unknown, yet as soon as discovered becomes, according to him, part of the meaning of the term, and should be included in the definition. When we are told that diamond, which we know to be a transparent, glittering, hard and high-priced substance, is composed of carbon and is combustible, we must put these additional properties on the same level as the rest. To us they are, henceforth, connoted by the name. 173. Consequently, the propositions that diamond is composed of carbon and that it is combustible are regarded by Mr. Bain as merely verbal propositions. He carries this doctrine so far as to say that unless mortality can be shown to be a consequence of the ultimate laws of animal organization, mortality is connoted by man, and man is mortal is a merely verbal proposition. And one of the peculiarities, I think a disadvantageous peculiarity, of his able and valuable treatise is the large number of propositions requiring proof and learned by experience, which, in conformity with this doctrine, he considers as not real but verbal propositions. The objection I have to this language is that it confounds or at least confuses a much more important distinction than that which it draws. The only reason for dividing propositions into real and verbal is in order to discriminate propositions which convey information about facts from those which do not. A proposition which affirms that an object has a given attribute, while designating the object by a name which already signifies the attribute, adds no information to that which was already possessed by all who understood the name. But when this is said, it is implied that by the signification of a name is meant the signification attached to it in the common usage of life. I cannot think we ought to say that the meaning of a word includes matters of fact which are unknown to every person who uses the word, unless he has learned them by a special study of a particular department of nature, or that, because a few persons are aware of these matters of fact, the affirmation of them is a proposition conveying no information. I hold that, special scientific connotation apart, a name means or connotes only the properties which it is a mark of in the general mind, and that in the case of any additional properties, however uniformly found to accompany these, it remains possible that a thing which did not possess the properties might still be thought entitled to the name. Ruminant, according to Mr. Bain's use of language, connotes cloven-hoofed, since the two properties are always found together, and no connection has ever been discovered between them. But ruminant does not mean cloven-hoofed, and were an animal to be discovered which chews the cud, but has its feet undivided, I venture to say that it would still be called ruminant. End footnote. End of section 15. Section 16 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 8, of Definition, Parts 5 through 7. Part 5. Of the two incomplete and popular modes of definition, and in what they differ from the complete or philosophical mode, enough has now been said. We shall next examine an ancient doctrine, once generally prevalent and still by no means exploded, which I regard as the source of a great part of the obscurity hanging over some of the most important processes of the understanding in the pursuit of truth. According to this, the definitions of which we have now treated are only one of two sorts into which definitions may be divided, that is, definitions of names and definitions of things. The former are intended to explain the meaning of a term, the latter the nature of a thing, this last being incomparably the most important. This opinion was held by the ancient philosophers and by their followers, with the exception of the nominalists. But as the spirit of modern metaphysics, until a recent period, has been on the whole a nominalist spirit, the notion of definitions of things has been to a certain extent in abeyance, still continuing, however, to breed confusion in logic, by its consequences indeed, rather than by itself. Yet the doctrine in its own proper form now and then breaks out, and has appeared, among other places, where it was scarcely to be expected, alternatively, in a justly admired work, Archbishop Whately's Logic. Footnote. In the fuller discussion which Archbishop Whately has given to this subject in his later editions, he almost ceases to regard the definitions of names and those of things as, in any important sense, distinct. He seems, 9th edition, page 145, to limit the notion of a real definition to one which explains anything more of the nature of the thing than is implied in the name, including, under the word implied, not only what the name connotes, but everything which can be deduced by reasoning from the attributes connoted. Even this, as he adds, is usually called not a definition but a description, and, as it seems to me, rightly so called. A description, I conceive, can only be ranked among definitions when taken, as in the case of the zoological definition of man, to fulfill the true office of a definition by declaring the connotation given to a word in some special use as a term of science or art, which special connotation, of course, would not be expressed by the proper definition of the word in its ordinary employment. Mr. De Morgan, exactly reversing the doctrine of Archbishop Whately, understands by a real definition one which contains less than the nominal definition, provided only that what it contains is sufficient for distinction. By real definition I mean such an explanation of the word, be it the whole of the meaning or only part, as will be sufficient to separate the things contained under that word from all others. Thus the following, I believe, is a complete definition of an elephant, an animal which naturally drinks by drawing the water into its nose and then spurting it into its mouth. Formal Logic, page 36. Mr. De Morgan's general proposition and his example are at variance, for the peculiar mode of drinking of the elephant certainly forms no part of the meaning of the word elephant. It could not be said, because a person happened to be ignorant of this property, that he did not know what an elephant meant. End footnote. In a review of that work published by me in the Westminster Review for January 1828, and containing some opinions which I no longer entertain, I find the following observations on the question now before us, observations with which my present view of that question is still sufficiently in accordance. Quote, The distinction between nominal and real definitions, between definitions of words and what are called definitions of things, though conformable to the ideas of most of the Aristotelian logicians, cannot, as it appears to us, be maintained. We apprehend that no definition is ever intended to explain and unfold the nature of a thing. It is some confirmation of our opinion that none of those writers who have thought that they were definitions of things have ever succeeded in discovering any criterion by which the definition of a thing can be distinguished from any other proposition relating to the thing. The definition, they say, unfolds the nature of the thing, but no definition can unfold its whole nature, and every proposition in which any quality whatever is predicated of the thing unfolds some part of its nature. The true state of the case we take to be this: all definitions are of names, and of names only, but in some definitions it is clearly apparent that nothing is intended except to explain the meaning of the word, while in others, besides explaining the meaning of the word, it is intended to be implied that there exists a thing corresponding to the word. Whether this be or be not implied in any given case cannot be collected from the mere form of the expression. A centaur is an animal with the upper parts of a man and the lower parts of a horse, and a triangle is a rectilineal figure with 3 sides, are, in form, expressions precisely similar, although in the former it is not implied that any thing conformable to the term really exists, while in the latter it is, as may be seen by substituting in both definitions the word means for is. In the first expression, a centaur means an animal and so on, the sense would remain unchanged. In the second, a triangle means, and so on, the meaning would be altered, since it would be obviously impossible to deduce any of the truths of geometry from a proposition expressive only in the manner in which we intend to employ a particular sign. There are therefore expressions commonly passing for definitions, which include in themselves more than the mere explanation of the meaning of a term, but it is not correct to call an expression of this sort a peculiar kind of definition. Its difference from the other kind consists in this, that it is not a definition, but a definition and something more. The definition above given of a triangle obviously comprises not one, but 2 propositions, perfectly distinguishable. The one is, there may exist a figure bounded by 3 straight lines. The other, and this figure may be termed a triangle. The former of these propositions is not a definition at all. The latter is a mere nominal definition or explanation of the use and application of a term. The first is susceptible of truth or falsehood, and may therefore be made the foundation of a train of reasoning. The latter can neither be true nor false. The only character it is susceptible of is that of conformity or disconformity to the ordinary use of language." End quote. There is a real distinction, then, between definitions of names and what are erroneously called definitions of things, but it is that the latter, along with the meaning of a name, covertly asserts a matter of fact. This covert assertion is not a definition, but a postulate. The definition is a mere identical proposition which gives information only about the use of language, and from which no conclusions affecting matters of fact can possibly be drawn. The accompanying postulate, on the other hand, affirms a fact which may lead to consequences of every degree of importance. It affirms the actual or possible existence of things possessing the combination of attributes set forth in the definition, and this, if true, may be foundation sufficient on which to build a whole fabric of scientific truth. We have already made, and shall often have to repeat, the remark that the philosophers who overthrew realism by no means got rid of the consequences of realism, but retained long afterward, in their own philosophy, numerous propositions which could only have a rational meaning as part of a realistic system. It had been handed down from Aristotle, and probably from earlier times, as an obvious truth that the science of geometry is deduced from definitions. This, so long as a definition was considered to be a proposition, unfolding the nature of the thing, did well enough. But Hobbes followed and rejected utterly the notion that a definition declares the nature of the thing, or does anything but state the meaning of a name, yet he continued to affirm as broadly as any of his predecessors that the archæ principia, or original premises of mathematics, and even of all science, are definitions, producing the singular paradox that systems of scientific truth, nay, all truths whatever at which we arrive by reasoning, are deduced from the arbitrary conventions of mankind concerning the signification of words. To save the credit of the doctrine that definitions are the premises of scientific knowledge, the proviso is sometimes added that they are so only under a certain condition, namely, that they be framed conformably to the phenomena of nature, that is, that they ascribe such meanings to terms as shall suit objects actually existing. But this is only an instance of the attempt so often made to escape from the necessity of abandoning old language after the ideas which it expresses have been exchanged for contrary ones. From the meaning of a name, we are told, it is possible to infer physical facts, providing the name has corresponding to it an existing thing. But if this proviso be necessary, from which of the two is the inference really drawn? From the existence of a thing having the properties, or from the existence of a name meaning them? Take, for instance, any of the definitions laid down as premises in Euclid's Elements, the definition, let us say, of a circle. This, being analysed, consists of two propositions, the one an assumption with respect to a matter of fact, the other a genuine definition. A figure may exist having all the points in the line which bounds it equally distant from a single point within it. Any figure possessing this property is called a circle. Let us look at one of the demonstrations which are said to depend on this definition, and observe to which of the two propositions contained in the demonstration really appeals. About the centre A, describe the circle BCD. Here is an assumption that a figure, such as the definition expresses, may be described, which is no other than the postulate or covert assumption involved in the so-called definition. But whether that figure be called a circle or not is quite immaterial. The purpose would be as well answered in all respects except brevity, were we to say, through the point B draw a line returning into itself, of which every point shall be at an equal distance from the point A. By this definition of a circle would be got rid of and rendered needless, but not the postulate implied in it. Without that the demonstration could not stand. The circle being now described, let us proceed to the consequence. Since BCD is a circle, the radius BA is equal to the radius CA. BA is equal to CA not because BCD is a circle, but because BCD is a figure with the radii equal. Our warrant for assuming that such a figure about the centre A with the radius BA may be made to exist is the postulate. Whether the admissibility of these postulates rests on intuition or on proof may be a matter of dispute, but in either case they are the premises on which the theorems depend, and while these are retained, it would make no difference in the certainty of geometrical truths, though every definition in Euclid and every technical term therein defined were laid aside. It is perhaps superfluous to dwell at so much length on what is so nearly self-evident, but when a distinction, obvious as it may appear, has been confounded, and by powerful intellects, it is better to say too much than too little for the purpose of rendering such mistakes impossible in future. I will therefore detain the reader while I point out one of the absurd consequences flowing from the supposition that definitions as such are the premises in any of our reasonings, except such as relate to words only. If this supposition were true, we might argue correctly from true premises and arrive at a false conclusion. We should only have to assume as a premise the definition of a nonentity, or rather of a name which has no entity corresponding to it. Let this, for instance, be our definition. A dragon is a serpent breathing flame. This proposition, considered only as a definition, is indisputably correct. A dragon is a serpent breathing flame. The word means that. The tacit assumption, indeed, if there were any such understood assertion, of the existence of an object with properties corresponding to the definition would, in the present instance, be false. Out of this definition we may carve the premises of the following syllogism. A dragon is a thing which breathes flame. A dragon is a serpent, from which the conclusion is, therefore, some serpent or serpents breathe flame. An unacceptable syllogism in the first mode of the third figure, in which both premises are true and yet the conclusion false, which every logician knows to be an absurdity. The conclusion being false and the syllogism correct, the premises cannot be true. But the premises, considered as parts of a definition, are true. Therefore, the premises considered as parts of a definition cannot be the real ones. The real premises must be: a dragon is a really existing thing which breathes flame. A dragon is a really existing serpent, which implied premises being false, the falsity of the conclusion presents no absurdity. If we would determine what conclusion follows from the same ostensible premises when the tacit assumption of real existence is left out, let us, according to the recommendation in a previous page, substitute means for is. We then have: dragon is a word meaning a thing which breathes flame. Dragon is a word meaning a serpent, from which the conclusion is: some word or words which mean a serpent also mean a thing which breathes flame, where the conclusion, as well as the premises, is true, and is the only kind of conclusion which can ever follow from a definition, namely a proposition relating to the meaning of words. There is still another shape into which we may transform this syllogism. We may suppose the middle term to be the designation neither of a thing nor of a name, but of an idea. We then have: the idea of a dragon is an idea of a thing which breathes flame. The idea of a dragon is an idea of a serpent. Therefore there is an idea of a serpent which is an idea of a thing breathing flame. Here the conclusion is true, and also the premises, but the premises are not definitions. They are propositions affirming that an idea existing in the mind includes certain ideal elements. The truth of the conclusion follows from the existence of the psychological phenomenon called the idea of a dragon, and therefore still from the tacit assumption of a matter of fact. Footnote: in the only attempt which, so far as I know, has been made to refute the preceding argumentation, it is maintained that in the first form of the syllogism, a dragon is a thing which breathes flame, a dragon is a serpent, therefore some serpent or serpents breathe flame. Quote, there is just as much truth in the conclusion as there is in the premises, or rather no more in the latter than in the former. If the general name serpent includes both real and imaginary serpents, there is no falsity in the conclusion. If not, there is falsity in the minor premise. Unquote. Let us then try to set out the syllogism on the hypothesis that the name serpent includes imaginary serpents. We shall find that it is now necessary to alter the predicates, for it cannot be asserted that an imaginary creature breathes flame. In predicating of it such a fact, we assert by the most positive implication that it is real and not imaginary. The conclusion must run thus: some serpent or serpents either do or are imagined to breathe flame. And to prove this conclusion by the instance of dragons, the premises must be: a dragon is imagined as breathing flame. A dragon is a real or imaginary serpent, from which it undoubtedly follows that there are serpents which are imagined to breathe flame, but the major premise is not a definition, nor part of a definition, which is all that I am concerned to prove. Let us now examine the other assertion, that if the word serpent stands for none but real serpents, the minor premise, a dragon is a serpent, is false. This is exactly what I myself said of the premise considered as a statement of fact, but it is not false as part of the definition of a dragon, and since the premises, or one of them, must be false, the conclusion being so, the real premise cannot be the definition, which is true, but the statement of fact, which is false. End footnote. When, as in this last syllogism, the conclusion is a proposition respecting an idea, the assumption on which it depends may be merely that of the existence of an idea. But when the conclusion is a proposition concerning a thing, the postulate involved in the definition, which stands as the apparent premise, is the existence of a thing conformable to the definition, and not merely of an idea conformable to it. This assumption of real existence we always convey the impression that we intend to make when we profess to define any name which is already known to be a name of really existing objects. On this account it is that the assumption was not necessarily implied in the definition of a dragon, while there was no doubt of its being included in the definition of a circle. Part 6. One of the circumstances which have contributed to keep up the notion that demonstrative truths follow from definitions rather from the postulates implied in those definitions is that the postulates, even in those sciences which are considered to surpass all others in demonstrative certainty, are not always exactly true. It is not true that a circle exists, or can be described, which has all its radii exactly equal. Such accuracy is ideal only. It is not found in nature, still less can it be realized by art. People had a difficulty, therefore, in conceiving that the most certain of all conclusions could rest on premises which, instead of being certainly true, are certainly not true to the full extent asserted. This apparent paradox will be examined when we come to treat of demonstration, where we shall be able to show that as much of the postulate is true as is required to support as much as is true of the conclusion. Philosophers, however, to whom this view had not occurred, or whom it did not satisfy, have thought it indispensable that there should be found in definitions something more certain, or at least more accurately true, than the implied postulate of the real existence of a corresponding object. And this something they flattered themselves they had found when they laid it down that a definition is a statement and analysis not of the mere meaning of a word, nor yet of the nature of a thing, but of an idea. Thus the proposition, "A circle is a plane figure bounded by a line all the points of which are at an equal distance from a given point within it," was considered by them not as an assertion that any real circle has that property, which would not be exactly true, but that we conceive a circle as having it, that our abstract idea of a circle is an idea of a figure with its radii exactly equal. Conformably to this, it is said that the subject matter of mathematics and of every other demonstrative science is not things as they really exist, but abstractions of the mind. A geometrical line is a line without breadth, but no such line exists in nature. It is a notion merely suggested to the mind by its experience of nature. The definition, it is said, is a definition of this mental line, not of any actual line, and it is only of the mental line, not of any line existing in nature, that the theorems of geometry are accurately true. Allowing this doctrine respecting the nature of demonstrative truth to be correct, which in a subsequent place I shall endeavour to prove that it is not, even on that supposition, the conclusions which seem to follow from a definition do not follow from the definition as such, but from an implied postulate. Even if it be true that there is no object in nature answering to the definition of a line, and that the geometrical properties of lines are not true of any lines in nature, but only of the idea of a line, the definition, at all events, postulates the real existence of such an idea. It assumes that the mind can frame, or rather has framed, the notion of length without breadth, and without any other sensible property whatever. To me, indeed, it appears that the mind cannot form any such notion. It cannot conceive length without breadth. It can only, in contemplating objects, attend to their length, exclusively of their other sensible qualities, and so determine what properties may be predicated of them in virtue of their length alone. If this be true, the postulate involved in the geometrical definition of a line is the real existence not of length without breadth, but merely of length, that is, of long objects. This is quite enough to support all the truths of geometry, since every property of a geometrical line is really a property of all physical objects in so far as possessing length. But even what I hold to be the false doctrine on the subject leaves the conclusion that our reasonings are grounded on the matters of fact postulated in definitions and not on the definitions themselves, entirely unaffected. And accordingly this conclusion is one which I have in common with Dr. Whewell in his Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, though on the nature of demonstrative truth Dr. Whewell's opinions are greatly at variance with mine, and here, as in many other instances, I gladly acknowledge that his writings are eminently serviceable in clearing from confusion the initial steps in the analysis of the mental processes, even where his views respecting the ultimate analysis are such as, though with unfeigned respect, I cannot but regard as fundamentally erroneous. Part 7. Although, according to the opinion here presented, definitions are properly of names only, and not of things, it does not follow from this that definitions are arbitrary. How to define a name may not only be an inquiry of considerable difficulty and intricacy, but may involve considerations going deep into the nature of the things which are denoted by the name. Such, for instance, are the inquiries which form the subjects of the most important of Plato's dialogues, as, what is rhetoric? The topic of the Gorgias, or what is justice? That of the Republic. Such also is the question scornfully asked by Pilate, what is truth? And the fundamental question with speculative moralists in all ages, what is virtue? It would be a mistake to represent these difficult and noble inquiries of having nothing in view beyond ascertaining the conventional meaning of a name. They are inquiries not so much to determine what is, as what should be, the meaning of a name, which, like other practical questions of terminology, requires for its solution that we should enter, and sometimes enter very deeply, into the properties not merely of names, but of the things named. Although the meaning of every concrete general name resides in the attributes which it connotes, the objects were named before the attributes, as appears from the fact that in all languages abstract names are mostly compounds or other derivatives of the concrete names which correspond to them. Connotative names, therefore, were, after proper names, the first which were used, and in the simpler cases, no doubt, a distinct connotation was present to the minds of those who first used the name, and was distinctly intended by them to be conveyed by it. The first person who used the word white as applied to snow or to any other object knew, no doubt, very well what quality he intended to predicate, and had a perfectly distinct conception in his mind of the attribute signified by the name. But where the resemblances and differences on which our classifications are founded are not of this palpable and easily determinable kind, especially where they consist not in any one quality, but in a number of qualities, the effects of which, being blended together, are not very easily discriminated, and referred each to its true source, it often happens that names are applied to nameable objects, with no distinct connotation present to the minds of those who apply them. They are only influenced by a general resemblance between the new object and all or some of the old familiar objects which they have been accustomed to call by that name. This, as we have seen, is the law which even the mind of the philosopher must follow in giving names to the simple elementary feelings of our nature. But where the things to be named are complex wholes, a philosopher is not content with noticing a general resemblance. He examines what the resemblance consists in, and he only gives the same name to things which resemble one another in the same definite particulars. The philosopher, therefore, habitually employs his general names with a definite connotation. But language was not made, and can only in some small degree be mended, by philosophers. In the minds of the real arbiters of language, general names, especially where the classes they denote cannot be brought before the tribunal of the outward senses to be identified and discriminated, connote little more than a vague gross resemblance to the things which they were earliest or have been most accustomed to call by those names. When, for instance, ordinary persons predicate the words just or unjust of any action, noble or mean of any sentiment, expression, or demeanor, statesman or charlatan of any personage figuring in politics, do they mean to affirm of those various subjects any determinate attributes of whatever kind? No, they merely recognize, as they think, some likeness, more or less vague and loose, between these and some other things which they have been accustomed to denominate or to hear denominated by those appellations. Language, as Sir James Mackintosh used to say of governments, is not made but grows. A name is not imposed at once and by previous purpose upon a class of objects, but is first applied to one thing, and then extended by a series of transitions to another and another. By this process, as has been remarked by several writers and illustrated with great force and clearness by Dugald Stuart in his philosophical essays, a name not unfrequently passes by successive links of resemblance from one object to another until it becomes applied to things having nothing in common with the first things to which the name was given, which, however, do not for that reason drop the name, so that it at last denotes a confused huddle of objects having nothing whatever in common, and connotes nothing, not even a vague and general resemblance. When a name has fallen into this state in which, by predicating it of any object, we assert literally nothing about the object, it has become unfit for the purposes either of thought or of the communication of thought, and can only be made serviceable by stripping it of some part of its multifarious denotation and confining it to objects possessed of some attributes in common, which it may be made to connote. Such are the inconveniences of a language which is not made but grows. Like the governments which are in a similar case, it may be compared to a road which is not made but has made itself. It requires continual mending in order to be passable. From this it is already evident why the question respecting the definition of an abstract name is often one of so much difficulty. The question, what is justice, is, in other words, what is the attribute which mankind mean to predicate when they call an action just? To which the first answer is, that having come to no precise agreement on the point, they do not mean to predicate distinctly any attribute at all. Nevertheless, all believe that there is some common attribute belonging to all the actions which they are in the habit of calling just. The question then must be whether there is any such common attribute, and, in the first place, whether mankind agree sufficiently with one another as to the particular actions which they do or do not call just, to render the inquiry what quality those actions have in common a possible one, if so, whether the actions really have any quality in common, and if they have, what it is. Of these three, the first alone is an inquiry into usage and convention. The other two are inquiries into matters of fact, and if the second question, whether the actions form a class at all, has been answered negatively, there remains a fourth, often more arduous than all the rest, namely, how best to form a class artificially which the name may denote. And here it is fitting to remark that the study of the spontaneous growth of languages is of the utmost importance to those who would logically remodel them. The classifications rudely made by established language, when retouched, as they almost all require to be, by the hands of the logician, are often themselves excellently suited to his purposes. As compared with the classifications of a philosopher, they are like the customary law of a country, which has grown up, as it were, spontaneously, compared with laws methodized and digested into a code. The former are a far less perfect instrument than the latter, but, being the result of a long, though unscientific, course of experience, they contain a mass of materials which may be made very usefully available in the formation of the systematic body of written law. In like manner, the established grouping of objects under a common name, even when founded only on a gross and general resemblance, is evidence in the first place that the resemblance is obvious and therefore considerable, and in the next place that it is a resemblance which has struck great numbers of persons during a series of years and ages. Even when a name, by successive extensions, has come to be applied to things among which there does not exist this gross resemblance common to them all, still at every step in its progress we shall find such a resemblance, and these transitions of the meaning of words are often an index to real connections between the things denoted by them, which might otherwise escape the notice of thinkers, or those at least who, from using a different language, or from any difference in their habitual associations, have fixed their attention in preference on some other aspect of the things. The history of philosophy abounds in examples of such oversights committed for want of perceiving the hidden link that connected together the seemingly disparate meanings of some ambiguous word. Footnote. Few people, I have said in another place, have reflected how great a knowledge of things is required to enable a man to affirm that any given argument turns wholly upon words. There is perhaps not one of the leading terms of philosophy which is not used in almost innumerable shades of meaning to express ideas more or less widely different from one another. Between two of these ideas a sagacious and penetrating mind will discern, as it were intuitively, an obvious link of connection, upon which, though perhaps unable to give a logical account of it, he will found a perfectly valid argument, which his critic, not having so keen an insight into the things, will mistake for a fallacy turning on the double meaning of a term. And the greater the genius of him who thus safely leaps over the chasm, the greater will probably be the crowing and vain glory of the mere logician, who, hobbling after him, evinces his own superior wisdom by pausing on its brink and giving up as desperate his proper business of bridging it over. End footnote. Whenever the inquiry into the definition of the name of any real object consists of anything else than a mere comparison of authorities, we tacitly assume that a meaning must be found for the name, compatible with its continuing to denote, if possible all, but at any rate, the greater or the more important part of the things of which it is commonly predicated. The inquiry, therefore, into the definition is an inquiry into the resemblances and differences among those things, whether there be any resemblance running through them at all. If not, through what portion of them such a general resemblance can be traced, and, finally, what are the common attributes, the possession of which gives to them all, or to that portion of them, the character of resemblance which has led to their being classed together. When these common attributes have been ascertained and specified, the name which belongs in common to the resembling objects acquires a distinct instead of a vague connotation, and by possessing this distinct connotation becomes susceptible of definition. In giving a distinct connotation to the general name, the philosopher will endeavour to fix upon such attributes as, while they are common to all the things usually denoted by the name, are also of greatest importance in themselves, either directly or from the number, the conspicuousness, or the interesting character of the consequences to which they lead. He will select, as far as possible, such differentiae as lead to the greatest number of interesting propria. For these, rather than the more obscure and recondite qualities on which they often depend, give that general character and aspect to a set of objects which determine the groups into which they naturally fall. But to penetrate to the more hidden agreement on which these obvious and superficial agreements depend is often one of the most difficult of scientific problems. As it is among the most difficult, so it seldom fails to be among the most important, and since, upon the result of this inquiry respecting the causes of the properties of a class of things, there incidentally depends the question, what shall be the meaning of a word? Some of the most profound and most valuable investigations which philosophy presents to us have been introduced by, and have offered themselves under the guise of, inquiries into the definition of a name. End of section 16. Section 17 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2 of Reasoning. Chapter 1 of Inference or Reasoning in General. Vio resumenum vetutum lehomenithi. Vio tinan que porte que post. Je n'était pas syllogismos historon velec. Theon periopothixos. Proteron ra perisylluismo lecteon e periopethixios. Via tocathollo malun. E leiton syllogisma. E mengara pothixix. Syllogisamos tis. Os syllogisamos te. U pas apothixix. Aristotle, Prior Analytics, Book 1, Section 1, Chapter 4. Part 1. In the preceding book we have been occupied not with the nature of proof, but with the nature of assertion, the import conveyed by a proposition, whether that proposition be true or false, not the means by which to discriminate true from false propositions. The proper subject, however, of logic is proof. Before we could understand what proof is, it was necessary to understand what that is to which proof is applicable, what that is which can be a subject of belief or disbelief, of affirmation or denial, what, in short, the different kinds of propositions assert. This preliminary inquiry we have prosecuted to a definite result. Assertion, in the first place, relates either to the meaning of words or to some property of the things which words signify. Assertions respecting the meaning of words, among which definitions are the most important, hold a place and an indispensable one in philosophy, but as the meaning of words is essentially arbitrary, this class of assertions are not susceptible of truth or falsity, nor therefore of proof or disproof. Assertions respecting things, or what may be called real propositions, in contradistinction to verbal ones, are of various sorts. We have analyzed the import of each sort, and have ascertained the nature of the things they relate to, and the nature of what they severally assert respecting those things. We found that whatever be the form of the proposition, and whatever its nominal subject or predicate, the real subject of every proposition is some one or more facts or phenomena of consciousness, or some one or more of the hidden causes or powers to which we ascribe those facts, and that what is predicated or asserted, either in the affirmative or negative, of those phenomena or those powers, is always either existence, order in place, order in time, causation, or resemblance. This, then, is the theory of the import of propositions reduced to its ultimate elements. But there is another and less abstruse expression for it which, though stopping short in an earlier stage of the analysis, is sufficiently scientific for many of the purposes for which such a general expression is required. This expression recognizes the commonly received distinction between subject and attribute, and gives the following as the analysis of the meaning of propositions. Every proposition asserts that some given subject does or does not possess some attribute, or that some attribute is or is not, either in all or in some portion of the subjects in which it is met with, conjoined with some other attribute. We shall now for the present take our leave of this portion of our inquiry and proceed to the peculiar problem of the science of logic, namely, how the assertions, of which we have analysed the import, are proved or disproved, such of them at least as not being amenable to direct consciousness or intuition are appropriate subjects of proof. We say of a fact or statement that it is proved when we believe its truth by reason of some other fact or statement from which it is said to follow. Most of the propositions, whether affirmative or negative, universal, particular, or singular, which we believe are not believed on their own evidence, but on the ground of something previously assented to, from which they are said to be inferred. To infer a proposition from a previous proposition or propositions, to give credence to it or claim credence for it as a conclusion from something else, is to reason, in the most extensive sense of that term. There is a narrower sense in which the name reasoning is confined to the form of inference, which is termed ratiocination, and of which the syllogism is the general type. The reasons for not conforming to this restricted use of the term were stated in an earlier stage of our inquiry, and additional motives will be suggested by the considerations on which we are now about to enter. Part 2. In proceeding to take into consideration the cases in which inferences can legitimately be drawn, we shall first mention some cases in which the inference is apparent, not real, and which require notice chiefly that they may not be confounded with cases of inference properly so called. This occurs when the proposition ostensibly inferred from another appears on analysis to be merely a repetition of the same or part of the same assertion which was contained in the first. All the cases mentioned in books of logic as examples of equipolency or equivalence of propositions are of this nature. Thus, if we were to argue, no man is incapable of reason, for every man is rational, or all men are mortal, for no man is exempt from death, it would be plain that we were not proving the proposition, but only appealing to another mode of wording it, which may or may not be more readily comprehensible by the hearer, or better adapted to suggest the real proof, but which contains in itself no shadow of proof. Another case is where, from a universal proposition, we affect to infer another, which differs from it only in being particular, as in, all A is B, therefore some A is B. No A is B, therefore some A is not B. This too is not to conclude one proposition from another, but to repeat a second time something which had been asserted at first, with the difference that we do not here repeat the whole of the previous assertion, but only an indefinite part of it. A third case is where, the antecedent having affirmed a predicate of a given subject, the consequent affirms of the same subject something already connoted by the former predicate, as, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is a living creature, where all that is connoted by living creature was affirmed of Socrates when he was asserted to be a man. If the propositions are negative, we must invert their order. Thus, Socrates is not a living creature, therefore he is not a man. For if we deny the less, the greater, which includes it, is already denied by implication. These, therefore, are not really cases of inference, and yet the trivial examples by which, in manuals of logic the rules of the syllogism are illustrated, are often of this ill-chosen kind, formal demonstrations of conclusions to which whoever understands the terms used in the statement of the data has already and consciously assented. Footnote: the different cases of equipolency or equivalent propositional forms are set forth with some fullness in Professor Bain's logic. One of the commonest of these changes of expression, that from affirming a proposition to denying its negative, or vice versa, Mr. Bain designates, very happily, by the name obversion. End footnote. The most complex case of this sort of apparent inference is what is called the conversion of propositions, which consists in turning the predicate into a subject and the subject into a predicate, and framing out of the same terms thus reversed another proposition, which must be true if the former is true. Thus, from the particular affirmative proposition, some A is B, we may infer that some B is A. From the universal negative, no A is B, we may conclude that no B is A. From the universal affirmative proposition, all A is B, it cannot be inferred that all B is A. Though all water is liquid, it is not implied that all liquid is water, but it is implied that some liquid is so, and hence the proposition all A is B is legitimately convertible into some B is A. This process, which converts a universal proposition into a particular, is termed conversion per accidens. From the proposition some A is not B, we cannot even infer that some B is not A. Though some men are not Englishmen, it does not follow that some Englishmen are not men. The only mode usually recognized of converting a particular negative proposition is in the form some A is not B. Therefore, something which is not B is A, and this is termed conversion by contraposition. In this case, however, the predicate and subject are not merely reversed, but one of them is changed. Instead of A and B, the terms of the new proposition are a thing which is not B and A. The original proposition, some A is not B, is first changed into a proposition equipolant with it. Some A is a thing which is not B, and the proposition, being now no longer a particular negative, but a particular affirmative, admits of conversion in the first mode, or, as it is called, simple conversion. Footnote: as Sir William Hamilton has pointed out, some A is not B may also be converted in the following form: no B is some A. Some men are not Negroes, therefore no Negroes are some men, for example, Europeans. End footnote. In all these cases there is not really any inference. There is in the conclusion no new truth, nothing but what was already asserted in the premises, and obvious to whoever apprehends them. The fact asserted in the conclusion is either the very same fact or part of the fact asserted in the original proposition. This follows from our previous analysis of the import of propositions. When we say, for example, that some lawful sovereigns are tyrants, what is the meaning of the assertion? That the attributes connoted by the term lawful sovereign and the attributes connoted by the term tyrant sometimes coexist in the same individual. Now this is also precisely what we mean when we say that some tyrants are lawful sovereigns, which, therefore, is not a second proposition inferred from the first, any more than the English translation of Euclid's Elements is a collection of theorems different from and consequences of those contained in the Greek original. Again, if we assert that no great general is a rash man, we mean that the attributes connoted by great general and those connoted by rash never coexist in the same subject, which is also the exact meaning which would be expressed by saying that no rash man is a great general. When we say that all quadrupeds are warm-blooded, we assert not only that the attributes connoted by quadruped and those connoted by warm-blooded sometimes coexist, but that the former never exist without the latter. Now, the proposition some warm-blooded creatures are quadrupeds expresses the first half of this meaning, dropping the latter half, and therefore has been already affirmed in the antecedent proposition, all quadrupeds are warm-blooded, but that all warm-blooded creatures are quadrupeds, or, in other words, that the attributes connoted by warm-blooded never exist without those connoted by quadruped, has not been asserted and cannot be inferred. In order to reassert in an inverted form the whole of what was affirmed in the proposition, all quadrupeds are warm-blooded, we must convert it by contraposition thus: nothing which is not warm-blooded is a quadruped. This proposition and the one from which it is derived are exactly equivalent, and either of them may be substituted for the other. For to say that when the attributes of a quadruped are present, those of a warm-blooded creature are present, is to say that when the latter are absent, the former are absent. In a manual for young students, it would be proper to dwell at greater length on the conversion and equipolency of propositions. For though that cannot be called reasoning or inference, which is a mere reassertion in different words of what had been asserted before, there is no more important intellectual habit, nor any the cultivation of which falls more strictly within the province of the art of logic, than that of discerning rapidly and surely the identity of an assertion when disguised under diversity of language. That important chapter in logical treatises which relates to the opposition of propositions, and the excellent technical language which logic provides for distinguishing the different kinds or modes of opposition, are of use chiefly for this purpose. Such considerations as these, that contrary propositions may both be false, but cannot be both true, that contrary propositions may both be true, but cannot both be false, that of two contradictory propositions one must be true and the other false, and that of two subalternate propositions the truth of the universal proves the truth of the particular, and the falsity of the particular proves the falsity of the universal, but not vice versa. Footnote: contraries. All A is B, no A is B. Subtraries: some A is B, some A is not B. Contradictories: all A is B, some A is not B. Also contradictories: no A is B, some A is B. Respectively subalternate: all A is B and no A is B, some A is B and some A is not B. End footnote. Are apt to appear at very first sight very technical and mysterious, but when explained seem almost too obvious to require so formal a statement, since the same amount of explanation which is necessary to make the principles intelligible would enable the truths which they convey to be apprehended in any particular case which can occur. In this respect, however, these axioms of logic are on a level with those of mathematics, that things which are equal to the same things are equal to one another is as obvious in any particular case as it is in the general statement, and if no such general maxim had ever been laid down, the demonstrations in Euclid would never have halted for any difficulty in stepping across the gap which this axiom at present serves to bridge over. Yet no one has ever censured writers on geometry for placing a list of these elementary generalizations at the head of their treatises as a first exercise to the learner of the faculty which will be required in him at every step, that of apprehending a general truth. And the student of logic in the discussion even of such truths as we have cited above acquires habits of circumspect interpretation of words and of exactly measuring the length and breadth of his assertions, which are among the most indispensable conditions of any considerable mental attainment, and which it is one of the primary objects of logical discipline to cultivate. Part 3. Having noticed, in order to exclude from the province of reasoning or inference properly so called, the cases in which the progression from one truth to another is only apparent, the logical consequent being a mere repetition of the logical antecedent, we now pass to those which are cases of inference in the proper acceptation of the term, those in which we set out from known truths to arrive at others really distinct from them. Reasoning, in the extended sense in which I use the term, and in which it is synonymous with inference, is popularly said to be of two kinds: reasoning from particulars to generals, and reasoning from generals to particulars, the former being called induction, the latter ratiocination or syllogism. It will presently be shown that there is a third species of reasoning which falls under neither of these descriptions, and which, nevertheless, is not only valid, but is the foundation of both the others. It is necessary to observe that the expressions reasoning from particulars to generals and reasoning from generals to particulars are recommended by brevity rather than by precision, and do not adequately mark, without the aid of a commentary, the distinction between induction, in the sense now adverted to, and ratiocination. The meaning intended by these expressions is that induction is inferring a proposition from propositions less general than itself, and ratiocination is inferring a proposition from propositions equally or more general. When, from the observation of a number of individual instances, we ascend to a general proposition, or when, by combining a number of general propositions, we conclude from them another proposition still more general, the process, which is substantially the same in both instances, is called induction. When, from a general proposition, not alone, for from a single proposition nothing can be concluded which is not involved in the terms, but by combining it with other propositions we infer a proposition of the same degree of generality with itself, or a less general proposition, or a proposition merely individual, the process is ratiocination. When, in short, the conclusion is more general than the largest of the premises, the argument is commonly called induction. When less general or equally general, it is ratiocination. As all experience begins with individual cases and proceeds from them to generals, it might seem most conformable to the natural order of thought that induction should be treated of before we touch upon ratiocination. It will, however, be advantageous in a science which aims at tracing our acquired knowledge to its sources, that the inquirer should commence with the latter rather than with the earlier stages of the process of constructing our knowledge, and should trace derivative truths backward to the truths from which they are deduced and on which they depend for their evidence, before attempting to point out the original spring from which both ultimately take their rise. The advantages of this order of proceeding in the present instance will manifest themselves as we advance, in a manner superseding the necessity of any further justification or explanation. Of induction, therefore, we shall say no more at present than that it at least is, without doubt, a process of real inference. The conclusion in an induction embraces more than is contained in the premise. The principle or law collected from particular instances, the general proposition in which we embody the result of our experience covers a much larger extent of ground than the individual experiments which form its basis. A principle ascertained by experience is more than a mere summing up of what has been specifically observed in the individual cases which have been examined. It is a generalization grounded on those cases and expressive of our belief that what we there found true is true in an indefinite number of cases which we have not examined and are never likely to examine. The nature and grounds of this inference and the conditions necessary to make it legitimate will be the subject of discussion in the third book, but that such inference really takes place is not susceptible of question. In every induction we proceed from truths which we knew to truths which we did not know, from facts certified by observation to facts which we have not observed, and even to facts not capable of being now observed, future facts, for example, but which we do not hesitate to believe on the sole evidence of the induction itself. Induction, then, is a real process of reasoning or inference. Whether and in what sense as much can be said of the syllogism remains to be determined by the examination into which we are about to enter. End of section 17. Section 18 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Ratiocination or Syllogism. Part 1. The analysis of the syllogism has been so accurately and fully performed in the common manuals of logic that in the present work, which is not designed as a manual, it is sufficient to recapitulate memoriae causa, the leading result of that analysis, as a foundation for the remarks to be afterward made on the functions of the syllogism and the place which it holds in science. To a legitimate syllogism, it is essential that there should be three and no more than three propositions, namely, the conclusion or proposition to be proved, and two other propositions which together prove it, and which are called the premises. It is essential that there should be three and no more than three terms, namely, the subject and predicate of the conclusion, and another called the middle term, which must be found in both premises, since it is by means of it that the other two terms are to be connected together. The predicate of the conclusion is called the major term of the syllogism. The subject of the conclusion is called the minor term. As there can be but three terms, the major and minor terms must each be found in one and only one of the premises, together with the middle term, which is in them both. The premise which contains the middle term and the major term is called the major premise. That which contains the middle term and the minor term is called the minor premise. Syllogisms are divided by some logicians into three figures, by others into four, according to the position of the middle term, which may either be the subject in both premises, the predicate in both, or the subject in one and the predicate in the other. The most common case is that in which the middle term is the subject of the major premise and the predicate of the minor. This is reckoned as the first figure. When the middle term is the predicate in both premises, the syllogism belongs to the second figure. When it is the subject in both, to the third. In the fourth figure, the middle term is the subject of the minor premise and the predicate of the major. Those writers who reckon no more than three figures include this case in the first. Each figure is divided into moods, according to what are called the quantity and quality of the propositions, that is, according as they are universal or particular, affirmative or negative. The following are examples of all the legitimate moods, that is, all those in which the conclusion correctly follows from the premises. A is the minor term, C the major, and B the middle term. These figures are in the form of tables. They are read column by column, starting at the top of each column, going to the bottom. First figure, column 1. All B is C. All A is B. Therefore, all A is C. Column 2. No B is C. All A is B. Therefore, no A is C. Column 3. All B is C. Some A is B. Therefore, some A is C. Column 4. No B is C. Some A is B. Therefore, some A is not C. Second figure, column by column. No C is B. All A is B. Therefore, no A is C. Column 2. All C is B. No A is B. Therefore, no A is C. Column 3. No C is B. Some A is B. Therefore, some A is not C. Column 4. All C is B. Some A is not B. Therefore, some A is not C. Third figure. All B is C. All B is A. Therefore, some A is C. Column 2. No B is C. All B is A. Therefore, some A is not C. Column 3. Some B is C. All B is A. Therefore, some A is C. Column 4. All B is C. Some B is A. Therefore, some A is C. Column 5. Some B is not C. All B is A. Therefore, some A is not C. Column 6. No B is C. Some B is A. Therefore, some A is not C. Fourth figure. Column 1. All C is B. All B is A. Therefore, some A is C. Column 2. All C is B. No B is A. Therefore, some A is not C. Column 3. Some C is B. All B is A. Therefore, some A is C. Column 4. No C is B. All B is A. Therefore, some A is not C. Column 5. No C is B. Some B is A. Therefore, some A is not C. In these exemplars or blank forms for making syllogisms, no place is assigned to singular propositions. Not, of course, because such propositions are not used in ratiocination, but because their predicate being affirmed or denied of the whole of the subject, they are ranked, for the purposes of the syllogism, with universal propositions. Thus, these two syllogisms, all men are mortal, all kings are men, therefore all kings are mortal, and all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, are arguments precisely similar and are both ranked in the first mood of the first figure. Footnote. Professor Bain denies the claim of singular propositions to be classed, for the purposes of ratiocination, with universal, though they come within the designation which he himself proposes as an equivalent for universal, that of total. He would even, to use his own expression, banish them entirely from the syllogism. He takes as an example, Socrates is wise, Socrates is poor, therefore some poor men are wise, or more properly, as he observes, one poor man is wise. Now if wise, poor, and a man are attributes belonging to the meaning of the word Socrates, then there is no march of reasoning at all. We have given in Socrates, inter alia, the facts wise, poor, and a man, and we merely repeat the concurrence which is selected from the whole aggregate of properties making up the whole Socrates. The case is one under the head greater and less connotation in equivalent propositional forms or immediate inference. But the example in this form does not do justice to the syllogism of singulars. We must suppose both propositions to be real, the predicates being in no way involved in the subject. Thus, Socrates was the master of Plato. Socrates fought at Delium. The master of Plato fought at Delium. It may fairly be doubted whether the transitions in this instance are anything more than equivalent forms, for the proposition Socrates was the master of Plato and fought at Delium, compounded out of the two premises, is obviously nothing more than a grammatical abbreviation. No one can say that there is here any change of meaning or anything beyond a verbal modification of the original form. The next step is, the master of Plato fought at Delium, which is the previous statement cut down by the omission of Socrates. It contents itself with reproducing a part of the meaning or saying less than had previously been said. The full equivalent of the affirmation is, the master of Plato fought at Delium, and the master of Plato was Socrates. The new form omits the last piece of information and gives only the first. Now, we never consider that we have made a real inference, a step in advance, when we repeat less than we are entitled to say, or drop from a complex statement some portion not desired at the moment. Such an operation keeps strictly within the domain of equivalence or immediate inference. In no way, therefore, can a syllogism with two singular premises be viewed as a genuine syllogistic or deductive inference. Logic 1, 159. The first argument, as will have been seen, rests upon the supposition that the name Socrates has a meaning, that man, wise, and poor are parts of this meaning, and that by predicating them of Socrates we convey no information. A view of the signification of names which, for reasons already given, see section 15 of this work, Book 1, Chapter 8, Part 4, I cannot admit, and which, as applied to the class of names which Socrates belongs to, is at war with Mr. Bain's own definition of a proper name. Quote, a single meaningless mark or designation appropriated to the thing. End quote. Such names, Mr. Bain proceeded to say, do not necessarily indicate even human beings. Much less then does the name Socrates include the meaning of wise or poor. Otherwise, it would follow that if Socrates had grown rich or had lost his mental faculties by illness, he would no longer have been called Socrates. The second part of Mr. Bain's argument, in which he contends that even when the premises convey real information, the conclusion is merely the premises with a part left out, is applicable, if at all, as much to universal propositions as to singular. In every syllogism, the conclusion contains less than is asserted in the two premises taken together. Suppose the syllogism to be, all bees are intelligent, all bees are insects, therefore some insects are intelligent. One might use the same liberty taken by Mr. Bain of joining together the two premises as if they were one. Quote, all bees are insects and intelligent. End quote. And might say that in omitting the middle term bees, we make no real inference but merely reproduce part of what had been previously said. Mr. Bain's is really an objection to the syllogism itself, or, at all events, to the third figure. It has no special applicability to singular propositions. End footnote. The reasons why syllogisms in any of the above forms are legitimate, that is, why, if the premises are true, the conclusion must inevitably be so, and why this is not the case in any other possible mood, that is, in any other combination of universal and particular affirmative and negative propositions, any person taking interest in these inquiries may be presumed to have either learned from the common school books of the syllogistic logic, or to be capable of discovering for himself. The reader may, however, be referred for every needful explanation to Archbishop Whately's Elements of Logic, where he will find stated with philosophical precision and explained with remarkable perspicuity the whole of the common doctrine of the syllogism. All valid ratiocination, all reasoning by which, from general propositions previously admitted, other propositions equally or less general are inferred, may be exhibited in some of the above forms. The whole of Euclid, for example, might be thrown without difficulty into a series of syllogisms, regular in mood and figure. Though a syllogism framed according to any of these formulae is a valid argument, all correct ratiocination admits of being stated in syllogisms of the first figure alone. The rules for throwing an argument in any of the other figures into the first figure are called rules for the reduction of syllogisms. It is done by the conversion of one or the other, or both, of the premises. Thus, an argument in the first mood of the second figure as no C is B, all A is B, therefore no A is C, may be reduced as follows. The proposition no C is B, being a universal negative, admits of simple conversion and may be changed into no B is C, which, as we showed, is the very same assertion in other words, the same fact differently expressed. This transformation having been effected, the argument assumes the following form. No B is C, all A is B, therefore no A is C, which is a good syllogism in the second mood of the first figure. Again, an argument in the first mood of the third figure must resemble the following. All B is C, all B is A, therefore some A is C, where the minor premise, all B is A, conformably to what was laid down in the last chapter respecting universal affirmatives, does not admit of simple conversion, but may be converted per accidens. Thus, some A is B, which, though it does not express the whole of what is asserted in the proposition, all B is A, expresses, as was formerly shown, part of it, and must therefore be true if the whole is true. We have, then, as the result of the reduction, the following syllogism in the third mood of the first figure. All B is C, some A is B, from which it obviously follows that some A is C. In the same manner, or in a manner on which after these examples it is not necessary to enlarge, every mood of the second, third, and fourth figures may be reduced to some one of the four moods of the first figure. In other words, every conclusion which can be proved in any of the last three figures may be proved in the first figure from the same premises, with a slight alteration in the mere manner of expressing them. Every valid ratiocination, therefore, may be stated in the first figure, that is, in one of the following forms. Column 1. Every B is C, all A is B, some A is B, therefore all A is C, some A is C. Column 2. No B is C, all A is B, some A is B, therefore no A is C, some A is not C. Or, if more significant symbols are preferred, to prove an affirmative, the argument must admit of being stated in this form. All animals are mortal. All men, some men, Socrates, are animals. Therefore, all men, some men, Socrates, are mortal. To prove a negative, the argument must be capable of being expressed in this form. No one who is capable of self-control is necessarily vicious. All Negroes, some Negroes, Mr. A's Negro, are capable of self-control. Therefore, no Negroes are, some Negroes are not, Mr. A's Negro is not necessarily vicious. Though all ratiocination admits of being thrown into one or the other of these forms, and sometimes gains considerably by the transformation, both in clearness and in the obviousness of its consequence, there are, no doubt, cases in which the argument falls more naturally into one of the other three figures, and in which its conclusiveness is more apparent at the first glance in those figures than when reduced to the first. Thus, if the proposition were that pagans may be virtuous, and the evidence to prove it were the example of Aristides, a syllogism in the third figure, Aristides was virtuous, Aristides was a pagan, therefore some pagan was virtuous, would be a more natural mode of stating the argument, and would carry conviction more instantly home than the same ratiocination strained into the first figure. Thus, Aristides was virtuous, some pagan was Aristides, therefore some pagan was virtuous. A German philosopher, Lambert, whose Nous Organon, published in the year 1764, contains, among other things, one of the most elaborate and complete expositions which have ever been made of the syllogistic doctrine, has expressly examined what sort of arguments fall most naturally and suitably into each of the four figures, and his investigation is characterized by great ingenuity and clearness of thought. Footnote. His conclusions are: the first figure is suited to the discovery or proof of the properties of a thing, the second to the discovery or proof of the distinctions between things, the third to the discovery or proof of instances and exceptions, the fourth to the discovery or exclusion of the different species of a genus. The reference of syllogisms in the last three figures to the dictum de omni et nullo is, in Lambert's opinion, strained and unnatural. To each of the three belongs, according to him, a separate axiom, coordinates, and of equal authority with that dictum, and to which he gives the names of dictum diverso for the second figure, dictum de exemplo for the third, and dictum de reciproco for the fourth. See Part 1, or Dianoology, Chapter 4, Part 229 and following, Mr. Bailey, Theory of Reasoning, 2nd edition, pages 70 through 74, takes a similar view of the subject. End footnote. The argument, however, is one and the same in whichever figure it is expressed, since, as we have already seen, the premises of a syllogism in the second, third, or fourth figure, and those of the syllogism in the first figure to which it may be reduced, are the same premises in everything except language, or at least as much of them as contributes to the proof of the conclusion is the same. We are therefore at liberty, in conformity with the general opinion of logicians, to consider the two elementary forms of the first figure as the universal types of all correct ratiocination, the one when the conclusion to be proved is affirmative, the other when it is negative, even though certain arguments may have a tendency to clothe themselves in the forms of the second, third, and fourth figures, which, however, cannot possibly happen with the only class of arguments which are of first-rate scientific importance, those in which the conclusion is a universal affirmative, such conclusions being susceptible of proof in the first figure alone. Footnote. Since this chapter was written, 2 treatises have appeared, or rather a treatise and a fragment of a treatise, which aim at a further improvement in the theory of the forms of ratiocination. Mr. De Morgan's Formal Logic, or the Calculus of Inference Necessary and Probable, and the New Analytic of Logical Forms, attached as an appendix to Sir William Hamilton's Discussions on Philosophy, and at greater length to his posthumous lectures on logic in Mr. De Morgan's volume, abounding in its more popular parts with valuable observations felicitously expressed. The principal feature of originality is an attempt to bring within strict technical rules the cases in which a conclusion can be drawn from premises of a form usually classed as particular. Mr. De Morgan observes very justly that from the premises most B's are C's, most B's are A's, it may be concluded with certainty that some A's are C's. Since 2 portions of the class B, each of them comprising more than half, must necessarily in part consist of the same individuals. Following out this line of thought, it is equally evident that if we knew exactly what proportion the most in each of the premises bear to the entire class, we could increase in a corresponding degree the definiteness of the conclusion. Thus, if 60% of B are included in C and 70% in A, 30% at least must be common to both. In other words, the number of A's which are C's and of C's which are A's must be at least equal to 30% of the class B. Proceeding on this conception of numerically definite propositions and extending it to such forms as these, 45 X's or more are each of them one of 70 Y's, or 45 X's or more are no one of them to be found among 70 Y's, and examining what inferences admit of being drawn from the various combinations which may be made of premises of this description, Mr. De Morgan establishes universal formulae for such inferences, creating for that purpose not only a new technical language, but a formidable array of symbols analogous to those of algebra. Since it is undeniable that inferences, in the cases examined by Mr. De Morgan, can legitimately be drawn, and that the ordinary theory takes no account of them, I will not say that it was not worthwhile to show in detail how these also could be reduced to formulae as rigorous as those of Aristotle. What Mr. De Morgan has done was worth doing once, perhaps more than once, as a school exercise, but I question if its results are worth studying and mastering for any practical purpose. The practical use of technical forms of reasoning is to bar out fallacies, but the fallacies which require to be guarded against in ratiocination, properly so called, arise from the incautious use of the common forms of language, and the logician must track the fallacy into that territory, instead of waiting for it on a territory of his own. While he remains among propositions which have acquired the numerical precision of the calculus of probabilities, the enemy is left in possession of the only ground on which he can be formidable, and since the propositions, short of universal, on which a thinker has to depend, either for purposes of speculation or of practice, do not, except in a few peculiar cases, admit of any numerical precision, common reasoning cannot be translated into Mr. De Morgan's forms, which, therefore, cannot serve any purpose as a test of it. Sir William Hamilton's theory of the quantification of the predicate may be described as follows. Logically, I quote his words, we ought to take into account the quantity always understood in thought, but usually, for manifest reasons, elided in its expression, not only of the subject, but also of the predicate of a judgment. All A is B is equivalent to all A is some B. No A is B to no A is any B. Some A is B is tantamount to some A is some B. Some A is not B to some A is not any B. As in these forms of assertion the predicate is exactly coextensive with the subject, they all admit of simple conversion, and by this we obtain two additional forms. Some B is all A, and no B is some A. We may also make the assertion all A is all B, which will be true if the classes A and B are exactly coextensive. The last three forms, though conveying real assertions, have no place in the ordinary classification of propositions. All propositions, then, being supposed to be translated into this language and written each in that one of the preceding forms which answers to its signification, there emerges a new set of syllogistic rules, materially different from the common ones. A general view of the points of difference may be given in the words of Sir W. Hamilton, Discussions, 2nd edition, page 651. Quote, "The revocation of the two terms of a proposition to their true relation, a proposition being always an equation of its subject and its predicate, the consequent reduction of the conversion of propositions from three species to one, that of simple conversion, the reduction of all the general laws of categorical syllogisms to a single canon, the evolution from that one canon of all the species and varieties of syllogisms, the abrogation of all the special laws of syllogism, a demonstration of the exclusive possibility of three syllogistic figures, and, on new grounds, the scientific and final abolition of the fourth, a manifestation that figure is an unessential variation in syllogistic form, and the consequent absurdity of reducing the syllogisms of the other figures to the first, an announcement of one organic principle for each figure, a determination of the true number of the legitimate moods with their amplification in number 36, their numerical equality under all figures, and their relative equivalence or virtual identity throughout every schematic difference, that in the second and third figures, the extremes holding both the same relation to the middle term, there is not, as in the first, an opposition and subordination between a term major and a term minor, mutually containing and contained in the counter wholes of extension and comprehension. Consequently, in the second and third figures, there is no determinate major and minor premises, and there are two indifferent conclusions, whereas in the first the premises are determinate and there is a single proximate conclusion." End quote. This doctrine, like that of Mr. De Morgan previously noticed, is a real addition to the syllogistic theory, and has, moreover, this advantage over Mr. De Morgan's quote, "numerically definite syllogism," end quote, that the forms it supplies are really available as a test of the correctness of ratiocination, since propositions in the common form may always have their predicates quantified, and so be made amenable to Sir W. Hamilton's rules. Considered, however, as a contribution to the science of logic, that is, to the analysis of the mental processes concerned in reasoning, the new doctrine appears to me, I confess, not merely superfluous, but erroneous, since the form in which it clothes propositions does not, like the ordinary form, express what is in the mind of the speaker when he enunciates the proposition. I cannot think Sir William Hamilton right in maintaining that the quantity of the predicate is, quote, "always understood in thought," end quote. It is implied, but is not present to the mind of the person who asserts the proposition. The quantification of the predicate, instead of being a means of bringing out more clearly the meaning of the proposition, actually leads the mind out of the proposition into another order of ideas. For when we say, "all men are mortal," we simply mean to affirm the attribute mortality of all men, without thinking at all of the class mortal in the concrete, or troubling ourselves about whether it contains any other beings or not. It is only for some artificial purpose that we ever look at the proposition in the aspect in which the predicate also is thought of as a class name, either including the subject only or the subject and something more. For a fuller discussion of this subject, see the 22nd chapter of a work already referred to, An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy. End of section 18. Section 19 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Ratiocination or Syllogism, Parts 2 through 4. Part 2. On examining, then, these two general formulae, we find that in both of them one premise, the major, is a universal proposition, and, according as this is affirmative or negative, the conclusion is so too. All ratiocination, therefore, starts from a general proposition, principle, or assumption, a proposition in which a predicate is affirmed or denied of an entire class, that is, in which some attribute, or the negation of some attribute, is asserted of an indefinite number of objects, distinguished by a common characteristic, and designated in consequence by a common name. The other premise is always affirmative, and asserts that something, which may be either an individual, a class, or part of a class, belongs to, or is included in, the class respecting which something was affirmed or denied in the major premise. It follows that the attribute affirmed or denied of the entire class may, if that affirmation or denial was correct, be affirmed or denied of the object or objects alleged to be included in the class, and this is precisely the assertion made in the conclusion. Whether or not the foregoing is an adequate account of the constituent parts of the syllogism will be presently considered, but as far as it goes it is a true account. It has accordingly been generalized and erected into a logical maxim on which all ratiocination is said to be founded, insomuch that to reason and to apply the maxim are supposed to be one and the same thing. The maxim is that whatever can be affirmed or denied of a class may be affirmed or denied of everything included in the class. This axiom, supposed to be the basis of the syllogistic theory, is termed by logicians the dictum de omni e nullo. This maxim, however, when considered as a principle of reasoning, appears suited to a system of metaphysics once indeed generally received, but which for the last 2 centuries has been considered as finally abandoned, though there have not been wanting in our own day attempts at its revival. So long as what are termed universals were regarded as a peculiar kind of substances, having an objective existence distinct from the individual objects classed under them, the dictum de omni conveyed an important meaning, because it expressed the intercommunity of nature which it was necessary on that theory that we should suppose to exist between those general substances and the particular substances which were subordinated to them. That everything predicable of the universal was predicable of the various individuals contained under it was then no identical proposition, but a statement of what was conceived as a fundamental law of the universe. The assertion that the entire nature and properties of the substantia secunda formed part of the nature and properties of each of the individual substances called by the same name. That the properties of man, for example, were properties of all men, was a proposition of real significance, when man did not mean all men, but something inherent in men, and vastly superior to them in dignity. Now, however, when it is known that a class, a universal, a genus, or species is not an entity per se, but neither more nor less than the individual substances themselves which are placed in the class, and that there is nothing real in the matter except those objects, a common name given to them, and common attributes indicated by the name, what, I should be glad to know, do we learn by being told that whatever can be affirmed of a class may be affirmed of every object contained in the class? The class is nothing but the objects contained in it, and the dictum de homini merely amounts to the identical proposition that whatever is true of certain objects is true of each of those objects. If all ratiocination were no more than the application of this maxim to particular cases, the syllogism would indeed be, what it has so often been declared to be, solemn trifling. The dictum de homini is on a par with another truth, which in its time was also reckoned of great importance. Whatever is, is. To give any real meaning to the dictum de homini, we must consider it not as an axiom, but as a definition. We must look upon it as intended to explain in a circuitous and paraphrastic manner the meaning of the word class. An error which seemed finally refuted and dislodged from thought often needs only put on a new suit of phrases to be welcomed back to its old quarters and allowed to repose unquestioned for another cycle of ages. Modern philosophers have not been sparing in their contempt for the scholastic dogma that genera and species are a peculiar kind of substances, which general substances being the only permanent things, while the individual substances comprehended under them are in a perpetual flux. Knowledge, which necessarily imports stability, can only have relation to those general substances or universals, and not to the facts or particulars included under them. Yet though nominally rejected, this very doctrine, whether disguised under the abstract ideas of Locke, whose speculations, however, it has less vitiated than those of perhaps any other writer who has been infected with it, under the ultra-nominalism of Hobbes and Condillac, or the ontology of the later German schools, has never ceased to poison philosophy. Once accustomed to consider scientific investigation as essentially consisting in the study of universals, men did not drop this habit of thought when they ceased to regard universals as possessing an independent existence. And even those who went the length of considering them as mere names could not free themselves from the notion that the investigation of truth consisted entirely or partly in some kind of conjuration or juggle with those names. When a philosopher adopted fully the nominalistic view of the signification of general language, retaining along with it the dictum de homini as the foundation of all reasoning, two such premises fairly put together were likely, if he was a consistent thinker, to land him in rather startling conclusions. Accordingly, it has been seriously held by writers of deserved celebrity that the process of arriving at new truths by reasoning consists in the mere substitution of one set of arbitrary signs for another, a doctrine which they suppose to derive irresistible confirmation from the example of algebra. If there were any process in sorcery or necromancy more preternatural than this, I should be much surprised. The culminating point of this philosophy is the noted aphorism of Condillac, that a science is nothing, or scarcely anything, but une langue bien faite. In other words, that the one sufficient rule for discovering the nature and properties of objects is to name them properly, as if the reverse were not the truth, that it is impossible to name them properly except in proportion as we are already acquainted with their nature and properties. Can it be necessary to say that none, not even the most trivial knowledge with respect to things, ever was or could be originally got at by any conceivable manipulation of mere names as such, and that what can be learned from names is only what somebody who used the names knew before? Philosophical analysis confirms the indication of common sense, that the function of names is but that of enabling us to remember and to communicate our thoughts, that they also strengthen, even to an incalculable extent, the power of thought itself, is most true, but they do this by no intrinsic and particular virtue. They do it by the power inherent in an artificial memory, an instrument of which few have adequately considered the immense potency. As an artificial memory, language truly is, what it has so often been called, an instrument of thought. But it is one thing to be the instrument, and another to be the exclusive subject upon which the instrument is exercised. We think indeed to a considerable extent by means of names, but what we think of are the things called by those names, and there cannot be a greater error than to imagine that thought can be carried on with nothing in our mind but names, or that we can make names think for us. Part 3. Those who considered the dictum de omni as the foundation of the syllogism looked upon arguments in a manner corresponding to the erroneous view which Hobbes took of propositions. Because there are some propositions which are merely verbal, Hobbes, in order apparently that his definition might be rigorously universal, defined a proposition as if no propositions declared anything except the meaning of words. If Hobbes was right, if no further account than this could be given of the import of propositions, no theory could be given but the commonly received one of the combination of propositions in a syllogism. If the minor premise asserted nothing more than that something belongs to a class, and if the major premise asserted nothing of that class except that it is included in another class, the conclusion would only be that what was included in the lower class is included in the higher, and the result, therefore, nothing except that the classification is consistent with itself. But we have seen that it is no sufficient account of the meaning of a proposition to say that it refers something to or excludes something from a class. Every proposition which conveys real information asserts a matter of fact dependent on the laws of nature and not on classification. It asserts that a given object does or does not possess a given attribute, or it asserts that two attributes or sets of attributes do or do not, constantly or occasionally, coexist. Since such is the purport of all propositions which convey any real knowledge, and since ratiocination is a mode of acquiring real knowledge, any theory of ratiocination which does not recognize this import of propositions cannot, we may be sure, be the true one. Applying this view of propositions to the two premises of a syllogism, we obtain the following results. The major premise, which, as already remarked, is always universal, asserts that all things which have a certain attribute or attributes have or have not along with it a certain other attribute or attributes. The minor premise asserts that the thing or set of things which are the subject of that premise have the first mentioned attribute, and the conclusion is that they have, or that they have not, the second. Thus, in our former example, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. The subject and predicate of the major premise are connotative terms denoting objects and connoting attributes. The assertion in the major premise is that along with one of the two sets of attributes, we always find the other, that the attributes connoted by man never exist unless conjoined with the attribute called mortality. The assertion in the minor premise is that the individual named Socrates possesses the former attributes, and it is concluded that he possesses also the attribute mortality. Or, if both the premises are general propositions, as all men are mortal, all kings are men, therefore all kings are mortal, the minor premise asserts that the attributes denoted by kingship only exist in conjunction with those signified by the word man. The major asserts, as before, that the last mentioned attributes are never found without the attribute of mortality. The conclusion is that wherever the attributes of kingship are found, that of mortality is found also. If the major premise were negative, as "no men are omnipotent," it would assert not that the attributes connoted by man never exist without, but they never exist with those connoted by omnipotent, from which, together with the minor premise, it is concluded that the same incompatibility exists between the attribute omnipotence and those constituting a king. In a similar manner we might analyze any other example of the syllogism. If we generalize this process and look out for the principle or law involved in every such inference and presupposed in every syllogism, the propositions of which are anything more than merely verbal, we find not the unmeaning dictum de omni e nullo, but a fundamental principle, or rather two principles, strikingly resembling the axioms of mathematics. The first, which is the principle of affirmative syllogisms, is that things which coexist with the same thing coexist with one another, or, still more precisely, a thing which coexists with another thing, which other coexists with a third thing, also coexists with that third thing. The second is the principle of negative syllogisms, and is to this effect: that a thing which coexists with another thing, with which other a third thing does not coexist, is not coexistent with that third thing. These axioms manifestly relate to facts and not to conventions, and one or other of them is the ground of the legitimacy of every argument in which facts and not conventions are the matter treated of. Footnote: Mr. Herbert Spencer, Principles of Psychology, pages 125 through 127, though his theory of the syllogism coincides with all that is essential of mine, thinks it a logical fallacy to present the two axioms in the text as the regulating principles of syllogism. He charges me with falling into the error pointed out by Archbishop Whately and myself of confounding exact likeness with literal identity, and maintains that we ought not to say that Socrates possesses the same attributes which are connoted by the word man, but only that he possesses attributes exactly like them, according to which phraseology Socrates and the attribute mortality are not two things coexisting with the same thing, as the axiom asserts, but two things coexisting with two different things. The question between Mr. Spencer and me is merely one of language, for neither of us, if I understand Mr. Spencer's opinions rightly, believes an attribute to be a real thing, possessed of objective existence. We believe it to be a particular mode of naming our sensations or our expectations of sensation when looked at in their relation to an external object which excites them. The question raised by Mr. Spencer does not therefore concern the properties of any really existing thing, but the comparative appropriateness for philosophical purposes of two different modes of using a name. Considered in this point of view, the phraseology I have employed, which is that commonly used by philosophers, seems to me to be the best. Mr. Spencer is of opinion that because Socrates and Alcibiades are not the same man, the attribute which constitutes them men should not be called the same attribute, that because the humanity of one man and that of another express themselves to our senses not by the same individual sensations, but by sensations exactly alike, humanity ought to be regarded as a different attribute in every different man. But on this showing, the humanity even of any one man should be considered as different attributes now and half an hour hence, for the sensations by which it will then manifest itself to my organs will not be a continuation of my present sensations, but a repetition of them, fresh sensations, not identical with, but only exactly like the present. If every general conception, instead of being the one in the many, were considered to be as many different conceptions as there are things to which it is applicable, there would be no such thing as general language. A name would have no general meaning if man connoted one thing when predicated of John, and another, though closely resembling, thing when predicated of William. Accordingly, a recent pamphlet asserts the impossibility of general knowledge on this precise ground. The meaning of any general name is some outward or inward phenomenon, consisting in the last resort of feelings, and these feelings, if their continuity is for an instant broken, are no longer the same feelings in the sense of individual identity. What, then, is the common something which gives meaning to the general name? Mr. Spencer can only say it is the similarity of the feelings, and I rejoin, the attribute is precisely that similarity. The names of attributes are, in their ultimate analysis, names for the resemblances of our sensations or other feelings. Every general name, whether abstract or concrete, denotes or connotes one or more of those resemblances. It will not probably be denied that if 100 sensations are undistinguishably alike, their resemblance ought to be spoken of as one resemblance, and not 100 resemblances which merely resemble one another. The things compared are many, but the something common to all of them must be conceived as one, just as the name is conceived as one, though corresponding to numerically different sensations of sound each time it is pronounced. The general term man does not connote the sensations derived once from one man, which, once gone, can no more occur again than the same flash of lightning. It connotes the general type of the sensations derived always from all men, and the power, always thought of as one, of producing sensations of that type. And the axiom might be thus worded: two types of sensation, each of which coexists with a third type, coexist with another, or two powers, each of which coexist with a third power, coexist with one another. Mr. Spencer has misunderstood me in another particular. He supposes that the coexistence spoken of in the axiom of two things with the same third thing means simultaneous in time. The coexistence meant is that of being jointly attributes of the same subject. The attribute of being born without teeth and the attribute of having 32 teeth in mature age are in this sense coexistent, both being attributes of man, though ex vitermini never of the same man at the same time. End footnote. Part 4. It remains to translate this exposition of the syllogism from the one into the other of the two languages in which we formerly remarked that all propositions, and of course therefore all combinations of propositions, might be expressed. We observed that a proposition might be considered in two different lights, as a portion of our knowledge of nature, or as a memorandum for our guidance. Under the former or speculative aspect, an affirmative general proposition is an assertion of speculative truth, that is, that whatever has a certain attribute has a certain other attribute. Under the other aspect, it is to be regarded not as a part of our knowledge, but as an aid for our practical exigencies, by enabling us, when we see or learn that an object possesses one of the two attributes, to infer that it possesses the other, thus employing the first attribute as a mark or evidence of the second. Thus regarded, every syllogism comes within the following general formula. Attribute A is a mark of attribute B. The given object has the mark A. Therefore, the given object has the attribute B. Referred to this type, the arguments which we have lately cited as specimens of the syllogism will express themselves in the following manner. The attributes of man are a mark of the attribute mortality. Socrates has the attributes of man. Therefore, Socrates has the attribute mortality. And again, the attributes of man are a mark of the attribute mortality. The attributes of a king are a mark of the attributes of man. Therefore, the attributes of a king are a mark of the attribute mortality. And lastly, the attributes of man are a mark of the absence of the attributes omnipotence. The attributes of a king are a mark of the attributes of man. Therefore, the attributes of a king are a mark of the absence of the attribute signified by the word omnipotent, or are evidence of the absence of that attribute. To correspond with this alteration in the form of the syllogisms, the axioms on which the syllogistic process is founded must undergo a corresponding transformation. In this altered phraseology, both those axioms may be brought under one general expression, namely, that whatever has any mark has that which it is a mark of, or, when the minor premise as well as the major is universal, we may state it thus: whatever is a mark of any mark is a mark of that which this last is a mark of. To trace the identity of these axioms with those previously laid down may be left to the intelligent reader. We shall find as we proceed the great convenience of the phraseology into which we have last thrown them, and which is better adapted than any I am acquainted with to express with precision and force what is aimed at and actually accomplished in every case of the ascertainment of a truth by ratiocination. Footnote: Professor Bain, Logic 1, 157, considers the axiom, or rather axioms, here proposed as a substitute for the dictum de homini, to possess certain advantages, but to be, quote, unworkable as a basis of the syllogism. The fatal defect consists in this, that it is ill-adapted to bring out the difference between total and partial coincidence of terms, the observation of which is the essential precaution in syllogizing correctly. If all the terms were coextensive, the axiom would flow on admirably. A carries B, all B and none but B, B carries C, in the same manner. At once, A carries C, without limitation or reserve. But in point of fact, we know that while A carries B, other things carry B also, whence a process of limitation is required in transferring A to C through B. A, in common with other things, carries B. B, in common with other things, carries C, whence A, in common with other things, carries C. The axiom provides no means of making this limitation. If we were to follow A literally, we should be led to suppose A and C coextensive, for such is the only obvious meaning of the attribute A coincides with the attribute C. End quote. It is certainly possible that a careless learner here and there may suppose that if A carries B, it follows that B carries A. But if anyone is so incautious as to commit this mistake, the very earliest lesson in the logic of inference, the conversion of propositions, will correct it. The first of the two forms in which I have stated the axiom is in some degree open to Mr. Bain's criticism. When B is said to coexist with A, it must be by a lapsus calami that Mr. Bain uses the word coincide. It is possible, in the absence of warning, to suppose the meaning to be that the two things are only found together, but this misinterpretation is excluded by the other, or practical form of the maxim, nota nocte est nota re ipsius. No one would be in any danger of inferring that because A is a mark of B, B can never exist without A. That because being in a confirmed consumption is a mark of being about to die, no one dies who is not in a consumption, that because being coal is a mark of having come out of the earth, nothing can come out of the earth except coal. Ordinary knowledge of English seems a sufficient protection against these mistakes, since, in speaking of a mark of anything, we are never understood as implying reciprocity. A more fundamental objection is stated by Mr. Bain in a subsequent passage, page 158. Quote, "The axiom does not accommodate itself to the type of deductive reasoning as contrasted with induction, the application of a general principle to a special case. Anything that fails to make prominent this circumstance is not adapted as a foundation for the syllogism." End quote. But though it may be proper to limit the term deduction to the application of a general principle to a special case, it has never been held that ratiocination or syllogism is subject to the same limitation, and the adoption of it would exclude a great amount of valid and conclusive syllogistic reasoning. Moreover, if the dictum de homini makes prominent the fact of the application of a general principle to a particular case, the axiom I propose makes prominent the condition which alone makes that application a real inference. I conclude, therefore, that both forms have their value and their place in logic. The dictum de homini should be retained as the fundamental axiom of the logic of mere consistency, often called formal logic. Nor have I ever quarrelled with the use of it in that character, nor proposed to banish it from treatises on formal logic. But the other is the proper axiom for the logic of the pursuit of truth by way of deduction, and the recognition of it can alone show how it is possible that deductive reasoning can be a road to truth. End footnote. End of section 19. Section 20 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3 of the Functions and Logical Value of the Syllogism, Parts 1 through 4. Part 1. We have shown what is the real nature of the truths with which the syllogism is conversant, in contradistinction to the more superficial manner in which their import is conceived in the common theory, and what are the fundamental axioms on which its probative force or conclusiveness depends. We have now to inquire whether the syllogistic process, that of reasoning from generals to particulars, is or is not a process of inference, a progress from the known to the unknown, a means of coming to a knowledge of something which we did not know before. Logicians have been remarkably unanimous in their mode of answering this question. It is universally allowed that a syllogism is vicious if there be anything more in the conclusion than was assumed in the premises. But this is, in fact, to say that nothing ever was or can be proved by syllogism which was not known or assumed to be known before. Is ratiocination, then, not a process of inference? And is the syllogism to which the word reasoning has so often been represented to be exclusively appropriate not really entitled to be called reasoning at all? This seems an inevitable consequence of the doctrine, admitted by all writers on the subject, that a syllogism can prove no more than is involved in the premises. Yet the acknowledgment so explicitly made has not prevented one set of writers from continuing to represent the syllogism as the correct analysis of what the mind actually performs in discovering and proving the larger half of the truths, whether of science or of daily life, which we believe, while those who have avoided this inconsistency and followed out the general theorem respecting the logical value of the syllogism to its legitimate corollary, have been led to impute uselessness and frivolity to the syllogistic theory itself on the ground of the petito principii which they allege to be inherent in every syllogism. As I believe both these opinions to be fundamentally erroneous, I must request the attention of the reader to certain considerations, without which any just appreciation of the true character of the syllogism and the functions it performs in philosophy appear to me impossible, but which seem to have been either overlooked or insufficiently adverted to, both by the defenders of the syllogistic theory and by its assailants. Part 2. It must be granted that in every syllogism considered as an argument to prove the conclusion, there is a petito principi. When we say, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, it is unanswerably urged by the adversaries of the syllogistic theory that the proposition Socrates is mortal is presupposed in the more general assumption. All men are mortal. That we cannot be assured of the mortality of all men unless we are already certain of the mortality of every individual man, that if it be still doubtful whether Socrates or any other individual we choose to name be mortal or not, the same degree of uncertainty must hang over the assertion all men are mortal, that the general principle, instead of being given as evidence of the particular case, cannot itself be taken for true without exception, until every shadow of doubt which could affect any case comprised with it is dispelled by evidence aliunde, and then what remains for the syllogism to prove? That, in short, no reasoning from generals to particulars can, as such, prove anything, since from a general principle we cannot infer any particulars, but those which the principle itself assumes as known. This doctrine appears to me irrefragable, and if logicians, though unable to dispute it, have usually exhibited a strong disposition to explain it away, this was not because they could discover any flaw in the argument itself, but because the contrary opinion seemed to rest on arguments equally indisputable. In the syllogism last referred to, for example, or in any of those which we previously constructed, is it not evident that the conclusion may, to the person to whom the syllogism is presented, be actually and bona fide a new truth? Is it not a matter of daily experience that truths previously unthought of, facts which have not been and cannot be directly observed, are arrived at by way of general reasoning? We believe that the Duke of Wellington is mortal. We do not know this by direct observation, so long as he is not dead. If we were asked how, this being the case, we know the Duke to be mortal, we should probably answer, because all men are so. Here, therefore, we arrive at the knowledge of a truth not, as yet, susceptible of observation, by a reasoning which admits of being exhibited in the following syllogism. All men are mortal. The Duke of Wellington is a man. Therefore, the Duke of Wellington is mortal. And since a large portion of our knowledge is thus acquired, logicians have persisted in representing the syllogism as a process of inference or proof, though none of them has cleared up the difficulty which arises from the inconsistency between that assertion and the principle that if there be anything in the conclusion which was not already asserted in the premises, the argument is vicious, for it is impossible to attach any serious scientific value to such a mere salvo, as the distinction drawn between being involved by implication in the premises and being directly asserted in them. When Archbishop Whately says that the object of reasoning is merely to expand and unfold the assertions wrapped up, as it were, and implied in those with which we set out, and to bring a person to perceive and acknowledge the full force of that which he has admitted, he does not, I think, meet the real difficulty requiring to be explained, namely, how it happens that a science, like geometry, can be all wrapped up in a few definitions and axioms. Footnote. Logic, page 239, 9th edition. End footnote. Nor does this defence of the syllogism differ much from what its assailants urge against it as an accusation when they charge it with being of no use except to those who seek to press the consequences of an admission into which a person has been entrapped without having considered and understood its full force. When you admitted the major premise, you asserted the conclusion. But, says Archbishop Whately, you asserted it by implication merely. This, however, can here only mean that you asserted it unconsciously, that you did not know you were asserting it. But if so, the difficulty revives in this shape. Ought you not to have known? Were you warranted in asserting the general proposition without having satisfied yourself of the truth of everything which it fairly includes? And if not, is not the syllogistic art prima facie what its assailants affirm it to be, a contrivance for catching you in a trap and holding you fast in it? Footnote. It is hardly necessary to say that I am not contending for any such absurdity as that we actually ought to have known and considered the case of every individual man, past, present, and future, before affirming that all men are mortal, although this interpretation has been, strangely enough, put upon the preceding observations. There is no difference between me and Archbishop Whately or any other defender of the syllogism on the practical part of the matter. I am only pointing out an inconsistency in the logical theory of it as conceived by almost all writers. I do not say that a person who affirmed before the Duke of Wellington was born that all men are mortal knew that the Duke of Wellington was mortal. But I do say that he asserted it, and I ask for an explanation of the apparent logical fallacy of adducing, in proof of the Duke of Wellington's mortality, a general statement which presupposes it. Finding no sufficient resolution of this difficulty in any of the writers on logic, I have attempted to supply one. End footnote. Part 3. From this difficulty there appears to be but one issue. The proposition that the Duke of Wellington is mortal is evidently an inference. It is got at as a conclusion from something else. But do we, in reality, conclude it from the proposition, all men are mortal? I answer, no. The error committed is, I conceive, that of overlooking the distinction between two parts of the process of philosophizing, the inferring part and the registering part, and ascribing to the latter the functions of the former. The mistake is that of referring a person to his own notes for the origin of his knowledge. If a person is asked a question and is at the moment unable to answer it, he may refresh his memory by turning to a memorandum which he carries about with him. But if he were asked how the fact came to his knowledge, he would scarcely answer because it was set down in his notebook, unless the book was written, like the Koran, with a quill from the wing of the angel Gabriel. Assuming that the proposition, the Duke of Wellington is mortal, is immediately an inference from the proposition, all men are mortal, whence do we derive our knowledge of that general truth? Of course, from observation. Now, all which man can observe are individual cases. From these all general truths must be drawn, and into these they may be again resolved, for a general truth is but an aggregate of particular truths, a comprehensive expression by which an indefinite number of individual facts are affirmed or denied at once. But a general proposition is not merely a compendious form for recording and preserving in the memory a number of particular facts, all of which have been observed. Generalization is not a process of mere naming, it is also a process of inference. From instances which we have observed, we feel warranted in concluding that what we found true in those instances holds in all similar ones, past, present, and future, however numerous they may be. We then, by that valuable contrivance of languages which enables us to speak of many as if they were one, record all that we have observed, together with all that we infer from our observations in one concise expression, and have thus only one proposition instead of an endless number to remember or to communicate. The results of many observations and inferences, and instructions for making innumerable inferences in unforeseen cases, are compressed into one short sentence. When therefore we conclude from the death of John and Thomas and every other person we ever heard of in whose case the experiment had been fairly tried, that the Duke of Wellington is mortal like the rest, we may indeed pass through the generalization, all men are mortal, as an intermediate stage, but it is not in the latter half of the process, the descent from all men to the Duke of Wellington, that the inference resides. The inference is finished when we have asserted that all men are mortal. What remains to be performed afterward is merely deciphering our own notes. Archbishop Whately has contended that syllogizing or reasoning from generals to particulars is not, agreeably to the vulgar idea, a peculiar mode of reasoning, but the philosophical analysis of the mode in which all men reason, and must do so if they reason at all. With the deference due to so high an authority, I cannot help thinking that the vulgar notion is in this case the more correct, if, from our experience of John, Thomas, and so on, who once were living but are now dead, we are entitled to conclude that all human beings are mortal, we might surely, without any logical inconsequence, have concluded at once from those instances that the Duke of Wellington is mortal. The mortality of John, Thomas, and others is, after all, the whole evidence we have for the mortality of the Duke of Wellington. Not one iota is added to the proof by interpolating a general proposition. Since the individual cases are all the evidence we can possess, evidence which no logical form into which we choose to throw it can make greater than it is, and since that evidence is either sufficient in itself, or, if insufficient for the one purpose, cannot be sufficient for the other, I am unable to see why we should be forbidden to take the shortest cut from these sufficient premises to the conclusion, and constrained to travel the a priori road by the arbitrary fiat of logicians. I cannot perceive why it should be impossible to journey from one place to another unless we march up a hill and then march down again. It may be the safest road, and there may be a resting place at the top of the hill, affording a commanding view of the surrounding country. But for the mere purpose of arriving at our journey's end, our taking that road is perfectly optional. It is a question of time, trouble, and danger. Not only may we reason from particulars to particulars without passing through generals, but we perpetually do so reason. All our earliest inferences are of this nature. From the first dawn of intelligence we draw inferences, but years elapse before we learn the use of general language. The child, who, having burned his fingers, avoids to thrust them again into the fire, has reasoned or inferred, though he has never thought of the general maxim, fire burns. He knows from memory that he has been burned, and on this evidence believes, when he sees a candle, that if he puts his finger into the flame of it, he will be burned again. He believes this in every case which happens to arise, but without looking in each instance beyond the present case. He is not generalizing. He is inferring a particular from particulars. In the same way, also, brutes reason. There is no ground for attributing to any of the lower animals the use of signs, of such a nature as to render general propositions possible. But those animals profit by experience, and avoid what they have found to cause them pain, in the same manner, though not always with the same skill, as a human creature. Not only the burned child, but the burned dog dreads the fire. I believe that in point of fact, when drawing inferences from our personal experience and not from maxims handed down to us by books or tradition, we much oftener conclude from particulars to particulars directly than through the intermediate agency of any general proposition. We are constantly reasoning from ourselves to other people, or from one person to another, without giving ourselves the trouble to erect our observations into general maxims of human or external nature. When we conclude that some person will, on some given occasion, feel or act so and so, we sometimes judge from an enlarged consideration of the manner in which human beings in general, or persons of some particular character, are accustomed to feel and act, but much oftener from merely recollecting the feelings and conduct of the same person in some previous instance, or from considering how we should feel or act ourselves. It is not only the village matron who, when called to a consultation upon the case of a neighbour's child, pronounces on the evil and its remedy simply on the recollection and authority of what she accounts the similar case of her Lucy. We all, where we have no definite maxims to steer by, guide ourselves in the same way, and if we have an extensive experience and retain its impressions strongly, we may acquire in this manner a very considerable power of accurate judgment, which we may be utterly incapable of justifying or of communicating to others. Among the higher order of practical intellects there have been many of whom it was remarked how admirably they suited their means to their ends, without being able to give any sufficient reasons for what they did, and applied, or seemed to apply, recondite principles which they were wholly unable to state. This is a natural consequence of having a mind stored with appropriate particulars, and having been long accustomed to reason at once from these to fresh particulars, without practising the habit of stating to oneself or to others the corresponding general propositions. An old warrior, on a rapid glance at the outlines of the ground, is able at once to give the necessary orders for a skilful arrangement of his troops, though, if he has received little theoretical instruction, and has seldom been called upon to answer to other people for his conduct, he may never have had in his mind a single general theorem respecting the relation between ground and array. But his experience of encampments, in circumstances more or less similar, has left a number of vivid, unexpressed, ungeneralized analogies in his mind, the most appropriate of which, instantly suggesting itself, determines him to a judicious arrangement. The skill of an uneducated person in the use of weapons or of tools is of a precisely similar nature. The savage who executes unerringly the exact throw which brings down his game or his enemy in the manner most suited to his purpose, under the operation of all the conditions necessarily involved, the weight and form of the weapon, the direction and distance of the object, the action of the wind, and so on, owes this power to a long series of previous experiments, the results of which he certainly never framed into any verbal theorems or rules. The same thing may generally be said of any other extraordinary manual dexterity. Not long ago a Scotch manufacturer procured from England, at a high rate of wages, a working dyer, famous for producing very fine colours, with the view of teaching to his other workmen the same skill. The workmen came, but his mode of proportioning the ingredients, in which lay the secret of the effects he produced, was by taking them up in handfuls, while the common method was to weigh them. The manufacturer sought to make him turn his handling system into an equivalent weighing system, that the general principle of his peculiar mode of proceeding might be ascertained. This, however, the man found himself quite unable to do, and therefore could impart his skill to nobody. He had, from the individual cases of his own experience, established a connection in his mind between fine effects of colour and tactual perceptions in handling his dyeing materials, and from these perceptions he could, in any other particular case, infer the means to be employed and the effects which would be produced, but could not put others in possession of the grounds on which he proceeded, from having never generalized them in his own mind or expressed them in language. Almost everyone knows Lord Mansfield's advice to a man of practical good sense who, being appointed governor of a colony, had to preside in its courts of justice without previous judicial practice or legal education. The advice was to give his decision boldly, for it would probably be right, but never to venture on assigning reasons, for they would almost infallibly be wrong. In cases like this, which are of no uncommon occurrence, it would be absurd to suppose that the bad reason was the source of the good decision. Lord Mansfield knew that if any reason were assigned, it would be necessarily an afterthought, the judge being in fact guided by impressions from past experience without the circuitous process of framing general principles from them, and that if he attempted to frame any such, he would assuredly fail. Lord Mansfield, however, would not have doubted that a man of equal experience, who had also a mind stored with general propositions derived by legitimate induction from that experience, would have been greatly preferable as a judge to one, however sagacious, who could not be trusted with the explanation and justification of his own judgments. The cases of men of talent performing wonderful things they know not how are examples of the rudest and most spontaneous form of the operations of superior minds. It is a defect in them, and often a source of errors, not to have generalized as they went on, but generalization, though a help, the most important indeed of all helps, is not an essential. Even the scientifically instructed who possess, in the form of general propositions, a systematic record of the results of the experience of mankind, need not always revert to those general propositions in order to apply that experience to a new case. It is justly remarked by Dugald Stuart that, though the reasonings in mathematics depend entirely on the axioms, it is by no means necessary to our seeing the conclusiveness of the proof that the axioms should be expressly adverted to. When it is inferred that AB is equal to CD because each of them is equal to EF, the most uncultivated understanding, as soon as the propositions were understood, would assent to the inference without ever having heard of the general truth that, quote, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another, unquote. This remark of Stuart, consistently followed out, goes to the root, as I conceive, of the philosophy of ratiocination, and it is to be regretted that he himself stopped short at a much more limited application of it. He saw that the general propositions on which a reasoning is said to depend may, in certain cases, be altogether omitted, without impairing its probative force. But he imagined this to be a peculiarity belonging to axioms, and argued from it that axioms are not the foundations or first principles of geometry, from which all the other truths of the science are synthetically deduced, as the laws of motion and of the composition of forces in dynamics, the equal mobility of fluids in hydrostatics, the laws of reflection and refraction in optics, are the first principles of those sciences, but are merely assumptions, self-evident indeed, and the denial of which would annihilate all demonstration, but from which, as premises, nothing can be demonstrated. In the present, as in many other instances, this thoughtful and elegant writer has perceived an important truth, but only by halves. Finding, in the case of geometrical axioms, that general names have not any talismanic virtue for conjuring new truths out of the well where they lie hid, and not seeing that this is equally true in every other case of generalization, he contended that axioms are in their nature barren of consequences, and that the really fruitful truths, the real first principles of geometry, are the definitions, that the definition, for example, of the circle is to the properties of the circle, what the laws of equilibrium and of the pressure of the atmosphere are to the rise of the mercury in the Torricellian tube. Yet all that he had asserted respecting the function to which the axioms are confined in the demonstration of geometry holds equally true of the definitions. Every demonstration in Euclid might be carried on without them. This is apparent from the ordinary process of proving a proposition of geometry by means of a diagram. What assumption, in fact, do we set out from to demonstrate by a diagram any of the properties of the circle? Not that in all circles the radii are equal, but only that they are so in the circle ABC. As our warrant for assuming this, we appeal, it is true, to the definition of a circle in general, but it is only necessary that the assumption be granted in the case of the particular circle supposed. From this, which is not a general but a singular proposition, combined with other propositions of a similar kind, some of which when generalized are called definitions, and other axioms, we prove that a certain conclusion is true, not of all circles, but of the particular circle ABC, or at least would be so if the facts precisely accorded with our assumptions. The enunciation, as it is called, that is, the general theorem which stands at the head of the demonstration, is not the proposition actually demonstrated. One instance only is demonstrated, but the process by which this is done is a process which, when we consider its nature, we perceive might be exactly copied in an indefinite number of other instances, in every instance which conforms to certain conditions. The contrivance of general language furnishing us with terms which connote these conditions, we are able to assert this indefinite multitude of truths in a single expression, and this expression is the general theorem. By dropping the use of diagrams and substituting, in the demonstrations, general phrases for the letters of the alphabet, we might prove the general theorem directly, that is, we might demonstrate all the cases at once, and to do this we must, of course, employ as our premises the axioms and definitions in their general form. But this only means that if we can prove an individual conclusion by assuming an individual fact, then, in whatever case we are warranted in making an exactly similar assumption, we may draw an exactly similar conclusion. The definition is a sort of notice to ourselves and others what assumptions we think ourselves entitled to make. And so in all cases, the general propositions, whether called definitions, axioms, or laws of nature, which we lay down at the beginning of our reasonings, are merely abridged statements, in a kind of shorthand, of the particular facts which, as occasion arises, we either think we may proceed on as proved, or intend to assume. In any one demonstration it is enough, if we assume for a particular case suitably selected, what by the statement of the definition or principle we announce that we intend to assume in all cases which may arise. The definition of the circle, therefore, is to one of Euclid's demonstrations exactly what, according to Stuart, the axioms are. That is, the demonstration does not depend on, but yet if we deny it, the demonstration fails. The proof does not rest on the general assumption, but on a similar assumption confined to the particular case. That case, however, being chosen as a specimen or paradigm of the whole class of cases included in the theorem, there can be no ground for making the assumption in that case which does not exist in every other, and to deny the assumption as a general truth is to deny the right of making it in the particular instance. There are undoubtedly the most ample reasons for stating both the principles and the theorems in their general form, and these will be explained presently, so far as explanation is requisite. But that unpractised learners, even in making use of one theorem to demonstrate another, reason rather from particular to particular, than from the general proposition is manifest from the difficulty they find in applying a theorem to a case in which the configuration of the diagram is extremely unlike that of the diagram by which the original theorem was demonstrated. A difficulty which, except in cases of unusual mental power, long practice can alone remove, and removes chiefly by rendering us familiar with all the configurations consistent with the general conditions of the theorem. Part 4. From the considerations now adduced, the following conclusions seem to be established. All inferences from particulars to particulars. General propositions are merely registers of such inferences already made, and short formulae for making more. The major premise of a syllogism, consequently, is a formula of this description, and the conclusion is not an inference drawn from the formula, but an inference drawn according to the formula, the real logical antecedent or premise being the particular facts from which the general proposition was collected by induction. Those facts and the individual instances which supplied them may have been forgotten, but a record remains, not indeed descriptive of the facts themselves, but showing how those cases may be distinguished, respecting which the facts, when known, were considered to warrant a given inference. According to the indications of this record, we draw our conclusion, which is, to all intents and purposes, a conclusion from the forgotten facts. For this it is essential that we should read the record correctly, and the rules of the syllogism are a set of precautions to ensure our doing so. This view of the functions of the syllogism is confirmed by the consideration of precisely those cases which might be expected to be least favourable to it, namely, those in which ratiocination is independent of any previous induction. We have already observed that the syllogism, in the ordinary course of our reasoning, is only the latter half of the process of travelling from premise to a conclusion. There are, however, some peculiar cases in which it is the whole process. Particulars alone are capable of being subjected to observation, and all knowledge which is derived from observation begins, therefore, of necessity, in particulars. But our knowledge may, in cases of certain descriptions, be conceived as coming to us from other sources than observation. It may present itself as coming from testimony, which, on the occasion and for the purpose in hand, is accepted as of an authoritative character, and the information thus communicated may be conceived to comprise not only particular facts, but general propositions, as when a scientific doctrine is accepted without examination on the authority of writers, or a theological doctrine on that of Scripture. Or the generalization may not be, in the ordinary sense, an assertion at all, but a command, a law not in the philosophical but in the moral and political sense of the term, an expression of the desire of a superior that we, or any number of other persons, shall conform our conduct to certain general instructions. So far as this asserts a fact, namely, a volition of the legislator, that fact is an individual fact, and the proposition, therefore, is not a general proposition. But the description therein contained of the conduct which it is the will of the legislator that his subject should observe is general. The proposition asserts not that all men are anything, but that all men shall do something. In both these cases, the generalities are the original data, and the particulars are elicited from them by a process which correctly resolves itself into a series of syllogisms. The real nature, however, of the supposed deductive process is evident enough. The only point to be determined is whether the authority which declared the general proposition intended to include this case in it, and whether the legislator intended his command to apply to the present case among others, or not. This is ascertained by examining whether the case possesses the marks by which, as those authorities have signified, the cases which they meant to certify or to influence may be known. The object of the inquiry is to make out the witnesses or the legislator's intention, through the indication given by their words. This is a question, as the Germans express it, of hermeneutics. The operation is not a process of inference, but a process of interpretation. In this last phrase we have obtained an expression which appears to me to characterize more aptly than any other the functions of the syllogism in all cases. When the premises are given by authority, the function of reasoning is to ascertain the testimony of a witness, or the will of a legislator, by interpreting the signs in which the one has intimated his assertion and the other his command. In like manner, when the premises are derived from observation, the function of reasoning is to ascertain what we, or our predecessors, formerly thought might be inferred from the observed facts, and to do this by interpreting a memorandum of ours or of theirs. The memorandum reminds us that from evidence, more or less carefully weighed, it formerly appeared that a certain attribute might be inferred wherever we perceive a certain mark. The proposition, all men are mortal, for instance, shows that we have had experience from which we thought it followed that the attributes connoted by the term man are a mark of mortality. But when we conclude that the Duke of Wellington is mortal, we do not infer this from the memorandum, but from the former experience. All that we infer from the memorandum is our own previous belief, or that of those who transmitted to us the proposition, concerning the inferences which that former experience would warrant. This view of the nature of the syllogism renders consistent and intelligible what otherwise remains obscure and confused in the theory of Archbishop Whately and other enlightened defenders of the syllogistic doctrine, respecting the limits to which its functions are confined. They affirm in as explicit terms as can be used that the sole office of general reasoning is to prevent inconsistency in our opinions, to prevent us from assenting to anything, the truth of which would contradict something to which we had previously, on good grounds, given our assent. And they tell us that the sole ground which a syllogism affords for assenting to the conclusion is that the supposition of its being false, combined with the supposition that the premises are true, would lead to a contradiction in terms. Now this would be but a lame account of the real grounds which we have for believing the facts which we learn from reasoning in contradistinction to observation. The true reason why we believe that the Duke of Wellington will die is that his fathers and our fathers and all other persons who were contemporary with them have died. Those facts are the real premises of the reasoning, but we are not led to infer the conclusion from those premises by the necessity of avoiding any verbal inconsistency. There is no contradiction in supposing that all those persons have died, and that the Duke of Wellington may, notwithstanding, live forever. But there would be a contradiction if we first, on the ground of those same premises, made a general assertion including and covering the case of the Duke of Wellington, and then refused to stand to it in the individual case. There is an inconsistency to be avoided between the memorandum we make of the inferences which may be justly drawn in future cases, and the inferences we actually draw in those cases when they arise. With this view we interpret our own formula precisely as a judge interprets a law, in order that we may avoid drawing any inferences not conformable to our former intention, as a judge avoids giving any decision not conformable to the legislator's intention. The rules for this interpretation are the rules of the syllogism, and its sole purpose is to maintain consistency between the conclusions we draw in every particular case and the previous general directions for drawing them, whether those general directions were framed by ourselves as the result of induction, or were received by us from an authority competent to give them. End of section 20. Section 21 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3 of the Functions and Logical Value of the Syllogism, Parts 5 through 9. Part 5. In the above observations it has, I think, been shown that, though there is always a process of reasoning or inference where a syllogism is used, the syllogism is not a correct analysis of that process of reasoning or inference, which is, on the contrary, when not a mere inference from testimony, an inference from particulars to particulars, authorized by a previous inference from particulars to generals, and substantially the same with it, of the nature, therefore, of induction. But while these conclusions appear to me undeniable, I must yet enter a protest as strong as that of Archbishop Whately himself against the doctrine that the syllogistic art is useless for the purposes of reasoning. The reasoning lies in the act of generalization, not in interpreting the record of that act, but the syllogistic form is an indispensable collateral security for the correctness of the generalization itself. It has already been seen that if we have a collection of particulars sufficient for grounding and induction, we need not frame a general proposition. We may reason at once from those particulars to other particulars. But it is to be remarked withal that whenever from a set of particular cases we can legitimately draw any inference, we may legitimately make our inference a general one. If, from observation and experiment, we can conclude to one new case, so we may to an indefinite number. If that which has held true in our past experience will therefore hold in time to come, it will hold not merely in some individual case, but in all cases of some given description. Every induction, therefore, which suffices to prove one fact, proves an indefinite multitude of facts. The experience which justifies a single prediction must be such as will suffice to bear out a general theorem. This theorem it is extremely important to ascertain and declare in its broadest form of generality, and thus to place before our minds in its full extent the whole of what our evidence must prove, if it proves anything. This throwing of the whole body of possible inferences from a given set of particulars into one general expression operates as a security for their being just inferences in more ways than one. First, the general principle presents a larger object to the imagination than any of the singular propositions which it contains. A process of thought which leads to a comprehensive generality is felt as of greater importance than one which terminates in an insulated fact, and the mind is, even unconsciously, led to bestow greater attention upon the process and to weigh more carefully the sufficiency of the experience appealed to for supporting the inference grounded upon it. There is another and more important advantage. In reasoning from a course of individual observations to some new and unobserved case which we are but imperfectly acquainted with, or we should not be inquiring into it, and in which, since we are inquiring into it, we probably feel a peculiar interest, there is very little to prevent us from giving way to negligence, or to any bias which may affect our wishes or our imagination, and, under that influence, accepting insufficient evidence as sufficient. But if instead of concluding straight to the particular case, we place before ourselves an entire class of facts, the whole contents of a general proposition, every tittle of which is legitimately inferable from our premises, if that one particular conclusion is so, there is then a considerable likelihood that if the premises are insufficient and the general inference therefore groundless, it will comprise within it some fact or facts, the reverse of which we already know to be true, and we shall thus discover the error in our generalization by a reductio ad impossibile. Thus, if during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, a subject of the Roman Empire, under the bias naturally given to the imagination and expectations by the lives and characters of the Antonine, had been disposed to expect that Commodus would be a just ruler, supposing him to stop there, he might only have been undeceived by sad experience. But if he reflected that this expectation could not be justifiable unless, from the same evidence, he was warranted in concluding some general proposition, as, for instance, that all Roman emperors are just rulers, he would immediately have thought of Nero, Domitian, and other instances, which, showing the falsity of the general conclusion, and therefore the insufficiency of the premises, would have warned him that those premises could not prove in the instance of Commodus what they were inadequate to prove in any collection of cases in which his was included. The advantage, in judging whether any controverted inference is legitimate, of referring to a parallel case is universally acknowledged, but by ascending to the general proposition, we bring under our view not one parallel case only, but all possible parallel cases at once, all cases to which the same set of evidentiary considerations are applicable. When therefore we argue from a number of known cases to another case supposed to be analogous, it is always possible and generally advantageous to divert our argument into the circuitous channel of an induction from those known cases to a general proposition, and a subsequent application of that general proposition to the unknown case. This second part of the operation, which, as before observed, is essentially a process of interpretation, will be resolvable into a syllogism or a series of syllogisms, the majors of which will be general propositions embracing whole classes of cases, every one of which propositions must be true in all its extent, if the argument is maintainable. If, therefore, any fact fairly coming within the range of one of these general propositions, and consequently asserted by it, is known or suspected to be other than the proposition asserts it to be, this mode of stating the argument causes us to know or to suspect that the original observations, which are the real grounds of our conclusion, are not sufficient to support it, and in proportion to the greater chance of our detecting the inconclusiveness of our evidence, will be the increased reliance we are entitled to place in it if no such evidence of defect shall appear. The value, therefore, of the syllogistic form and of the rules for using it correctly does not consist in their being the form and the rules according to which our reasonings are necessarily or even usually made, but in their furnishing us with a mode in which those reasonings may always be represented, and which is admirably calculated, if they are inconclusive, to bring their inconclusiveness to light. An induction from particulars to generals, followed by a syllogistic process from those generals to other particulars, is a form in which we may always state our reasonings if we please. It is not a form in which we must reason, but it is a form in which we may reason, and into which it is indispensable to throw our reasoning when there is any doubt of its validity, though when the case is familiar and little complicated, and there is no suspicion of error, we may, and do, reason at once from the known particular cases to unknown ones. Footnote: the language of ratiocination would, I think, be brought into closer agreement with the real nature of the process if the general propositions employed in reasoning, instead of being in the form all men are mortal, or every man is mortal, were expressed in the form any man is mortal. This mode of expression, exhibiting as the type of all reasoning from experience, the men A, B, C, and so on, are so and so, therefore any man is so and so, would much better manifest the true idea that inductive reasoning is always, at bottom, inference from particulars to particulars, and that the whole function of general propositions in reasoning is to vouch for the legitimacy of such inferences. End footnote. These are the uses of syllogism as a mode of verifying any given argument. Its ulterior uses as respects the general course of our intellectual operations hardly require illustration, being in fact the acknowledged uses of general language. They amount substantially to this, that the inductions may be made once for all, a single careful interrogation of experience may suffice, and the result may be registered in the form of a general proposition which is committed to memory or to writing, and from which afterward we have only to syllogize. The particulars of our experiments may then be dismissed from the memory, in which it would be impossible to retain so great a multitude of details, while the knowledge which those details afforded for future use, and which would otherwise be lost as soon as the observations were forgotten, or as their record became too bulky for reference, is retained in a commodious and immediately available shape by means of general language. Against this advantage is to be set the countervailing inconvenience that inferences originally made on insufficient evidence become consecrated and, as it were, hardened into general maxims, and the mind cleaves to them from habit, after it has outgrown any liability to be misled by similar fallacious appearances if they were now for the first time presented. But having forgotten the particulars, it does not think of revising its own former decision, an inevitable drawback which, however considerable in itself, forms evidently but a small set-off against the immense benefits of general language. The use of the syllogism is in truth no other than the use of general propositions in reasoning. We can reason without them. In simple and obvious cases we habitually do so. Minds of great sagacity can do it in cases not simple and obvious, provided their experience supplies them with instances essentially similar to every combination of circumstances likely to arise. But other minds, and the same minds where they have not the same preeminent advantages of personal experience, are quite helpless without the aid of general propositions, wherever the case presents the smallest complication, and if we made no general propositions, few persons would get much beyond those simple inferences which are drawn by the more intelligent of the brutes. Though not necessary to reasoning, general propositions are necessary to any considerable progress in reasoning. It is therefore natural and indispensable to separate the process of investigation into two parts, and obtain general formulae for determining what inferences may be drawn before the occasion arises for drawing the inferences. The work of drawing them is, then, that of applying the formulae, and the rules of syllogism are a system of securities for the correctness of the application. Part 6. To complete the series of considerations connected with the philosophical character of the syllogism, it is requisite to consider, since the syllogism is not the universal type of the reasoning process, what is the real type. This resolves itself into the question, what is the nature of the minor premise, and in what manner it contributes to establish the conclusion. For as to the major, we now fully understand that the place which it nominally occupies in our reasonings properly belongs to the individual facts or observations of which it expresses the general result, the major itself being no real part of the argument, but an intermediate halting place for the mind, interposed by an artifice of language between the real premises and the conclusion, by way of a security which it is in a most material degree for the correctness of the process. The minor, however, being an indispensable part of the syllogistic expression of an argument, without doubt either is or corresponds to an equally indispensable part of the argument itself, and we have only to inquire what part. It is perhaps worthwhile to notice here a speculation of a philosopher to whom mental science is much indebted, but who, though a very penetrating, was a very hasty thinker, and whose want of due circumspection rendered him fully as remarkable for what he did not see as for what he saw. I allude to Dr. Thomas Brown, whose theory of ratiocination is peculiar. He saw the petitio principii, which is inherent in every syllogism, if we consider the major to be itself the evidence by which the conclusion is proved, instead of being, what in fact it is, an assertion of the existence of evidence sufficient to prove any conclusion of a given description. Seeing this, Dr. Brown not only failed to see the immense advantage in point of security for correctness which is gained by interposing this step between the real evidence and the conclusion, but he thought it incumbent on him to strike out the major altogether from the reasoning process, without substituting anything else, and maintained that our reasonings consist only of the minor premise and the conclusion. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, thus actually suppressing as an unnecessary step in the argument the appeal to former experience. The absurdity of this was disguised from him by the opinion he adopted that reasoning is merely analyzing our own general notions or abstract ideas, and that the proposition Socrates is mortal is evolved from the proposition Socrates is a man, simply by recognizing the notion of mortality as already contained in the notion we form of a man. After the explanation so fully entered into on the subject of propositions, much further discussion cannot be necessary to make the radical error of this view of ratiocination apparent. If the word man connoted mortality, if the meaning of mortal were involved in the meaning of man, we might undoubtedly evolve the conclusion from the minor alone, because the minor would have already asserted it. But if, as is in fact the case, the word man does not connote mortality, how does it appear that in the mind of every person who admits Socrates to be a man, the idea of man must include the idea of mortality? Dr. Brown could not help seeing this difficulty, and, in order to avoid it, was led, contrary to his intention, to re-establish under another name that step in the argument which corresponds to the major, by affirming the necessity of previously perceiving the relation between the idea of man and the idea of mortal. If the reasoner has not previously perceived this relation, he will not, says Dr. Brown, infer, because Socrates is a man, that Socrates is mortal. But even this admission, though amounting to a surrender of the doctrine that an argument consists of the minor and the conclusion alone, will not save the remainder of Dr. Brown's theory. The failure of assent to the argument does not take place merely because the reasoner, for want of due analysis, does not perceive that his idea of man includes the idea of mortality. It takes place much more commonly because in his mind that relation between the two ideas has never existed, and in truth it never does exist except as the result of experience. Consenting, for the sake of the argument, to discuss the question on a supposition of which we have recognized the radical incorrectness, namely, that the meaning of a proposition relates to the ideas of the things spoken of, and not to the things themselves, I must yet observe that the idea of man as a universal idea, the common property of all rational creatures, cannot involve anything but what is strictly implied in the name. If anyone includes in his own private idea of man, as no doubt is always the case, some other attributes, such, for instance, as mortality, he does so only as the consequence of experience, after having satisfied himself that all men possess that attribute, so that whatever the idea contains in any person's mind, beyond what is included in the conventional signification of the word, has been added to it as the result of assent to a proposition, while Dr. Brown's theory requires us to suppose, on the contrary, that assent to the proposition is produced by evolving, through an analytic process, this very element out of the idea. This theory, therefore, may be considered as sufficiently refuted, and the minor premise must be regarded as totally insufficient to prove the conclusion, except with the assistance of the major, or of that which the major represents, namely, the various singular propositions expressive of the series of observations, of which the generalization called the major premise is the result. In the argument, then, which proves that Socrates is mortal, one indispensable part of the premises will be as follows: my father and my father's father, A, B, C, and an indefinite number of other persons were mortal, which is only an expression in different words of the observed fact that they have died. This is the major premise, divested of the petitio principii and cut down to as much as is really known by direct evidence. In order to connect this proposition with the conclusion Socrates is mortal, the additional link necessary is such a proposition as the following: Socrates resembles my father and my father's father and the other individuals specified. This proposition we assert when we say that Socrates is a man. By saying so, we likewise assert in what respect he resembles them, namely, in the attributes connoted by the word man, and we conclude that he further resembles them in the attribute mortality. Part 7. We have thus obtained what we were seeking, a universal type of the reasoning process. We find it resolvable in all cases into the following elements. Certain individuals have a given attribute. An individual or individuals resemble the former in certain other attributes. Therefore they resemble them also in the given attribute. This type of ratiocination does not claim, like the syllogism, to be conclusive from the mere form of the expression, nor can it possibly be so. That one proposition does or does not assert the very fact which was already asserted in another may appear from the form of the expression, that is, from a comparison of the language, but when the two propositions assert facts which are bona fide different, whether the one fact proves the other or not can never appear from the language, but must depend on other considerations. Whether from the attributes in which Socrates resembles those men who have heretofore died, it is allowable to infer that he resembles them also in being mortal, is a question of induction, and is to be decided by the principles or canons which we shall hereafter recognize as tests of the correct performance of that great mental operation. Meanwhile, however, it is certain, as before remarked, that if this inference can be drawn as to Socrates, it can be drawn as to all others who resemble the observed individuals in the same attributes in which he resembles them, that is, to express the thing concisely, of all mankind. If, therefore, the argument be admissible in the case of Socrates, we are at liberty, once for all, to treat the possession of the attributes of man as a mark or satisfactory evidence of the attribute of mortality. This we do by laying down the universal proposition, all men are mortal, and interpreting this, as occasion arises, in its application to Socrates and others. By this means we establish a very convenient division of the entire logical operation into two steps. First, that of ascertaining what attributes are marks of mortality, and, secondly, whether any given individuals possess those marks, and it will generally be advisable in our speculations on the reasoning process to consider this double operation as in fact taking place, and all reasoning is carried on in the form into which it must necessarily be thrown to enable us to apply to it any test of its correct performance. Although, therefore, all processes of thought in which the ultimate premises are particulars, whether we conclude from particulars to a general formula, or from particulars to other particulars according to that formula, are equally induction, we shall yet, conformably to usage, consider the name induction as more peculiarly belonging to the process of establishing the general proposition and the remaining operation, which is substantially that of interpreting the general proposition, we shall call by its usual name deduction, and we shall consider every process by which anything is inferred respecting an unobserved case as consisting of an induction followed by a deduction, because although the process needs not necessarily be carried on in this form, it is always susceptible of the form, and must be thrown into it when assurance of scientific accuracy is needed and desired. Part 8. The theory of the syllogism laid down in the preceding pages has obtained, among other important adhesions, 3 of peculiar value. Those of Sir John Herschel, footnote, Review of Quetelet on Probabilities, Essays, page 367, end footnote, Dr. Whewell, footnote, Philosophy of Discovery, page 289, end footnote, and Mr. Bailey, footnote, Theory of Reasoning, chapter 4, to which I may refer for an able statement and enforcement of the grounds of the doctrine, end footnote. Sir John Herschel, considering the doctrine, though not strictly a discovery, having been anticipated by Berkeley, to be one of the greatest steps which have yet been made in the philosophy of logic. When we consider, to quote the further words of the same authority, the inveteracy of the habits and prejudices which it has cast to the winds, there is no cause for misgiving in it the fact that the other thinkers, no less entitled to consideration, have formed a very different estimate of it. Footnote. On a recent careful reperusal of Berkeley's whole works, I have been unable to find this doctrine in them. Sir John Herschel probably meant that it is implied in Berkeley's argument against abstract ideas, but I cannot find that Berkeley saw the implications, or had ever asked himself what bearing his argument had on the theory of the syllogism. Still less can I admit that the doctrine is, as has been affirmed by one of my ablest and most candid critics, among the standing marks of what is called the empirical philosophy. End footnote. Their principal objection cannot be better or more succinctly stated than by borrowing a sentence from Archbishop Whately. Footnote. Logic, Book 4, Chapter 1, Section 1. End footnote. Quote, in every case where an inference is drawn from induction, unless that name is to be given to a mere random guess without any grounds at all, we must form a judgment that the instance or instances adduced are sufficient to authorize the conclusion that it is allowable to take these instances as a sample warranting an inference respecting the whole class. End quote. And the expression of this judgment in words, it has been said by several of my critics, is the major premise. I quite admit that the major is an affirmation of the sufficiency of the evidence on which the conclusion rests. That it is so is the very essence of my own theory, and whoever admits that the major premise is only this, adopts the theory in its essentials. But I cannot concede that this recognition of the sufficiency of the evidence, that is, of the correctness of the induction, is a part of the induction itself, unless we ought to say that it is a part of everything we do to satisfy ourselves that it has been done rightly. We conclude from known instances to unknown by the impulse of the generalizing propensity, and until, after a considerable amount of practice and mental discipline, the question of the sufficiency of the evidence is only raised by a retrospective act, turning back upon our own footsteps and examining whether we were warranted in doing what we have provisionally done. To speak of this reflex operation as part of the original one, requiring to be expressed in words in order that the verbal formula may correctly represent the psychological process, appears to me false psychology. Footnote. See the important chapter on belief in Professor Bain's great treatise, The Emotions and the Will, pages 581 through 584. End footnote. We review our syllogistic as well as our inductive processes and recognize that they have been correctly performed, but logicians do not add a third premise to the syllogism to express this act of recognition. A careful copyist verifies his transcript by collating it with the original, and if no error appears, he recognizes that the transcript has been correctly made. But we do not call the examination of the copy a part of the act of copying. The conclusion in an induction is inferred from the evidence itself and not from a recognition of the sufficiency of the evidence. As I infer that my friend is walking toward me because I see him, and not because I recognize that my eyes are open and that eyesight is a means of knowledge, in all operations which require care, it is good to assure ourselves that the process has been performed accurately, but the testing of the process is not the process itself, and, besides, may have been omitted altogether, and yet the process be correct. It is precisely because that operation is omitted in ordinary, unscientific reasoning that there is anything gained in certainty by throwing reasoning into the syllogistic form. To make sure as far as possible that it shall not be omitted, we make the testing operation a part of the reasoning process itself. We insist that the inference from particulars to particulars shall pass through a general proposition, but this is a security for good reasoning, not a condition of all reasoning, and in some cases not even a security. Our most familiar inferences are all made before we learn the use of general propositions, and a person of untutored sagacity will skilfully apply his acquired experience to adjacent cases, though he would bungle grievously in fixing the limits of the appropriate general theorem. But though he may conclude rightly, he never, properly speaking, knows whether he has done so or not. He has not tested his reasoning. Now this is precisely what forms of reasoning do for us. We do not need them to enable us to reason, but to enable us to know whether we reason correctly. In still further answer to the objection, it may be added that, even when the test has been applied and the sufficiency of the evidence recognized, if it is sufficient to support the general proposition, it is sufficient also to support an inference from particulars to particulars without passing through the general proposition. The inquirer who has logically satisfied himself that the conditions of legitimate induction were realized in the cases A, B, C, would be as much justified in concluding directly to the Duke of Wellington as in concluding to all men. The general conclusion is never legitimate unless the particular one would be so too, and in no sense intelligible to me can the particular conclusion be said to be drawn from the general one. Whenever there is ground for drawing any conclusion at all from particular instances, there is ground for a general conclusion, but that this general conclusion should be actually drawn, however useful, cannot be an indispensable condition of the validity of the inference in the particular case. A man gives away sixpence by the same power by which he disposes of his whole fortune, but it is not necessary to the legality of the smaller act that he should make a formal assertion of his right to the greater one. Some additional remarks in reply to minor objections are appended. Footnote. A writer in the British Quarterly Review, August 1846, in a review of this treatise, endeavours to show that there is no petitio principii in the syllogism by denying that the proposition, all men are mortal, asserts or assumes that Socrates is mortal. In support of this denial, he argues that we may, and in fact do, admit the general proposition that all men are mortal without having particularly examined the case of Socrates, and even without knowing whether the individual so named is a man or something else. But this, of course, was never denied. That we can and do draw conclusions concerning cases specifically unknown to us is the datum from which all who discuss this subject must set out. The question is, in what terms the evidence or ground on which we draw these conclusions may best be designated, whether it is most correct to say that the unknown case is proved by known cases, or that it is proved by a general proposition including both sets of cases, the unknown and the known. I contend for the former mode of expression. I hold it an abuse of language to say that the proof that Socrates is mortal is that all men are mortal. Turn it in what way we will, this seems to me to be asserting that a thing is the proof of itself. Whoever pronounces the words "all men are mortal" has affirmed that Socrates is mortal, though he may never have heard of Socrates. For since Socrates, whether known to be so or not, really is a man, he is included in the words "all men," and in every assertion of which they are subject. If the reviewer does not see that there is a difficulty here, I can only advise him to reconsider the subject until he does, after which he will be a better judge of the success or failure of an attempt to remove the difficulty. That he had reflected very little on the point when he wrote his remarks is shown by his oversight respecting the dictum de omni e nullo. He acknowledges that this maxim, as commonly expressed, "Whatever is true of a class is true of everything included in the class," is a mere identical proposition, since the class is nothing but the things included in it. But he thinks this defect would be cured by wording the maxim thus: "Whatever is true of a class is true of everything which can be shown to be a member of the class," as if a thing could be shown to be a member of the class without being one. If a class means the sum of all the things included in the class, the things which can be shown to be included in it are part of the sum, and the dictum is as much an identical proposition with respect to them as to the rest. One would almost imagine that in the reviewer's opinion, things are not members of a class until they are called up publicly to take their place in it. That so long, in fact, as Socrates is not known to be a man, he is not a man, and any assertion which can be made concerning men does not at all regard him, nor is affected as to its truth or falsity by anything in which he is concerned. The difference between the reviewer's theory and mine may be thus stated. Both admit that when we say "all men are mortal," we make an assertion reaching beyond the sphere of our knowledge of individual cases, and that when a new individual, Socrates, is brought within the field of our knowledge by means of the minor premise, we learn that we have already made an assertion respecting Socrates without knowing it, our own general formula being, to that extent, for the first time interpreted to us. But according to the reviewer's theory, the smaller assertion is proved by the larger, while I contend that both assertions are proved together by the same evidence, namely, the grounds of experience on which the general assertion was made and by which it must be justified. The reviewer says that if the major premise included in the conclusion, we should be able to affirm the conclusion without the intervention of the minor premise, but everyone sees that that is impossible. A similar argument is urged by Mr. De Morgan, Formal Logic, page 259. The whole objection tacitly assumes the superfluity of the minor, that is, tacitly assumes we know Socrates. Mr. De Morgan says Plato, but to prevent confusion I have kept to my own exemplum, to be a man as soon as we know him to be Socrates. The objection would be well grounded if the assertion that the major premise includes the conclusion means that it individually specifies all it includes. As, however, the only indication it gives is a description by marks, we have still to compare any new individual with the marks and to show that this comparison has been made is the office of the minor. But since, by supposition, the new individual has the marks, whether we have ascertained him to have them or not, if we have affirmed the major premise, we have asserted him to be mortal. Now, my position is that this assertion cannot be a necessary part of the argument. It cannot be a necessary condition of reasoning that we should begin by making an assertion, which is afterward to be employed in proving a part of itself. I can conceive only one way out of this difficulty, that is, that what really forms the proof is the other part of the assertion, the portion of it, the truth of which has been ascertained previously, and that the unproved part is bound up in one formula with the proved part in mere anticipation, and as a memorandum of the nature of the conclusions which we are prepared to prove. With respect to the minor premise in its formal shape, the minor as it stands in the syllogism, predicating of Socrates a definite class name, I readily admit that it is no more a necessary part of reasoning than the major. When there is a major doing its work by means of a class name, minors are needed to interpret it, but reasoning can be carried on without either the one or the other. They are not the conditions of reasoning, but a precaution against erroneous reasoning. The only minor premise necessary to reasoning in the example under consideration is Socrates is like ABC, and the other individuals who are known to have died. And this is the only universal type of that step in the reasoning process which is represented by the minor. Experience, however, of the uncertainty of this loose mode of inference teaches the expediency of determining beforehand what kind of likeness to the cases observed is necessary to bring an unobserved case within the same predicate, and the answer to this question is the major. The minor then identifies the precise kind of likeness possessed by Socrates as being the kind required by the formula. Thus, the syllogistic major and the syllogistic minor start into existence together and are called forth by the same exigency. When we conclude from personal experience without referring to any record, to any general theorems, either written or traditional or mentally registered by ourselves as conclusions of our own drawing, we do not use in our thoughts either a major or a minor, such as the syllogism puts into words. When, however, we revise this rough inference from particulars to particulars and substitute a careful one, the revision consists in selecting two syllogistic premises. But this neither alters nor adds to the evidence we had before. It only puts us in a better position for judging whether our inference from particulars to particulars is well grounded. End footnote. Part 9. The preceding considerations enable us to understand the true nature of what is termed by recent writers formal logic, and the relation between it and logic in the widest sense. Logic, as I conceive it, is the entire theory of the ascertainment of reasoned or inferred truth. Formal logic, therefore, which Sir William Hamilton from his own point of view and Archbishop Whately from his have represented as the whole of logic properly so called, is really a very subordinate part of it, not being directly concerned with the process of reasoning or inference in the sense in which that process is a part of the investigation of truth. What then is formal logic? The name seems to be properly applied to all that portion of doctrine which relates to the equivalence of different modes of expression, the rules for determining when assertions in a given form imply or suppose the truth or falsity of other assertions. This includes the theory of the import of propositions and of their conversion, equipollence, and opposition. Of those falsely called inductions, to be hereafter spoken of, in which the apparent generalization is a mere abridged statement of cases known individually, and finally of the syllogism. while the theory of naming and of, what is inseparably connected with it, definition, though belonging still more to the other and larger kind of logic than to this, is a necessary preliminary to this. Footnote. See sections 29 and 30 of this work, Book 3, Chapter 2. End footnote. The end aimed at by formal logic and attained by the observance of its precepts is not truth but consistency. It has been seen that this is the only direct purpose of the rules of the syllogism, the intention and effect of which is simply to keep our inferences or conclusions in complete consistency with our general formulae, or directions for drawing them. The logic of consistency is a necessary auxiliary to the logic of truth, not only because what is inconsistent with itself or with other truths cannot be true, but also because truth can only be successfully pursued by drawing inferences from experience, which, if warrantable at all, admit of being generalized, and, to test their warrantableness, require to be exhibited in a generalized form, after which the correctness of their application to particular cases is a question which specifically concerns the logic of consistency. This logic, not requiring any preliminary knowledge of the processes or conclusions of the various sciences, may be studied with benefit in a much earlier stage of education than the logic of truth, and the practice which has empirically obtained of teaching it apart through elementary treatises which do not attempt to include anything else, though the reasons assigned for the practice are in general very far from philosophical, admits of philosophical justification. End of section 21.